Good morning, everyone. How are we? Are we well? Good, great. Well, a very warm, because it is very warm, welcome to South Summit 2022 here in Madrid, Spain's capital. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Carrie Fraser. I'm a British journalist based in Barcelona, and I'm going to be your MC here on the SANDBOX stage over the next couple of days. We've got some cracking speakers lined up for you, so I hope you're going to stay with us for the entirety of the next few days. We've got tomorrow and Friday morning, of course. A very exciting lineup. Of course, we're in celebratory mood this year. It's been 10 years since South Summit has been fostering the ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship. And this year's theme is decoding complexity. Complexity can be really hard, of course, but it can also be really, really beautiful, and it brings with it a wealth of opportunities. And we're going to delve deeper into some of those opportunities over the next few days, thanks to a wealth of really brilliant speakers. So let's crack on then with our first panel today. What better place to begin than with education? As we all know, it's education that allows continual improvement of our societies. Gone are the days when learning was restricted to the classroom, with the teacher being the primary source of knowledge. Digital technology and gamification has unshackled learning, providing students with opportunities to learn what they want to learn, how they want to learn, and where they want to learn it in just a few clicks, allowing accessible and high-quality learning throughout all stages of their lives. So let's introduce our speakers and our moderator to discuss education, a vicious circle of continuous improvement. Please welcome to the stage Ben Wirtz, partner at Bright Eye Ventures, who will be moderating our panel, Rodrigo Rodriguez, CEO at Odilo, and Maria Burns-Ortiz, co-founder and CEO at 7 Generation Games. The stage is all yours, guys. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, great. So I'm Ben Wirtz. I'm a partner with Bright Eye Ventures. Bright Eye is a ed-tech-focused European venture capital fund. We invest in companies that help people learn and grow at seed and Series A stages. And I'm really excited to be joined here by Rodrigo and Maria. One of the things I've learned as an investor in ed-tech companies for over a decade now is that whereas everybody really likes to know things. Few people actually can find the motivation to learn them, and so I think Rodrigo and Maria represent two different approaches to actually helping people along and using technology to really improve the process of learning. And so I'm excited to dive into those approaches today. I'm going to start by just asking. The theme of today is a virtuous circle of continuous improvement. So the idea of basically making learning more integrated, more continuous in people's lives. And so I'm going to ask, just by virtue of who's sitting next to me, Rodrigo to go first, and then Maria to go next in terms of introducing themselves and specifically talking about what their differentiated approach to that is. And so Rodrigo, yeah,
perfect.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. What we do in Odilo and our approach to continuous learning. In Odilo, what the concept we are doing, or the category we are creating, we call it Create Your Own Unlimited Learning Ecosystem, which is helping organizations, we work with schools, universities, and companies, to create a customized unlimited learning ecosystem for all their possible learning programs. And the way we do it is we help them by giving them technology so they can create a Netflix, Spotify platform alike, but configure specifically for them and the program. And from that platform, they can provide access to their learners from content from over 7,000 different companies that partner with us. Ebook providers, audiobook courses, videos, educational apps, all in this one single platform customized for them. And then using this content to natively create all possible learning experiences, onboarding plans, development plans, career plans, integrating this content from all those content providers very easily. So they have a platform where they can offer all ways of learning to all their learners, and this way pushing this concept of continuous learning adapted to everyone.
Yeah. And so I'm, like I said, Maria Berz-Ortiz. At 7th Generation Games, what we do is we looked at first, kids, they will do a worksheet and they get really frustrated and you never see them try over and over again. And we thought, what if you could take the motivation that you see in video games where they will play 500 times to get incrementally further and apply that to education? So that kind of is where we started from. And we started by building out our own games, looking at ways that we could incorporate education and engagement. And then from there, we started actually working with other companies who were saying, can you build out games for us around our curriculum? And we found so much in education. Everyone was always, especially educational gaming, trying to reinvent the wheel. And so every new game, they'd start from scratch. And we thought, what if we can just build a better way and a better engine to do that? And so that's what we've been doing at 7th Generation Games, is building out not just games, but a platform to make educational games so that when new folks come onto the market, it's not just, I have to start and bring in this whole team to code everything, but to actually have a lot of the infrastructure built out so that we can streamline the process for other people. Because I think education, and hopefully what's happening today, isn't this zero-sum game where one of us is going to win, but we really need everyone to kind of be part of that. And so we thought, instead of just trying to work on this niche, how can we facilitate that at a larger level? And so that's what we do.
Cool. Okay, great. Well, no, I think both of them. I think it's really interesting because, again, motivation is such a key issue in education, right? Like just making people, or allowing people to kind of stick with it long enough to actually learn the things that they want to learn or want to know. I think Odilo's approach Odilo is much further along in this journey. You now are offering customized learning ecosystems to 170 million users across school districts and corporations around the world. I'm really interested in sort of what does good engagement look like for you? How does the product actually encourage people to continue along that journey? And what is it that you're looking at to make sure that it's actually working?
Perfect. When we think about engagement, we are a B2B company, B2B2C. So we think in two parts. No, what the organization wants to get, what their engagement and the plans of learning for the organization, and then for the user. No, and depending on the different needs or how they are configuring their ecosystems, we adapt these metrics to the different needs. No? For example, when we are working an onboarding plan for a company, our key one is how fast we can get the team to be ramped up. No? If we work with compliance, how we can get people to do compliance learning without the manager needing to push you. No? Or if we do independent learning, what the percentage of the employees in the company doing learning, not because they are told to, because they want, no? As you mentioned. No? or if it's in a school, what's your reading or writing level. No? So, but even there are different metrics for different needs. The whole concept is what you mentioned, and it's trying to make this simple and as you mentioned, trying to make people that want to learn really easy and frictionless this process to learn. No? So the way that we are approaching first is giving all possibilities to companies. If you want to get engagement, maybe in a company, there are people who don't have time for courses or they don't want to do it. No? Offer them podcasts, videos, summaries, or they are more collaborative learners. Create a community in your company. No? So it's ensuring everyone has multiple options so they adapt to this person. No? Then if I have something adapted to you and not the other way around, there will be high chances that you will engage. No? And the second is removing friction, because from I want to learn to do it, there's a journey, so removing everything, so it's super one click and you have the content, one place, simple, attractive. So measuring all the things that happen within I want to learn and I'm learning, and working constantly to reduce them. No? Those are the two areas that affect all the different metrics from all the different learning needs that we measure.
Okay, and I mean, what have you kind of built into the product to make that engagement loop happen?
It's learning of how you are accessing content and trying to get a journey which is super fast for you. No? Okay. We know if you enter in a platform and you don't get what you want, you automatically don't have second chance. No? And then if we see, for example, you are interested in a particular topic, or you're interested in a particular way of learning, you're, for example, more about courses because you have certification interest, or you're more sharing with others, it's right away building a journey that is exactly for you, no? And keeping the platform updated. No? So that's the work to ensure when we have a user that they are coming back, that they are recurrent, and working with all of that. No? It's the way you can change a little bit the concept of traditional learning in digital with low percentage of engagement to ensure most of the people is active. No? But it's a continuous work, and also adapting the platform every month in every organization to what we learn, no? Because everyone has different needs, and until you are not in the organization, you cannot see really what's engaging, is the levers for engagement. No?
Cool. Okay, there's like music going on in the background. Okay, that's great. For me, I mean, you guys are balancing education and entertainment, which is a tough balance in some ways. You know, what key metrics are you looking at, or what are you looking at to make sure that it's working, that people are not just having fun but they're learning, or they're not just learning but also having fun that keeps them learning longer? And so, we'd love to hear how you balance that.
So, I mean, our biggest one is educational outcomes, right? Because if you're creating an educational software product, it's really cool if it's engaging, but if it isn't actually producing real outcomes and improving learning, then you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem, I always say. Like, it's cool to say this is a learning game that kids are playing, but if they're not actually learning anything at the end, then it's just really a game with maybe numbers thrown in, right? And so for us, the biggest thing is learning outcomes, kind of objectives. And then we use engagement that we're able to see, you know, where are the kids dropping off? Where are we losing them? Where are we able to then draw in and say, look, kids are struggling at this part, and build out content on that, and then be able to also create ways that we're embedding the learning within the game. So if you get it wrong, it's not just more problems, right? But you don't know how to solve that. So how can we take them within the context of the game and provide them opportunities to learn those skills and practice those skills and build that out? So for us, I said engagement is really important, but only in that it ties into actually producing learning outcomes. And for us, I think when we look at engagement, what we're trying to get is kids wanting to learn and go further. And sometimes people say, well, how do you know they're learning stuff? Because they really care about the learning, or they just want to play the fun game part that comes next. And I don't really care if they didn't know how to do fractions before and now they do, then we've succeeded. And so for us, like I said, everything has to be about learning outcomes, because, I mean, otherwise you're just creating games, not learning games.
And so, just wondering, what is it that's most important for you? Are you looking to take people through a curriculum, or is it like a per session thing, or like what is it like? What are you looking at mostly?
So it depends on the game, right? Yeah. We do want to make sure that you know, we've got a whole bunch of different games. We have done over 20 games to date, so all of them are on different things. We try not to be, we don't say a full curriculum, because we want kids to be able to actually finish the games and get excited and be like, I completed that and I understand that. So a lot of it is standards aligned in terms of here's a specific set of standards, we're covering that, and then we go to the next, because that also helps the teachers in terms of the data. And we talk a lot about data, and your experience might be different, but we get a lot of people asking about it, but then we know how often people are accessing the reports, and it's not nearly as much as they're asking us for them. But if they can say, hey, I know that the kids completed this game, so they've mastered those standards, that gives the teacher something to work with too, as opposing to need them to go in and log in and look at the data, which some do, but I think teachers are super busy too. So anything we can do to help educators, advance faster and not need to go do one more thing is super helpful. So for us, it really depends on the game, but we make sure that there's a very clear objective. So if you've mastered that game, you've shown mastery of those standards.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I mean, as an aside, we're invested in one gaming company. I will say it's the most data-driven company that we're invested in. It's unbelievable. As a player of games, I never realized quite how much work goes into actually just making sure that people stay and each sort of aspect of the game. So that it's interesting to see. So, I mean, I think one reason people come to conferences like this is to figure out what's coming next. And so I'm going to ask you both to see a little bit more about what market dynamic do you see kind of defining the space in the near future, and how your product's going to evolve to accommodate that. Maybe I'll start with Maria this time. I mean, what do you guys, what do you see coming, and what are you kind of building in to deal with that?
Yeah, I think a lot of people talked about wanting better at tech and things, but the last 2 years really illustrated how important that is. I think a lot of ed tech companies, as strange as it sounds, like the last 2 years business-wise were actually successful because all of these people thought, wow, we talked about needing better educational technology, but now that we've got so many remote learners, we have to be prepared for that. And you can get caught off guard once, but you can't get caught off guard again, right? So I think that's a big part of it. For us, we're seeing a shift away from just wanting to do a game and build this out to actually a whole bunch of folks saying, how can we as an organization, not us, but other organizations, get into that space? And so that's kind of what, for us, has done a shift from we were making our own games to now we're doing a platform to enable other companies to streamline game production, because it just made sense. And there's really not something in ed tech. There's been a lot of pieces together, but as opposed to an engine, instead of needing to hack Unity and say we're going to use this and this, to actually have a platform. So that's kind of what shifted for us, and I think you're going to see more and more, not just educational software out there, but really this driven toward a purpose and classroom use.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. And what about you, Roger? What do you see coming, and how's the product evolving?
Well, one of the things we see from our customers that they demand more is data. So we also she was mentioning a lot about data, so I hope can partner and learn from what you are doing. But organizations, they have, specifically when we talk about the schools, for example, and we work with Ministry of Education, they had very limited data, no? So they were working on programs and considering only a few things, if people engage or use the content, but they didn't know, for example, if a particular book was good for a reading planning and aids, or they didn't know if flipped classroom was working better than learning by projects in another area. And right now, we see a lot of interest for organizations to start making decisions based on data. No? It's been part of this maturity of them working more in digital, and now they have all these different sources, and need to start making evidence-based decisions and data, and that's pushing us and everyone to bring this level, and I think it's a very good opportunity there. The way we are working on that is trying to bring with them all different ways of learning, not only also incorporate the learning you do in a class or in a particular course, but your whole day learning, and how we can get information about everything, and how can we measure and certify your knowledge, not so much from a particular exam or certification that gives you a point of knowledge, but what's your level, and this is not yes or no, you have more levels, you have more ways of learning, how we can get learning in your spare time, in different areas, etc. That's a nice journey that we are working now on data to understand more continuous learning as the key part, and your continuous knowledge and skills in your whole life, not so fixed. So we see a lot of interest and now from organizations, and that's something we are pushing very hard to be ready.
That's cool. So how do you do that? So if you're not necessarily pushing the assessments through the platform, or maybe you are, I don't know, but how can you tell what people know without quizzing them?
Yes, the thing is, in our case, we integrate everything in one place. So we have all the players, so we know everything you are doing. We can measure if you are listening. For example, you have a negotiation skill path, so we are seeing everything you are doing. We tag, we have our artificial intelligence part, and we tag all our content experiences, and they have a part of negotiation included. So if you are, for example, listening to a podcast, we have some questions so we can see if you get it or not. No, that's a way of learning. Or maybe you read an ebook and have some questions, so you participate in an experience. Those are different ways of learning in your day-to-day life that we can bring to your learning passport, no? And you can show the world that you know negotiation, no?
Right.
And because most of your knowledge, you didn't get it formally, no? And so that's the way we are working and trying everyone to bring all their learning in one plan, getting this data, and from that, you can also start certifying, no? For example, we are certifying teachers for digital competencies without doing a single exam, just because we have all the data about what they do in class. So if you're a teacher doing this, this, and this, in different platforms, we can certify. You don't need exams, no? And that's an evolution we see, no? Like how we can certify, which is miles away from where we are now.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I mean, people talk about just-in-time, or I think about just-in-time learning, but there's also, I guess, just-in-time certification, right? Like you don't have to go through an exam. That's great. Cool. Okay. So I assume that some folks out here are, I don't know, can you raise your hand if you're an entrepreneur in the audience? Can you raise your hand if you're an educator? Any investors? Okay, all right, cool. So there's a nice balance of that. If you have advice for, I guess it's mostly entrepreneurs and investors interested in either building or investing in EdTech, what advice would you give them? And so I guess, Rodrigo, start with you. Like you're 8 years into the journey now. You guys just announced a big fundraising round, which we'll get into in a second. But like, what advice would you give?
I'm really afraid of giving advices because we fail so many times, so it's constantly. But two things that we were talking a lot internally, for example, and I think it's relevant for those doing product in EdTech is first, and we remind this ourselves constantly, doing more education than tech. No? And now post-COVID is bringing that to reality. No? What products are really adding value more than technology as those that are engaging, no? in this situation. No? So focusing on, if I'm not adding value because I'm adding digital, I don't have an EdTech product. No? Sometimes we can be in love with our product, but we need to really focus on, are we adding real value? Are we doing the 10x better than the traditional way? If not, this is cool, but we are not going to have engagement. No? And some things we didn't work because of that. No? We love the product, but then it was not very useful for the teacher. No? They wanted the traditional part, so that was not something we can do. No? And in our case, the second is maintain ourselves humble, because in the case of learning, you need to know what your space. No? When you go, for example, to a school, or we tell a manager to do a boarding plan, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm basically give you tools to do your work, no? Which in our case is how we can get this teacher to do a better STEM program. No? So we can save time to be more time with the kids, better content, better experiences, but not tell them what to do. No? Which is something EdTech sometimes we try to tell people, I'm going to show you how was education. No, I'm going to give you tools because you are the expert, and I'm going to be listening to you. No? That's our two things. That when we didn't do it, we tried to be very clever and tell you what to do. Didn't work, and we were in love with the product. Didn't work, so maybe that's useful.
Great. What about you, Maria? What advice would you give?
I think one thing is knowing, especially in EdTech, it's a really long game, right? Because it takes a long time to get into classrooms, to get teachers to use it, to get them to adapt your thing, to actually get data that shows that it works. So I think that's one thing, is just however long you think it's going to take, like multiply that times 3 to 5, right? And that's how long I feel like it takes in EdTech. And I like you were talking about schools, right? Talk to educators really, really early. So once we were at an event and someone said, you're doing, at the time we were doing math, I do math. And we said, what kind? Oh, K-12. Do you have a background in it? No, but it's K-12 math, so anybody can figure it out, right? And the way that you know things as an adult is very different than the way things are taught. And without getting that understanding and input really early on, you're going to create things that fail. And even our developers, we have them going into schools and working with schools, and we say, watch the kids, see where they get stuck, see what they like and don't like. And that often is different from what we thought it would be. And so taking that and understanding it and then shifting your product around that, as opposed to trying to force people into something that you think that they want versus listening to them. And that's really shifted what we do in a way that made it much better.
Okay.
Any good one.
No, I mean, just any particular advice, I don't know. We've invested in a number of companies for a long time, honestly, that sell into K-12. I think selling into K-12 is a particular sort of art and science in and of itself. So I don't know. What have you found that's been successful? And then would love to hear you as well. But yeah.
So we shifted actually away from selling into K-12, and now we're selling into organizations that are already distributing in K-12.
Okay.
But for us, I think that makes sense too. When you're a small company, if you're a startup, you can either try and compete with these big, huge players, or you can find ways to maybe partner with them.
Yeah.
And for us, instead of why trying to fight for this share of the market with them, what we've started doing is looking at folks who already are distributing, who have curriculum and content and want to make it into a game.
Right.
And that makes it a lot easier for us, because schools are super slow to adopt. Because if they use your thing, they implement it, they get teachers to onboard it, it doesn't work, or you don't exist in 3 years, because that happens a lot with small companies and startups, right? Then they've wasted their time, and so they're really conservative because they're taking children's education seriously. And if your product doesn't work and you're doing an app that sells cheaper yoga pants, that's fine. If your product doesn't work and you're using 10 hours a year out of a kid's curriculum time and it doesn't work, you've stolen that kid's 10 hours. So I think that's one thing, is K-12 is a really, really hard market to sell into, because, we're entrusting education, for kids.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, what about you guys? You guys have sold not just into schools, but into government-level ministries. So, we'd love to hear how you tackle that problem.
Yeah, one of the things he mentioned is patience is key, especially in K-12 market, which I would like to ask you also your opinion from an investor point of view, because dynamics are very different. You need more time, etc. But then it's when you get it, it's really sticky, those products. In the case of that, is being patient, look for adding value from the first time. We were not trying to do the whole country or the whole full program, textbooks, etc. at the first time, not focusing on something that they need, and from that point, showing them every month with data that we were adding value, and working from that was great. In our case, we tried to go different governments and ministries at the same time, because and adding the first project there and then start growing from there. It's been the thing we were doing, and being patient, looking for good partners, and in our case, it's pushing data, and full evangelization about this, how the money you are saving, how you are increasing engagement, the learning metrics, how they are improving, and then being patient, and then it will go, but understanding is different to other industries, And what's your view about EdTech investors when you think this level compared to other B2B, that maybe are more faster, but maybe not so sticky?
I think that's the main difference, honestly. Like a lot of people, I think there's a misconception about what a good ed tech company is, and that it has to be super different from what a good tech company is. Generally speaking, actually, when you look at the numbers, it's not that different, but there is the one key difference for companies that are selling into K-12 and universities in particular is often your sales cycle is longer. It just is. And so as a result of that, you don't see the kind of like 10x in a year growth that you might see in a different industry. I've never seen that in the decade plus that I've been investing in ed tech, with the brief exception of actually the COVID period. There was like this massive spike when people just needed a solution, and so all of a sudden there was a window of opportunity there. But generally speaking, you just don't see massive adoption. The flip side of that is the contracts, like the renewal rate on contracts is ridiculous. In traditional SaaS, 120% annual revenue retention is considered to be, off the charts good. In education, you can often see 200% plus, annual revenue retention, because once you get the contract, it just doesn't change, and people are much more willing to give you more business, right? So that's the trade-off, and so I think for us, we're happy to take that trade-off, but I think for other investors, they may not be comfortable. I think, so sorry, thanks for letting me get on my soapbox for a second there. But yeah, so just because we have about 5 minutes left, and we're in a really interesting fundraising environment, and there are a lot of sort of entrepreneurs and investors here. Would love to hear more about just what you guys are seeing, and what it's like from the entrepreneur's perspective. For context, I'm sure many of you guys know this, but the inflation rates have gone up. As a result, multiples in the public markets have fallen quite a bit, and multiples in private markets have also come down a bit. And the general prognosis is economic growth will be slower than it's been in the last couple of years going forward. And so that's made the fundraising environment just a lot less predictable than it was, say, in 2020 and 2021, when money was a little bit easier to come by. And so anyway, we'd love to hear your perspectives on that. I'll start with Rodrigo since you guys, just announced.
I start?
Yeah.
In our case, when we just announced our fundraising, process was not so different to other times. What was different, obviously, is the questions you receive. No,
Yeah.
It was more important. We received more questions about the unit economics, which is more important, about we're profitable, about how you're going to maintain profitable margins, how you're going to keep your growth being efficient. So that was something, obviously, the market now is putting more attention to. And also, we think, and maybe one advice on something was relevant to us is, as this is uncertainty, it's going to be tougher for fans to bet on companies. So that's why you need to build a very good relationship very early on, no? So because they need to do a bet, so every time they'll have more reasons because of markets, etc., to not to do it, no? So if you start maintaining a good relationship with them a long time ago before you need fundraising, and you saw progress with them every quarter, and you see this consistency, when is the moment you are giving them more tools and more opportunities for bet on the company, no? And maybe in the past they can do faster options, faster bet, and now I think you need to do all this work to build this conviction for fans, no? And that was something we learned in our fundraising, because those that knew Dilo for a long time and these our projects were more convinced to go with us, no? It was more difficult to get someone new, no? So that's why I think in this environment, this together with this profitability, units, and sustainable growth are quite relevant.
So, sorry, just going to double check, and then I will turn it over to Maria. But just on one thing, I mean, really specifically, in your previous rounds, were your financial models kind of taking for each round? Was that round taking you to profitability, generally speaking? And did that change at all in this round?
Yes, but we are a company that, because of our business, a lot of governments, etc. It's been always, we've been profitable before that, cash flow positive after VCs a year. So it's been quite a lot of the story the whole time. We didn't have to change it. So we were lucky. Our business was a little bit around that, with not so much. But it was more consistent now. The margins, the ECB, the growth, and every market, we were not profitable in every market. Every single market country past the profitability was in the deck, which was not in previous rounds, absolutely. And we see that for the questions you receive. No? So.
Okay, got it. And sorry, Maria, I would love to hear your perspective.
Well, and my take, and you said a word that drives me crazy, and I don't mean, but it was never easy, right? It's always hard. It's not going to be, it wasn't super easy 2 years ago. It's always hard, at least in our experience. Every time you're fundraising, you're like scraping and clawing, and it's not for the faint of heart. And I think for us, and I just said the data, we're a woman-owned, Latina-owned company, and so money has never been thrown at people like me, to be quite honest. And so I think for us, when we look at fundraising, we're looking at both traditional fundraising. We also had connected with Wharton Impact Ventures about doing a community round and looking at other ways. And so I think as many ways as you can look at to be bringing money in has really kind of been our focus, because they act like there's lots of money, bags of money being thrown around, but I have been waiting for mine and it hasn't come. So I think when I talk about fundraising, I think the one thing I say is no matter what, and people say this should be really easy, it's never, ever, ever easy. And I did have a friend who raised far, far for it, like exponentially more money than me. And he said to me, like, no matter how much it is, it always is hard. And so I think, it's probably, he said this is hard when you get your first 500,000 versus 50 million. Which I'm hoping, but maybe at the end you have 50 million versus 500,000, so it's probably better. But I think that's one of the things is people sometimes underestimate or feel like it's easier than it is because they've gotten a lot of messaging, and I have to say I disagree, but when you get the money, you feel good.
I think you're absolutely right to point that out. I know we only have 12 seconds left, but I will editorialize a bit on this. So we do a funding report every year around money in edtech, particularly for European startups. And it went up 3x last year, and so everybody's like, oh, this is amazing. But actually, if you looked at the number of deals that got done, that didn't change. And so what it meant is that for people who raised money, they raised bigger rounds, but actually the amount of people getting funding didn't change very much, and that's true globally as well. And so I think you're absolutely right that the typical experience is basically getting told no. We as investors have to raise money. That's also our typical experience, so that builds empathy to some degree with our entrepreneurs. But ultimately, obviously, if you can stay in it long enough, you figure out a way to make it work. So good luck to all you guys. Thanks so much for sharing your insights, and thanks for being here. I think we're good. Yeah. All right.
Ben, Rodrigo, and Julia, Maria. Okay, we're going to move on to our next panel now. Women inspired by women, something that's very close to my heart. I'm one of the ambassadors for an initiative called Inspiring Girls, which is a global organization focused on the aspirations of girls and young women throughout the world. Like many of my female contemporaries, it's so important that girls and women have strong female role models so that they can be inspired and motivated to become the next generation of leaders. So why don't we hear from 4 powerful and wonderful women who will share the importance of mentoring and creating powerful networks to inspire and nurture girls and women to join the entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem. So please welcome to the stage, and a big round of applause, to Patricia Ferruth, angel investor at WA4 STEAM and Angels for Women; Katrina Walker, founder and CEO at Code OP; Taryn Anderson, co-founder and CEO at Impulse for Women; and Pilar Prados, founder and CEO at Bounzel. Round of applause. Thank you.
Stay like that. Well, thanks very much for the introductions. Welcome, everybody. Welcome for Women Inspired by Women panel. The introductions have been made, so not much to say, but we have 3 wonderful panelists, successful women in their careers, and they will tell us more about what they do and how they have managed to become so successful. So we'd like to start with Katrina. Tell us about the origins, your vision and the origins of Code Op, what the main challenge that you managed to, or that you achieved or tried to solve with Code Op.
Cool. So Code Op is an international tech school for women, trans, and non-binary people. Most people at this point have heard about coding schools or technical boot camps. They've been around for over a decade and have been a really efficient model for churning out technical talent. And that's a good thing for the tech industry, which needs technical talent. What the tech industry needs more, however, is diverse technical talent, and that is more difficult to find. The funny thing about code schools, and I mean about 99% of them, are founded by men, appeal to men, and actually replicate the gender disparity that we already see in tech. So if you're looking at the student demographics of most code schools, you'll see that about 30% are women. And as we know, across the world, roughly 30% of the tech labor force is made up of women. So on the one hand, we have a really impactful educational model for churning out technical talent. And we also have this chronic problem worldwide with the gender disparity in tech. And so in 2018, what we set out to do was to create a tech school, but solely for women, to address the gender disparity in tech. This was the idea. Something interesting was that, coding boot camps, as I mentioned, they're around the world. Only a small percent are actually focused on women. So you have one in the San Francisco Bay Area, you have one in Madrid, you have one in New York, despite the fact that this gender disparity is worldwide, right? And so when we launched Code Op, we thought it was, nothing crazy to think we need an international code school really tackling this problem. So that's what we set out to do. Why are there not? Less than 1% of all the code schools are focused on women. Why is that the case? In my opinion, to create a startup, to create this vision, often you need capital to do that. To scale the vision, to internationalize, you also need capital to do that. We know that last year, less than 3% of venture capital went to women-founded companies. No? Code Op is operating in Barcelona. We're operating in Malaysia. We have a campus in London, and in August, we're running our programs in Brazil. We closed 2 fundraising rounds. I'm quite certain that this vision that we had would not have been possible if we didn't have investors backing us. So that was one of the hurdles that we faced in really manifesting this vision. That was from the entrepreneurial side, just fighting to exist. On the other end, what we're trying to do is to encourage women to pursue tech. So for decades, women have not been encouraged to pursue tech. That means part of the work that we're doing, the unpaid work that we're doing, is a lot of community development, letting women know around the world that this is a viable career path and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to get into tech. So these are a couple of the barriers that we face and how we've overcome it.
No, thank you very much for that. It's very interesting. Actually, we have time. I'll ask you some more about that 3% that is really something to change. Teran, going back to you, like Impulse for Women is doing an admirable job supporting women entrepreneurs. We'd also like to hear about your origins, your creation, how it all started and how it has been evolving.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm coming from the private banking, then I moved to the venture capital in 2016. And in 2017, they suggested me if I wanted to become general partner of the second fund. And I was like, oh, okay. And it was after seeing some pitchings from some startups that I went with my friends, females investors. I told them, and it was like, Taryn, there's only 4 females in the whole Spain with this position. And I was like, what? No, that cannot be possible. What is going on? Where are the startups? Why the females are interacting with investors differently? So it was like a bunch of questions without any answer at all. So we decided to build up a nonprofit organization called Impulse for Women with a main goal to connect female tech and startups, and also social impact projects founded or co-founded from males or females in order that they were covering the CDG goals. That was 2017. We decided to build up a matchmaking platform, like a professional Tinder, and we started in Spain. When we were making this scouting, we didn't arrive to more than 150 between female tech entrepreneurs and social impact projects. Probably there were more, but I didn't reach them. So I decided to move forward to Europe, and then my first step was supposed to go to North America because the venture capital that I'm working at, they are investing in North America, Europe since 2008. So the deal flow and also the investors, it was easy for me to bring them both to the platform. But in the meantime, they started to arrive females from Lebanon, South Africa, Russia, and it was like, wow, what I'm going to do? I do not know any investor in Russia or Lebanon. So we decided to start to close agreements with public and private international institutions. And that's the way that we started to grow. They didn't have any female tech startups, and it was difficult for them. So we were in the middle, making also these connections. And today, what we're doing also is not only with the public-private organizations, we're also connecting the startups with the investors and also with corporates that they want to make a digital transformation. Today, we are 11,000 startups worldwide. We do have a board of 75 people. All of them, they're in different units of expertise. We divide them, the business angels, venture capital, corporate venture capital, social impact funds, in different boards built up of male and female and from different countries. And that was also the proof that we could give to the market that what we were doing was coming from the investment side, and it was a guarantee behind. So it's for free for startups, as we are an NGO, well, NPO. And the fact is that we started to have a lot of startups from Africa, and we wanted to give the opportunity to any female tech startup social impact project to be seen from an investor. Our goal for this year is to arrive to 1,400 investors, and hope we could still growing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Very impressive numbers, actually. Moving now to Pilar, probably from your experience on creating Bonsell, you have experience in your blood many of those challenges. Tell us a little bit about your experience.
Sure. Well, in my case, I didn't plan it this way, but apparently it worked. It worked well. So let me very briefly tell you my story. So I used to be a really stressed M&A lawyer. I used to work in São Paulo in Brazil, actually. And what I detected is that nobody really liked to work with documents doing copy-paste, right? It's just a waste of time. So that was an idea that I, suffer directly. When I came back to Spain, to Valencia, my hometown, after living abroad for more than 12 years and after doing my LLM at Columbia Law School, I met Marcos, who is my co-founder and happens to be my husband today. And we decided to launch Bouncel. We incorporated the company in January 2019, and I think it was 3 weeks later that I discovered that I was pregnant of my first baby boy. Right now, he's 2 years and a half, doing great. And well, apparently it did well because, we were still developing the product. It was about to launch, the very first, MVP of Bouncel, which is, an all-in-one contract management platform powered by AI. And then I got pregnant again. So I got my second baby boy, who right now is 9 months old. And during this journey, obviously, it has been difficult, super rewarding. So please, if anyone, is about to start, founding her startup, come talk to me later on. I super encourage anyone to do it, but obviously, it takes courage. It's hard. I'm not going to talk about that. It's super easy. No, you need support. You need, a strong, network. Because sometimes you feel down, and you need someone, to be at your side.
Thanks a lot. Actually, that network is very important for me. Actually, personally, I've been lucky enough as to have important mentors around, mentors around my career, and good network of support. And actually, I guess that co-op, other than the education, it's also a very relevant part of the program, no? So tell us.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty uncanny, the parallels between my experience, becoming an entrepreneur, launching a startup, and that journey with our students, who are taking a leap of faith to transition into tech, often, at the age of 30, and not knowing it's possible, right? So on the one hand, I had never met any women founders. I don't come from an MBA background, and so I had no idea what it meant to launch a startup, right? And the first thing I did was find a community of women entrepreneurs, and they were really fundamental in supporting me in those initial steps, because all of a sudden this world opened up, and I had these stories of women doing it. So this became very encouraging. When I launched CodeUp, I knew that it would be a similar situation, right? And so the community aspect of CodeUp is critical, because again, we're having to undo years of stereotypes, thoughts that have been deeply ingrained into the consciousness that, I can't do this, it's too hard for me, I'm too old to do it, I have a kid, I have to, I can't do both things. And so when we build the community, we're sharing stories of people that have done it, and that becomes a really important initial step, which is the top of the funnel of our impact strategy, right? So that community needs to happen usually at the top from the beginning. Then throughout the journey, the reality is that, despite CodeUp being solely for women, once they get into tech, they're going to be in a male-dominated field, right? That's not going to be, CodeUp environment is not necessarily going to be the environment they have once they get into tech. It was the same case for me when I was a data scientist, and it was the same case for me when I became a founder. And so you need that, it takes a village to support you and carry you through these times, because things are going to come up. And the support of a community is going to make you that much stronger. And so we're tackling it from the front, and we're tackling it at the back. There's so many networks of incredible women doing things. And so it's just really connecting the dots and bringing everyone together to make it happen.
No, definitely, it's crucial. From your experience, Darren, both on networking or on the mentoring side, which are the critical elements that makes the difference for entrepreneurs?
Well, actually, as we started as a networking platform, but due to COVID, we started when I was explaining before that we got 75 people supporting Impulse for Women, they were investors, and when the COVID came over, we saw that a lot of startups, they were struggling. So I turn over, look at my board and say, hey, will you give some time and experience to all these females? Because to be a mentor is not so easy. You need a kind of expertise and you have to be very, very careful of what you're saying. So the only way that I was able to give quality was asking to investors. So we started with the first mentoring session online. It was in April.
I used it actually, yeah, amazing experience.
2020, then we did another one with UN Women. And there it was 2 females that they were invested, but it was random for sure. The main purpose was not to connect the startups with investors, it was that it happened. And the third time it was with the government of Finland. And besides this, in the meantime, we started to include pitching sessions, and we were supporting to European Business Angels networking to give them, we gave them some female lead tech entrepreneurs. So it was like, why I'm going to give it to them if I could do it myself? I know the investors and I know the startups. So we also included webinars last year with our advisory board. We started covering all the lifetime average of the startups because we started with how to make an agreement partner and how to go to, we got someone in our board from NASDAQ, and he was explaining the steps that you need to make in order to take your startup to NASDAQ, to prepare it to the stock market. And also we started to do podcasts, but the interviewers are the startups, because they are explaining their own experience, and it's a part of education that I love it, because it doesn't matter if you're female or male. The difference is that the females, they're saying the good things and the bad things. Males normally say only the good things.
The good things.
Yeah, so that's a good point for them as well to see, hey, they are suffering the same ways. That's biocodification, so it's good or bad. I mean, it's not just to pick up into the gender. Thank you.
Thank you. And then from your experience, Pilar, I imagine you have found successful and very helpful mentors and a good network on your experience. Tell us about.
Yes, absolutely. And well, I have just finished this ultimate program of Google for Startups, Founders Academy, Women Founders Academy, and it has been really, really helpful, because what happens is that, you know, being a CEO, it's hard. Obviously, being a woman CEO, I truly believe that it's even harder. There are a lot of things that we need to work. It's not particularly my case, because I've never been, you know, that, but a lot of women tend to lack confidence, which is something really important if you want to pitch, if you want to sell, if you want to do business, right? You need to believe in you need to inspire confidence, and this is, for me, the base. Being part of a community, for me, is like home. You know that when you are home, when you are at home, you feel safe. You know that you are always going to find people that are going to support you. Everyone, you know, we all have the same problems. And for example, in my recent case, I have connected with a lot of, you know, female founders from here, from Europe, and we are all, you know, at the same stage, you know, during, you know, in our startups, and it's really, you know, helpful, because, for example, people want to do business with people that get along with, right? So if you get along with someone, then he's going to make you an intro, he's going to recommend you. I remember, for example, more than 10 years ago when I did my LLM at Columbia, I am right now, you know, after 9 years, receiving qualified leads from my colleagues, from university, from college, right? So it's very important to, you know, build relationships, nurture the relationships, and just have fun during this journey.
Perfect. We've talked more on the what the entrepreneur, what the professional can do. I'd like to go back to the 3% that we mentioned before, and have your thoughts on what the market could do different. Actually, recently read a NGBS report it was based on a study in 2014, more or less, but where it claims there is a natural bias on panels asking questions to entrepreneurs, either if they are male or women. The type of questions may be different, and there is a natural bias on perceiving the projects in a different manner. Do you really think there is that bias, and what is your view around that, and what the market and the organizations could do to change it?
I really do think that they are biased. Actually, as a venture capital, I can tell you a female is coming with cash flow like it's almost real. Actually, sometimes you have to tell her, hey, put 10,000, 15,000 higher, because maybe you're not gonna, it could come anything, others types of ways that you were not thinking about it, but it could be. And for the males, you have to take like 25% off and review it. Like when a female wants to go to see an investor, she needs to have everything super controlled. And I need all the team, everything. And a man can come with a hot potato. Yes, and an idea, and they drop it, and they sell it. And that's funny. I mean, female teams are much more successful than only male teams. But when they cross each other, it's amazing. Male is going to go to fundraise for a 5% year one for 100,000 euros. Next year, he's going to go for 5% for 150,000 euros. Next year, he's going to make 200,000 for a 5% of the company. A female will give a 30% for 150 for the next 3 years, because I do not like to go to see investors. So when you got the way that we approach to the risk, male or female, is so different, but that when they're together, she's making a conservative way and he's going to the risk. So they are getting to a good average. And really, we do have different mindset. Doesn't matter if you're from Norway or South Africa. I could tell you. Now I see it. I got global startups. I could see the way females are reacting. We are the same. We have it in our DNA. So, yeah, DNA. Sometimes I say NDA.
Well, we probably have it in both.
That's my experience. I could still tell you more tips, because it's funny to see the difference between us, females and males.
From my perspective, I mean, it's certainly true that we need more representation on leadership teams, 100%. What's also true is we all have biases. We all have blinders on, and we need to check them. And that helps when you have people who are different than you, that are around you. In my case, actually, when I launched CodeUp, my assumption was that women investors would understand our project and therefore be more inclined to invest in CodeUp. What happened was that, in fact, probably 90% of our investors are men in their 40s and 50s who have daughters. They were the ones who understood our project. And so that was a big surprise for me. For me, it's just a matter of always checking your assumptions, and you can do that more easily when you have different people around you, and then on the leadership team, making sure that there is representation.
No, it's definitely sure. Do you have any thoughts, Pilar?
Well, in my case, I can say that, for example, when I talk to investors, they would say, hey, Pilar, I love your energy. I like a lot your storytelling. I really, buy your passion, your ambition. And this is something that it may be the exception, right? Because a lot of women tend to be not that ambitious, not that, they tend to think smaller than men. We still have 100% of Bouncel, of the capital. When we incorporated the company, I designed, maybe it's because I'm a lawyer, I don't know, but we designed this financial planning, and we receive a lot of public financing. But I have been talking to investors for 3 years, building that relationship, which again is super important. And in the next months, maybe it's about to close the deals.
Important is you need to be. I mean, you cannot go to an investor. He's a human being. Like, hey, I want to talk to you because I need money. No, yes, super. Tell me your project, but give me some time. I need to know you. And also because, as a venture capital now, from our portfolio, the startups, the main reason why they're breaking up the startups is because the team. It's not the business model. So we were discussing the other day with a friend, like 90%, 99%? No, because COVID could happen as well. So this is a very big, important point that you should take advice.
No, definitely. I subscribe 100% of what you're saying. Actually, on my experience as an associate at Women and We A4 team, we aim to support or at least evaluate potential investments as an association without those bias, and we're taking kind of a fair view on women-led entrepreneurs, because there is, I think the bias is on in each one of us. It's like it's on us ourselves that we undermine or we basically play smaller than we should, and potentially also on the other side, being men or women, the type of questions that might be asked or the type of assessments or projections definitely could be different. But definitely we should change that. I think the 3% is in the US, in Europe is around 7% last time I checked, but it's definitely lower than 10% of the investments go to startup-led, female startups, female-led startups, whatever. I would like to use the last minutes we have a wonderful presence of audience of mainly women, but I see quite a fair, good representation of men. So good that they are also interested on those topics, because definitely they are also agents in the change. But we'd like to have our final round of advice for all those women trying to make a change in the market, in tech, in STEAM, entrepreneurs, or even just in endeavoring a new challenge on an industry.
Okay, sure.
Let's go backwards.
Just go for it, dream big, don't overthink, just do it. It will, work well. And please do not procrastinate, being a mom for work, because I think that you will regret.
I will say the same thing that I say to our prospective students, and that is, if there's been a voice in your head that's been flirting with the idea of launching a venture or getting into tech, and that little voice keeps on coming back, it's highly likely you need to honor that voice and just go for it. Again, stop thinking about it and go for it. That's the first point. The second point I want to say is that when I raised my first round, I had just immigrated to Barcelona from the San Francisco Bay Area. I was not in the startup scene at all. Most of my investors are second and third connections, which meant that I had to start talking to people and building relationships. So certainly put yourself out there, start talking to people. There's a whole world waiting for you that I discovered 4 years ago, and it's really exciting, and it's waiting for you.
Well, you need 40% of your time to fundraise. So it means that you're not focused on your project, and you cannot be the whole day doing or developing your product or service. So the due diligence with investors is super important. If you have your MVP, you're not invoicing, don't go to a venture capital, never. But relationships, if you meet them, start a personal relationship. Ask them their opinion. What do you think? Which is my pre-money evaluation? Do you think that you could connect me with a business angel? This time of relations, it takes at least 6 months to keep it. And maybe I need a business angel now, but in 1.5 years, I will need a Series A, like happened to her. So to meet all these people and know them, and in one way to the investors, you give the chance to observe you. And in the other side, it gives you support for you in order to develop.
Thanks a lot for being here. It has been really a pleasure meeting you all and chatting with you, and I hope you all enjoyed the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Does anyone? Thank you very much to our panel. I think the message is for all women out there, don't play it small, dream big, and network, network, network. We're going to have a short break now for the opening ceremony, so you can either stay in here or watch it in the main sala. We'll be back at 11:15, and we're going to be looking and delving deep into deep tech. We'll see you shortly. Thanks. Hello everyone, welcome back to the SANDBOX stage here at South Summit 2022 in Madrid. We hope you enjoyed the first half of the morning on the future of education and women in business. This year's theme is decoding complexity, and we're going to talk about quite a complex subject now, deep tech. Why is deep tech important, you may ask? Well, deep tech ventures innovate in areas of major importance such as life sciences, agriculture and clean energy generation, just to name a few. To succeed in deep tech entrepreneurship, companies must focus on the core principle of problem solving. Big data, artificial intelligence, amongst other deep techs, when well used, can help us create a better world. So let's find out about how deep tech is being accelerated in the European ecosystem and how the EU is supporting that acceleration. So let's welcome our panel and our moderator to the stage. Let's start off with Eyal Goldman, who's a brand innovation consultant. He's our moderator for today. David Seoni Villarino, head of communities at SANDBOX. Oscar Sala, Managing Director at the Collider Mobile World Capital Barcelona Foundation, and Tobias Schimmer, founding partner at Join Capital. We're also waiting for Fausto Boni, the general partner at 360 Capital. He's on his way from Madrid Airport in a taxi. He's hopefully going to get here. So a big round of applause for our panel today. Thank you.
Thank you. Hola a todos, encantado. Good morning, and thank you all for being here with us. And thank you, our great panelists. I think we can all agree that deep tech has a huge momentum nowadays. We've seen it in the digitalization leap after COVID-19. And I would like to start with a question for you guys. What do you think needs to be done in order to scale up the deep tech ecosystem in Europe?
Yeah, indeed. Well, I introduce myself. I'm David, head of communities at SANDBOX, and we can start by what we are doing together with the European Commission. You know, if you are entrepreneurs, you are facing a challenge on getting funding, how to get funding, the right funding, how to find it, and how to apply for this funding. And the European Commission has been for decades thinking about how to ease the access to funding. And this is when the idea of the cascade funding came in 2013. And at SANDBOX, we are distributing more than 140 million euros of this cascade funding. And this is an equity-free funding solution for deep tech. They came with this revolutionary idea, the European Commission, some years ago. And this is easier funding than the traditional one. This is equity-free. And it's a quite funny thing that when you are looking for equity-free funding in Google search, you always find things related to minorities, charity, etc. But this is not normally associated to deep tech funding, right? And this is what the European Commission is doing. And we are helping them. We are like intermediaries. At the end of the day, we get the funds from the European Commission through what we, as we usually name, they are accelerators funded by the European Commission. We launch open calls, and we distribute through our platform this equity-free funding. And about your question, how they are scaling, we have very good examples of companies, and there are many touch points with VCs, tech transfer organizations, and institutions where, as we are collaborating together, we help them to scale, and maybe later on we can talk about several examples.
So thank you very much. I think it's very important, you know, for innovators not to deal, for starters, with business models and equity, and this is a very huge opportunity to go into and to explore. And Tobias, as a VC, can you share with us what are you looking for in an early stage startups, or what do you think needs to be done in this area?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe just up front, when we talk about deep tech, it means several things to different people, and maybe just my definition I would like to share so everybody's on the same page. So when we talk about deep tech, typically we talk about a technology that is radically different. So it doesn't exist yet. It's something completely new, and it's almost starting a paradigm shift in several potential use cases. Yeah? And so with everything new and radically different, it takes time to build. Yeah? There's considerable time of research. There's oftentimes academic involvement. There's a lot of trial and testing and prototyping involved, and that takes a long time. And that takes time before we can even think of use cases or commercial applications. And so from a VC's perspective, obviously these 5-6 years, they're a problem. Yeah? I mean, before you can start, or at least have an idea whether customers would want this technology, it's a very uncomfortable environment to fund a company. And so it involves a lot of risk, obviously, and hence, from a VC perspective, we're absolutely dependent on that 6 or 5 years academic research and this whole period of where this new invention is coming to life is accompanied, funded, supported, and coached and managed. And so, therefore, the initiatives that are available these days, luckily, they make it a lot easier for us to invest in deep tech companies, which we do, and we do quite a bit. Still enough risk when we enter, but obviously this kind of phase before it becomes a commercial viable project is something that we cannot do as commercial VCs.
Yeah, so I think it's very important what you just mentioned, because you're entering in a later stage of the development from an idea to commercialization. And Oscar, I want to ask you, because I think this is, the European Union role maybe to interfere in the early stage, and as Tobias said, in the first 5-6 years, when you build this technology, who do you think needs to be involved, not only VCs? Yeah.
Thanks a lot for this question. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And before answering your question, let me go deeper and introduce what we do. Okay, I'm the managing director of Mobile at Collider, a technology transfer program from Mobile World Capital Ecosystem. And in Mobile World Capital Ecosystem, what we do is to create 365 days activity, taking advantage of Mobile World Congress and 4 years from now. This global ecosystem that happens 3 days a year during an event in Barcelona. I wish, and I hope you've been there. If not, you have no excuse the next year, in next March. The same event happens in Las Vegas, in Samsung, in Shanghai, and this global ecosystem, yes, is super useful to connect the dots and permit that happens a lot of things during the 365 days of the year. Okay, in Collider is an opportunity, an answer to an opportunity that we found out 5 years ago, is how to use deep tech knowledge, European research knowledge, to help our industry to be more competitive. Or on the other hand, why not? To promote a more tech-based industry. And let me share with you that this has already happened these 2 years' time. We are perhaps in the most exciting era of humanity, thanks to technology, global conversations are able today, and global collaborations. In these 2 years' time, we've been sure that thanks to current technology, we are not able neither to address in a different way the solution, the need, the problem. For example, the pandemic vaccine, we've been able to develop in 10 years' time before the last century. And what we'll be able if we build from tech possibilities? And it's what we do in Collider, with the huge opportunity we have in European next recovery funds. But it's time to focus in our strengths. We need to be very competitive in specific things, and other things, no. What we do in Collider to connect the dots. How to do that involving all the stakeholders, corporates, research, entrepreneurs, investors, to work together and to take advantage of tech possibilities. Instead of using technology, why not to build from tech possibilities? And it's pending subject in Europe. Let me share with you, I don't know, let me ask the question to the attendees, okay? Do you know how many of patents generate impact in Europe? Only 5%. Do you know how many, what's the percentage of industry contract guaranteed to universities in Spain? Only 5%. Why? Because they speak different languages. And answering your question, the starting point is to find common points, create a community. I'm sure that you're aware community is a magic word, okay? For all the startups, if you don't have a community today, you're dead, okay? Of course, in a long tail business model, but deep tech too. Coming back to Tobias, I think comparing to a long tail business model, deep tech is a solution that has been built in the lab without a specific use case in the market. So the next effort is after this in the lab is evolve this technology. Why not we create conversations with the market to understand if they're useful or not? But not the investors, because investors are a risk management business. This we should spend some time. So first, answering your question. So it's time to do what states with Israel, with Japan, with these companies, these sector regions. And on the other, coming back to the pandemic, the only country worldwide that has growth is China, 2020. The States has grown and get rid of the crisis 12.8. Europe, I don't know when we will rid of the last crisis, 12.8. 12.8, 2022 it's now. So first of all, finding collaboration models, changing the mindset of corporates willing to work with researchers, and on the other hand, to bring market mindset in the researchers. We need to change the model. Instead of how it's the height of our publications, what's the impact of the research, what we do? And of course, European governments, European Commission, should promote these points of contact. I'm going to go deeper and some examples regarding to that.
I want to ask you, because I think I'm coming from Israel, and the entrepreneur spirit in Israel, I think you know, it's very, very strong. In Europe, I think I can see great minds, great ideas, great innovators, but there is a far distance how they do market it themselves and how do they go to the market. So my question to you guys is, what do you think needs to be done in the education level at first? And this is maybe for the both of you to answer, and Tobias will go later.
I will answer my question what we do in Collider. Afterwards, I'm shifting on David, but you're doing interesting things on Tobias from investor perspective. As I was mentioning, we are a technology transfer program, so we are working mainly in three angles. First of all is to be civilized research capabilities in the industry. And to do that, we don't reinvent the wheel. We are applying the same method in States. So one method is called ICORPS that was raised in ICORPS and Stanford and Berkeley. And this is perhaps one of the main interesting things why American economy is behaving well. And what we are doing there is to promote market mindset in entrepreneurs and promoting 7 weeks collaboration, market valuation industry, to promote what? To understand that the industry, wow, these guys have something interesting for me, promote proof of concept, so on. This is the first angle. The second angle, we have a technology transfer program to co-creating spin-offs with the market, researchers, entrepreneurs. And for us, this co-creation is super important. It's what us makes different and helps us to generate impact, business and impact. To do what, we have one basis. First of all, we are very convinced that innovation is about tempos, the maturity of technology and readiness of the market to adopt that technology. So always we start from the market, and we are not generalists, mainly in digital health, clean tech and food tech. After speaking with nearly 200, 300 corporates a year, understanding their needs, afterwards we put on their conversation deep tech projects that have been working for the last 6 years and are ready to be transferred to the market. This is, the market selects the best 15, and the second special recipe of Collider, and is the reason why we are called Collider, okay, is that we prefer to put in the right hands a project, and we think serial entrepreneurs that have made successful initiatives, have made mistakes. Perhaps if someone is more ready than the researcher we promote to become a managing director. It's not about having skills, it's not about training marketing, it's about having made mistakes. So our CEO is a person that has created at least 5 startups, has a minimum average of 3 million fundraising. These people, they know very well how to make things happen. And at the end, during 15 weeks, guys, corporates, I don't know what happens in 50 weeks in your corporates. Now, in Collider 50 weeks, we co-create market solutions with researchers, entrepreneurs, and, of course, industry. And when this happens, we create spin-offs, and we are the first investor. Why? Because investors today prefer invest in long-tail business model because they're less risky than deep tech early stage. But let me share some KPIs that works very well. We are a tiny program. We are mainly working with all Spanish research institutions. Some of them are European. We brought to Spain, we are looking for 30 entrepreneurs a year, 15 projects, 20 entrepreneurs for each project. We receive nearly 1,000 people from 36 countries that want to come to our country to work in. Serial entrepreneurs, quite interesting. But coming back, we have created 20 startups, only closed 2 in last 3 years, 2. We have, with only direct, say, 700K direct investment, we have raised 7 million. We have created companies of 20 million market valuation. Investors, come here. You have a opportunity there.
Oscar, thank you for that. And I want to take your point about failure, because I think it's very important for innovators and entrepreneurs to feel okay to fail, and I think there are a lot of additional things that need to be taken care of. So Tobias, what else are you looking for in a startup or an entrepreneur when you're looking for an investment?
So obviously, I mean, when we're talking about deep tech, we definitely like to identify and question whether this radically new really holds. Yeah? So I mean, that's the number one. Usually you see this in patents or in kind of specific domain expertise from the founding team. But that's not only one side of the story. Yeah? I mean, the other one is like, is this ever going to be commercially successful? And that's really the tricky part, because oftentimes we're dealing with scientists or researchers or people with very specific domain expertise and an excellent track record in what they do, but in very little experience or expertise in bringing a product to market. And so it's a debate whether you can whether you can teach these skills to those technical people or not. I would say it's very difficult. But the one entrepreneurial thing.
Do you think it's only a matter of education or other?
No, it's a different mindset. It's just a skill. I mean, yes, there will be people who are coachable and who will have learned it. Maybe. Am I still on? Yeah. But I would say the vast majority, they're not also wanting to do that job. Yeah? They're more comfortable in the lab or in the research facility. And so the one entrepreneurial thing that we need to see in these founders is that they're willing to recognize that and partner up with someone who has that skill set. And from our portfolio, for example, we've backed mathematicians who are at the forefront of mixed integral linear programming, which is a whole field within mathematics. They have not sold a product to anyone. They partnered up. We have people from the University of Sheffield who are inventing natural AI, which potentially could be the next big solution in autonomy and autonomous driving. They've partnered up with a senior executive from Oracle. And so that's the entrepreneurial spirit we need to see from deep tech founders, to recognize that weak spot, open up the cap table and bring someone in who bridges that gap. That for us is a prerequisite. And I think there's plenty of talent on both ends. So I think it's a matter of making that happen. And obviously your activities are definitely helpful in matchmaking.
Yeah, I will go back to David in a second, but Fausto, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for waiting for me.
So I want to ask you, Fausto is General Manager at the 360 Capital. I want to ask you, we've talked about the necessity in Europe, what needs to be done in order to scale up the ecosystem here. You as an investor, what are you looking for when you look in a person, in a company, in an idea, except for the, let's say, mindset, failure, obligation, etc.?
Right. Well, I would say that if we focus on deep tech plays differently from what we look for in other type of investment in IT or in consumer, we are not asking for the founder to be a suitable CEO in the medium term, because in fact, maybe you have 3 or 4 years ahead of pure R&D development, and therefore, a commercial CEO would be useless or detrimental. So we are looking for people who have the attitude and the spirit, and they are socially friendly, and they can attract one day somebody who can take their prototype or their idea or their product to the market. Still, you have to get there. So first step is to validate your technology and to make it workable, which is an extra point, an extra checkpoint that deep tech plays have versus other plays. Does that make it too or more risky? Maybe yes, maybe not. I mean, in Southern Europe in general, I'm pretty bullish about this type of plays because you have solid pockets of excellence in research, and you have it's not purely a money game to win the competition, but you also have some real IP protection that protects you, shields you from competition. So my overall take is I'm very bullish on this space. This is why we have this has been among the core area in which we have invested in the last 4 years. And I think for many other people, I think this will prove a space where Europe can really express truly true world champions in this field.
Thank you. You wanted to add something, David?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I believe you are talking about almost the same, making entrepreneurs or startups venture ready for you. And I believe that we have many touch points with, for example, what Collider is doing. I believe that solutions like Cascade Funding, by the way, something that I didn't mention before, is not only about funding. We are providing acceleration. We are providing networking opportunities because we are partnering with partners like this in the projects that we are running. And at the end of the day, we are like a sort of scouting solution for investors because we are making venture-ready startups to the acceleration programs that we are running at different stages. So maybe at some stage, I can talk to Oscar and say, hey, here you are some entrepreneurs that you can pick up and take them to Collider, or he can speak to SANDBOX and tell us, hey, I have here some entrepreneurs that have passed through MVP stage and they could be eligible for your programs. So at the end of the day, we are sharing the same mission, right? Or vision of making entrepreneurs more venture ready. And I can talk about several things that we are doing at SANDBOX on that side.
Maybe you can share with us, because I think people think when you go to Cascade Funding and other opportunities, they will not always go global and go successful in investments. So I think you have great examples for the 100 million club investments from your Cascade funds.
Yeah, indeed. Some of the key findings that we got through a Cascade Funding report that, by the way, has been recently published by SANDBOX, where you can see all these funding opportunities, what is this about, the principles, which are the areas. Digitalization is at the heart of every Cascade Funding call opportunity. We have there three examples that came through our acceleration programs. They started by this pre-seed equivalent equity-free funding, 50,000 to 250,000 euros equity-free funding, but just after going through the EU-funded program, 1 year after, we have, for example, Nozomi Networks that got 150 million euros just 2 years after being in our programs, and right now has an equivalent value to 1 billion euros. Or, for example, Citron Technologies, that is an indoor positioning solution. By the way, I'm very proud because they are from Galicia, from my region. I can mention that. And after passing through our program, 60,000 euros when they started, equity-free funding, they got an immediate investment just 6 months after being in our program of 16 million euros.
Wow, that's
this was
impressive.
just 2 examples. That's why I was saying before that we are like scouters for you guys, for investors to make the startups venture ready. These are just two examples.
What I want to ask you, Oscar, we've talked about the investment part and how to be ready for investment and market, but Tobias has mentioned here a few minutes ago about the necessity to think that an idea in deep tech, until it goes commercialized, we have a few years between maybe 5 even to 10 years. And what do you think needs to be done in the European level in order to, to escalate this, not only via VCs or organizations like yours, because there is another role in here?
Okay, I do believe that European ecosystem has two pending subjects. Okay, several years ago we talked about we were good at creating startups, we weren't good at scaling up. This is not happening today. At European level we are at 18%, States around 20%, compared to South America around 30%. So it is not happening anymore. What the problem that has Europe, I would focus in 2 different parts of this party. First of all, if you're a startup that you need 60 million euros, except you are Wallapop, Globo, long-tail business model of fintech, you need to cross the ocean. So to go to a bigger ecosystem. It's the case of States, it's the case of Singapore, that is doubling at least the number of Americas. But coming back to deep tech, I think European level, Europe ecosystem has a pending subject in early stage, but not early stage companies. I'm talking about projects that are not a company yet. And they're super risky for investors. So we need to create the conditions to make proof of concept with the industry. And after this proof of concept, why not to connect to other actors, such SANDBOX, such Collider, or wherever, okay?
What do you think about needs to be done? More collaborations, regulatory aspects?
Sure. I think, first of all, we give funds. But assuring that the funds are used in the right direction. So we need to change the research ecosystem that is more thinking in how to publish, how to keep a skeleton staff, to work in the trendy new 2020 program instead of thinking of the impact of the activity they're doing. And on the other hand, we need to regulate, because it's true from investor's perspective, why to pay the acceleration at TRL is the technology readiness level, is how we measure the deep tech ecosystem to maturity. It works very well, very similar to Richter earthquake law. It's in the TRL 8 is the market, is the earthquake in Richter scale. In 1, it's basic research. Basic research is working very well. But what happens when the lab is testing this technology in the small scale with a specific use case? Investors say, why I should invest on that? Because I'm not sure that I will be paid back these results. So, this is a reason why this is happening.
I just want to ask Tobias and Gozo, as a VC, as an investor, do you think there is another role that is not being completed by the European Union in this gap, or any other thoughts you can share with us?
I mean, in the end of the day, it's the absence of really long-term capital. Yeah? So I don't know how it's for you. You've been in the business for long, but the money that we are capable of raising in Europe, most VC funds, it's either the government or it's private institutions like family offices or high net individuals. And these investors have not as long a time frame oftentimes than, for example, a pension fund or an endowment or some real long-term capital allocation plans. And so that puts the commercial VCs under immense pressure to deliver returns before you can unlock your next fund cycle. And so for us, I couldn't fund a company over 15 years out of one fund. It's a very difficult thing, because if I do that 20 times, I can maybe show some R&D benefits or some advancements, but I have no commercial game plan that I can show and basically raise my next fund with. So if I had obviously a pension scheme and an endowment that would, regardless of the commercial traction, at least contribute to successor funds earlier on in a 20-time horizon, yes, the private market, the VCs, they would also make bets and build a risk system around very early stage companies. But that market failure is currently filled by EU initiatives, and they're bridging that gap. And so they allow us to invest after 5-6 years, once the R&D is pretty much done, and once we can start thinking about commercialization. And so if there were to be more institutional long-term capital available, I think the EU could then take a step back, and then there will be business models evolving that could individually cope with the corresponding risk. But that is currently not the case. It's improving. It's definitely improving. But I would say that would be the biggest unlocking of innovation in Europe if you had kind of long-term capital in this asset class.
Thank you for that. So Fausto, do you think, let's say, except the capital that we just mentioned now in the long term, do you think anything else should be done?
I would say what the colleague was saying before is still to some extent true, but is in process of being addressed. I would say that today we don't feel too much pressure in getting to commercialization at any cost. You can unlock some value in an intermediate step, either via early exit or via secondaries or via other ways. So I would say that we managed to fund. We have in our portfolio some big tech plays in Europe where they raised 70, 80, even 100 million euro. Between European and occasionally also some Asian investors who are interested in some specific spaces. So what I would say, what the European Union is doing in this space is pretty much what should be done. I think fostering, promoting technology transfer from university to VCs or investors that are putting a commercial spin to the ventures. is something really worthy. It's a process that takes time because it requires to change the mindset of many researchers, of many professors in university that should promote innovation, and instead in some situation actually are blocking innovation because are keeping too much their staff with them without letting them go in terms of spin-outs. But I mean, this stuff is changing. Clearly the change does require some time. It cannot be done in 6 months or in 2 years,
Yeah.
But the direction set is the right one, in my opinion.
Right one. Okay, I want to share with you, I think, one more barrier for European to adopt opportunities like CASC funding is, bureaucracy and privacy and data security. And I think you have a new solution that you just piloted. So can you share with the audience?
Indeed. We have been in the funding market for 30 years, and in the deep tech funding, on CASC funding related during the last 12 years. And we understand the pains that the European Commission has, the entrepreneurs have, and we are facing a societal challenge here, which is about trustworthy environments. For example, when you apply to an open call, you are giving your data. What is the European Commission or SANDBOX doing with my data, right? So that's a societal challenge, but still entrepreneurs have the challenge on how to find the right funding and get funding easier way and a faster way. And we came with a solution that is being piloted right now, that is a digital wallet, that is powered by SSI principles, and a privacy by design solution that will ease the access for funding for SMEs and startups.
When you say easy the way, can you...
Basically, in practical terms, this means I have my digital wallet, I submit once to SANDBOX platform, giving my information, but I still take care of my data because this is powered by self-sovereign identity solution. So I take the decision on giving the information that I want, but I do this once. And when I do this once, then the platform will give me back all the funding opportunities tailored to me and will automatically apply to all those funding opportunities. So easier funding, faster funding.
So maybe we can shorten the, let's say...
Yeah, the time span to... as the European Commission says, the time to grant is being reduced, right? Mm-hmm. And what's something that is taking right now like half a year or 1 year, with SANDBOX, we expect that this will take you like a week or a month. So
I'm going to count on that and going to be seeing next year how it goes.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, David, Oscar, Fausto, and Tobias for being with us today. Enjoy your day in South Summit. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to stay with the theme of deep tech now. Let's turn to some of the new trends in software development for optimizing businesses. Machines and computer software are increasingly handling more repetitive tasks, freeing up people to leverage their creativity. As we all know, creativity in business is what helps companies gain an advantage over their competitors and boost their productivity. So, to share their insights on how we can tackle operations across companies to make them more efficient and smarter, please welcome to the SANDBOX stage and a round of applause for Sergio Esteve de Miguel Angelada, co-founder and co-CEO at Beagle Legal, Álvaro Decheus, head of Southern Europe at Pleo.io, and Iñaki Uriz, CEO at Caravello. Welcome to the stage.
Right. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yep. Yep. Is it working? Hello? Hello, hello? Yeah. Let's
Let's wait a little bit till they enter.
Yeah.
And then we start. Okay, so we're talking about software at the service of business optimization. So there's two reasons why I think it's very important, this panel. First of all, as you know, B2B SaaS companies are the hottest now, or at least we believe. But they're really, really in a hot spot right now. And second, most important, businesses are seeing optimization as the only way of sometimes surviving or growing in a proper way. There's been a lot of optimization for us, for particulars, for B2C, but it's time for businesses and for the professionals to have tools to be able to improve and to do their job better and to, in general, optimize their businesses. We have here with us Iñaki Urizu, CEO of Caravelo, and we have Álvaro de Seus. He's the head of, remind me again, head of Southern Europe at Plio. And welcome to both of them.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask them to make a small intro about themselves and about the company.
Okay. I can go first. So Iñaki, CEO of Caravelo. What we do at Caravelo, we are a travel tech startup. So we help basically airlines to run better their business. We help them simplify and automate their revenue streams and also simplify and reduce their costs base. We do that with a number of things. The most prominent one is we help them move their revenue model from the old-fashioned transactional, like selling plane tickets one by one to every one of you, into something a bit better, which is a mix of selling plane tickets and also offering a subscription model. So you can not only fly with Iberia, but you can also subscribe to Iberia. And maybe you pay 50 euros a month, and you get a round trip a month. So we are improving those operations and generating more revenue.
Okay, super interesting.
Thank you, Iñaki. So my name is Álvaro. I'm the head of Southern Europe at Plio. I guess not all of you know what we do. So I'm going to ask you a very simple question. How many of you have a receipt like this one, which is lying in their pockets right now, because you are here on business? Okay, I see a couple of hands around. So what we do is that we take care of this, so you don't have to handle it again. So we're expense management solution for corporates that we gonna remove all this hassle, what's got to do with expenses, and what we do is we issue some debit cards that we're gonna give to your employees, so that they don't have to pay in advance. And on the second side, we're going to be integrating with your accounting systems. So once they pay, automatically, all those expenses will be already in your accounting systems at a live way, right? So if you want to hear more, we're at the stand outside. Thank you.
Thanks. For those who are worried about the paper, he will collect it after, don't worry. Definitely.
We are very green.
He always does. So I didn't introduce myself. I'm Sergio Esteve de Miguel. I'm a co-CEO and co-founder of Bigger Legal. And we are a contract lifecycle management, which for those who don't know what it is basically the CRM for lawyers. That's, I found out, the best way to describe it. Lawyers work in a messy way, if we can say it, disorganized, but they're very diligent. So we believe that with the right software, they can do the job better, and that's what we do. So all of us are as you can see, softwares at the service of the business optimization. And I wanted to go a little bit deeper into this industry, of the software for businesses. I have a question for you, Iñaki. Mm-hmm. In an industry like airlines, so obsessed with optimization, how can new software solutions give an extra push to asset optimization?
Yeah, this is a good point because I guess all businesses are very much focused on optimizing things. Airlines are really, really obsessed with that, right? They are all day long thinking, how can I make the most money out of this freaking expensive airplane, right? How can I do that? And they've developed so many things, overbooking practices and revenue management systems and a lot of stuff, right? So how can you still make it better, make it more optimized, right? So there are a number of things that still can be done, and we run a couple from our platform. Things like, for instance, running upgrade programs, right? So for instance, airlines will be selling a given flight, Madrid to New York or whatever, and then they see, oh, business class cabin is not as full as I would like to, right? I didn't sell those tickets. I'm going to fly those empty. This is very bad business. I should improve that. So what software like ours does is we will scan all the flights in real time. We will see which ones are not selling very, very well in business, and then we will run a little bidding among economy passengers. So the question is, do you guys want to fly business? The answer is always yes. It's a matter of price, right? So make your bid. Yes, I'm ready to pay 100. I'm ready to pay 200. I can pay 300, whatever it is. And then some hours prior to departure, the system executes. And it goes like, okay, you, and you go to business, we get the money, we optimize that flight. So that's one example of things that still can be done to further optimize a very expensive asset they have. Okay.
Nice. And for you, Alvaro, I have a question. Expenses management in companies. What are the weaknesses and opportunities that we have here?
So I think the first, I don't know if, is it working? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first thing that we need to think about is who are the buying personas and who are actually using the app, right? So on the one hand, we have the CFOs and all the finance team, which currently they're dealing with so many expenses at the end of the month that it's making them lose a lot of time, right? Valuable time that they could spend with your teams, taking care of thinking where the company's heading. So right now, we've captured that right now we are spending in Spain around 2 days. Oops, sorry, I don't know what's going on. So we're spending around 2 days in Spain per company on dealing with all these expenses, whilst in the UK, they're only spending 8 hours per month. So that's a lot of time that we could give back to the CFOs in order to plan with you guys and be your finance partner whenever you're dealing with where are we heading, what are we planning, are we expanding. So that's the first thing that I would see like a strength, that we could give back a lot of time to a very important part of the company, which is our finance team. And on the second part is who is dealing with expenses. As I said at the beginning when I threw the paper to the floor, is who likes doing expenses? Nobody, right? Like, it's something that it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and nobody likes it. So when we go and we tell the finance team that, okay, we're going to save you 30 hours per month, okay, to your team, and then we tell the employees, what I've done right now, it's you're in the cab, you pay, and MasterCard give me the info already of what you've just purchased, and that info, it goes directly to your accounting system. So, ta-da, magic. And the guy has just to take a picture, right? So that's saving a lot of time and hassle to both parts of who's using it and who's buying our software. So there's many strengths, and I think another one which is I think it's very important is that if you think about what's going on in our site on the people that are using our app and our debit cards, is that if you lose the expense, you have to end up paying yourself, right? And if you are lucky enough, your company, they give you a credit card and you don't have to advance the payments. If not, 93% of our people here in Spain, we need to pay in advance and we get the money back a month later. So there are many, many things that we could improve in our ecosystem within our companies to improve the quality of life of our employees and give back resources toward things that matter within our company.
You're talking about buyers. Sorry, 1 second. You're talking about buyers. What will you tell to those buyers, in your case, the users or the buyer, that are too busy doing their work and not looking at, your solutions or our solutions, that situation where like they're too busy, but they need to optimize? What's the phrase that?
Yeah, for me, I always tell them, saying that I'm too busy to get less busy is like to say I'm too hungry to eat. Kind of thing. So it's like, listen, just because you are too busy, you should be doing this thing. This is the proof that you should be doing this thing, right? If you do this thing, then you won't be so busy, or you will be busy with more important stuff. So we get this all the time. Airlines will tell us, this is great, I understand what you guys are doing, this is fantastic, but, we are very busy. And it's like, well, everyone's busy. Now, the difference is those that, in the busy things, they put important stuff, and those that don't. If you believe what I'm selling is important, then you make the space.
right? Inigo, I really liked your quote. I think I'm going to
use it.
I'm going to use it on future talks. The way I see it is many companies, and correct me if you think different, is that they create a department called digital something, right? And they don't have time to take care of what's going on outside there, which they're using more softwares, and they just create a team that is just there, and they're bothering them to take care of what they should have been doing. And it should be part of their DNA, right? Yeah. So the way I see it is we should try to avoid those departments, and it should be part of our DNA and taking care that our departments are optimizing as much as they can without going crazy, right? There are so many apps around there. So we don't have to go crazy and give them 20 apps to our teams, right? But pick the right ones that are saving our resources and time. And that should be part of our DNA. So if you're creating yourselves a digital guy in the company, you're doing wrong, right? This should be in the DNA of all the employees within your company, and all of them should be looking around what tools are there available to make your company more successful.
Are asking for predictability. How can we bridge that gap? And I think that that's an unsolved issue right now, but it's coming. Yeah.
I can add, if you want, what I feel is also trends. In one side, I see that the clients, the users, are looking for one unique solution. They're not looking for so many. I feel like a few years ago, like there were like some verticals or some softwares that are really good into something, and then they need to collaborate quickly with others. So I see that the client is getting tired of that, and they want an all-in-one. That's
a bit of fatigue
from too many softwares, and I mean, most of us probably have like 20 softwares every day open. So if you can go from 20 to 10, it's a great thing.
Yeah, nice.
So for us as software suppliers, we need to think about it, and we need to think how we put functionalities on top of what we have, but we make it still very easy to use. And the second, and at least for us, for Big Illegal is super important, it's that there's been a lot of years where people, they just care about selling licenses. Software solutions, they're like, I sold the license, champagne open, happiness. The truth is that the happiness happens when the client is successfully using your software, and that happens normally after a few months and sometimes even years. And I think clients are gonna stop just buying a license without understanding. If we are gonna help them, we're gonna take their hand and walk with them until the end. And even, why not provide them with return on investment reports and work with them the ROI with transparency. So I think that's my point of view also happening.
We always say that for us is, to the sales guys, right, is the work begins when the client signs, Until now, it was just, earning the right to work.
Honeymoon.
Exactly, right? And it's like now that the real thing begins, because it's only now you are going to actually earn your stripes. I totally agree with you. It's all about having the... Do I want to be ahead of 50? And it's very silly, but you have to understand, dynamics of the people. Because it's not really companies buying you, it's people buying.
So, welcome to this session. I think we all understand that artificial intelligence is already sort of taking a lot of decisions. I'm not sure if you're feeling that you're always in control of these decisions, both in your private life and in your company. I guess that is actually the question we are trying to discuss today. What does it need for sort of humans and artificial intelligence to work together to take better decisions? For that session, I welcome, first of all, Bernardo Hernandez. It's hardly necessary to present him here in Spain. He's sort of a serial big-ticket founder and entrepreneur. He has been in Google. He is an investor for many years now. There's with us John Sintes. He's International Sales Director for Playing Concepts, a consulting company focused on data and AI projects, solving relevant problems for companies with the help of AI. And Matt Wade, he's a serial AI entrepreneur and CEO and founder of Apris, a company that is dedicated to helping companies to better understand and improve the way AI systems take decisions. Now, the first question I would like to launch to the members of the panel. I mean, sometimes we feel AI is still something that will impact in the future. Obviously, we see that it's already part of our life. But I would ask, from your domains, where do you see really relevant examples where AI is starting to take relevant decisions? And to what extent does the lack of transparency or the lack of understanding how these decisions are taken limit the impact, the positive impact, or even create negative impact in society or in companies? Bernardo, if you...
I'll start. So thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. I believe AI, it's going to be, it's already here as an incredible wave of transformation in this digital revolution that we're living in. I'm super excited. And as with every wave, I try to invest in the things that I don't know, because that's the best way to learn. So, you know, that's what I'm doing now, and we'll talk about that in a second. So I'm going to give a couple of examples of, because it is true, AI is here. We're surrounded by AI, and sometimes we don't even know. I just broke up in my relationship, my personal relationship. And Instagram knows who my boyfriend was, and knows everything about him. He knows everything about me. And it's giving me all these, like, you know, posts from people that I don't know, with quotes, that it's incredible, with perfect synchronization of the flow of the process of the breakup. And it's like, you know, the first, you know, things that I read, and then the second ones, and the third ones, and you know, and it's incredible how the power of AI, it's applied to the level, and I see that happening. I see how, like, what I'm reading on Instagram, it's not just chance, it's the result of really powerful AI that Facebook, like no one right now in the tech world, it's applying not only to engagement, it's working out with me, but also to advertising. I mean, the power of targeting of Facebook advertising through AI, it's just incredible. You know, sometimes when we say, oh, they're listening to what we're talking, no, they're not listening to what we're talking. They're applying super powerful AI to you know, signals, and they just mix, and they just give you what they think you need. Sometimes, you know, you don't realize that they make a mistake, but when they're right, it's like magic. Like, you know, Arthur C. Clarke said, you know, sufficiently developed technologies, and you know, it's undistinguishable from magic, and AI is producing that. That's on the working side. On the mistakes, I'll use another mistake. Google Lens, you know, Google Lens, you can search. They use super powerful AI, and I was at a lunch yesterday, and it was a beautiful container. A bowl container with great guacamole, and I wanted to buy the container. So I used Google Lens, and I wanted to find the container. But the Google AI just assumed an incredible bias that I was looking for the food, because I was at a restaurant, I was eating at lunch, and I tried 4 different times with different perspectives, even like, you know, covering the guacamole, and it will like give me just pictures and websites of guacamole and recipes and restaurants when I wanted to look for the container. So I'll use those 2 examples of AI.
So happy to be here. I'm between those 2 giants, so I'm the ugly duck. Sorry about that. I think there's several approaches of AI. One is the private one, the one that we use every single day in all your devices. Every time that you take a picture, you are not as a good photographer as you think. Neither do I. It's all magic thanks to the AI that it's related with the software in the smart devices that you are using. There's the public one, that is all AI that's using by public governments that is related and surrounding us. And also is the B2B side, that it's the one that I'm more into. It's how companies are trying to do their best in terms of inside business and outside business, providing best services to companies. So I think AI is the next step of companies working with data. They started like 5, 6, 7, 10, depending on the maturity of companies with all related with big data, a name that you never heard about it. And now the problem is they have a huge volume of data that they cannot manage. So they cannot take decisions because they don't have the time to analyze all the information they got. So AI is providing this layer of intelligence that can help them to understand all their business from the way that they want to understand their business, okay? And nowadays we're doing a lot of AI projects related especially with image. So everything is recorded. There's a lot of CCTV cameras around that, in a well-use, can provide a lot of good services. For example, providing emergency situations. Imagine in a manufacturing environment where there's a machine that's cutting something, and the system detects there's something wrong, and it's about to cut someone. So with the system capable of slow down the machine, switch off, we can prevent an emergency. So I think the AI is improving business, is improving the way of doing business, and I think it's the next step of big data, and for sure it's something that it's not the future, it's real.
Cool. No, I think that these are all good examples. I'm going to try not to, harp on a lot of examples for a second, but let me share some statistics just so that we can talk around a little bit of context. So in the next 3 years, it's predicted that AI will drive over 85% of our interactions. Now, I don't know where you guys think that you sit today in sort of your relationship with your digital world, your digital identity, but it is far and beyond being influenced by AI, the way that you got here, what you're wearing, what you listen to, the way that you communicate with your friends. All of this is sort of gravitating all of that data to helping you make decisions directionally towards what, I guess, the algorithm thinks that you're going to want to do. That shouldn't scare us, right? We should think about how we use that to make decisions. And so how we can capture that information, and just to contextualize our point of view, we feel like there's a broken workflow between all of this magic, right? Everybody categorizes this as magic, and the people that interact with these decisions. And so what we try to do is expose that and capture feedback to make sure that individuals can participate in the decision-making process. It becomes really powerful. I won't sort of pitch my book here. But the point is that we interact with this in invisible ways and in very visible ways. It impacts the decisions that lead to home ownership, or, we were just buying a coffee and the Brex card that we're using got denied. Well, that is a predictive model that is making that decision. These impact people's daily lives in very visible and invisible ways, but it is coming to the point that it is going to be ubiquitous. And so I think that we should come from the point of view that this is the reality that we're living in, and we should talk about how we leverage those decisions to make sort of better future, better outcomes for our businesses, ourselves.
Yeah, I think that takes us actually to the key questions around that. No? We all expect AI to impact more and more our private and business lives. We will sort of take decisions collaborating with AI. I probably guess we would all say we want to be in the driver's seat. So we want to sort of be driving these decisions. Today, very often we are not, because we don't even, we might even be unaware that somebody's taking a decision for us, or an AI system is taking a decision. And very often, both in companies and our private life, we do not understand why this decision is taken, because algorithms are not necessarily understandable in tangible terms. So the question is a bit, how do we imagine that both in the private life and in the business life, how will we collaborate with AI in the future? And how do we make sure, what does it need to actually make sure that we are understanding these decisions and that we can align these decisions with our objectives and also with our values? Yeah? I mean, if we do not understand why a decision is taken, I can also not sort of guarantee that these decisions are compatible with my values as a society or as a company. So how do you imagine sort of over the next decade this to evolve, and what does it take for us humans to continue to be in the driver's seat?
Okay, that's a really good question. The power of AI is just incredible. Machines, they have enough computing power. Algorithms are probabilistic, and they're sufficiently developed now. Like, we're ready. Technology is ready, and we're not doing enough. My main message here today is, like, we're not doing enough. I just invested in a company that's here today, Future. They're doing, sales, AI for conversion and account management, driving huge deltas, both in conversion and retention and LTVs. And we see that, constantly. The main challenge that we have to solve this problem that we're not doing enough as entrepreneurs, as corporations, as product managers, we're not doing enough. I think it's a challenge of both data architecture and UX. I think if we build better models, if we collect better data, if we build better interaction with our users, so we collect better signals that can train the models in a better way, AI could do much more than it's doing today. And even though we're surrounded by AI and we have great examples on the stuff that it's doing, we are not doing enough. I think, I close my eyes and I dream about what we could do with the stuff that we already have, and I don't see enough. I don't see that enough. People with a lot of money, a lot of resources, they're even hiding it. Like, this Facebook thing is like, oh, they're listening to me, what I mentioned before. It's AI. We could apply that to so many things. There's thousands of semiconductors and microchips in the car now that could be doing a million things more than they're doing today. So, and I'm only answering part of your question. It has to work first. It has to be an incredible, transformation driven by AI in our lives, and the values and how do our driving state. I think it's really, really important. And I think, there's human bias there, we always need to be in control, but my focus for the next 5 years is going to be to make it work. I think we can, I still want to make it, work in an explosive way, and then we'll find a way. I remember when I was at Google, and we were dreaming with the Street View, and it was nothing but just the dream of Larry Page, professor at Stanford, and then it became a product. And we have the lawyers and all those people talking about, oh my God, what's going to happen? Privacy, cars, faces, people living, whorehouses, and and then you're taking a picture. But the obsession of the team was first to make it work and to drive every street or every time. So my obsession right now is I want to make it work before anything, and we're not doing enough.
Okay, Joan? So my point is, at the end, is AI. I'm not as technical as Matt, but is the consequence of a data set that has been trained. So in this training, it's been made by humans. So the key of a good decision is made by the humans that are programming or coding these algorithms and using these services. So at the end, it's like a retroalimentation of the philosophy of the humanity. So only based in a system that can provide an extra layer of intelligence to our day-to-day. So for example, my point, how to interact in our day-to-day with AI, not being intrusive and not getting into the privacy stuff, is like with the chance to switch it off, for example. So we have nowadays, all of you have devices at home that you can, Spotify music or say something to switch off the lights and so on. So you can decide if it's listening continuously or not, for example. So in the car, you can decide if you want the car to, take it into the 2 lanes or you want to drive on your own. So, but for example, you cannot decide if you use ABS or not. Why? Because the algorithm that is behind the ABS braking system, it's mature enough that it's better than you driving. So once the maturity of the systems gives us the chance to do it better than ourselves, it's like the automatic GR cars, they drive better than me, for sure. They don't drive better than Fernando Alonso. But for me, or the majority of the human, for sure. So I think it's a term of maturity. And related with that, I think that, again, companies are investing a lot in AI, on data, and they are also investing a lot on the governance of these projects. So they are doing what it's called machine learning ops, AI ops. So it's a governance related with all the AI that companies are using in the way of knowing what kind of data they are using, how they are using, and to provide this layer of GDPR and so on that they need to comply as a companies. So I think it's something that it's quite well low regulated nowadays, that for sure we need to increase this regulation, but at the end, it's on us the way that we code these algorithms.
Great. So if I'm going to be represented as the technical guy, I think that we're in a bad place right now. But as the technical guy, I'll try to make this technically actionable. So let's just speak from first principles. So the cost of bad data in the United States right now is $3 trillion per year. All right? So if you're starting from first principles, let's make this actionable for the people in this room. How do we begin to look at the algorithms that we're developing within our companies, within our own workflows? Start with the data, okay? You need to start by cleaning out your house and making sure that the data is relatable. Why? Because these models are going to learn from that decision, and the only interfaces that we have into how the model is going to make the decision are statistical analysis of the model. And so we're going to look at explainability and ways of measuring sort of features and weights and interactions between these variables. Now, if those are wrong or those don't make any sense, well, the person on the other line is fundamentally not going to be able to interpret what the heck is happening. That is where we are today. Okay? So when we make risk decisions and all of you trust all of these nice banks and you have insurance companies and you trust all of these nice people, very frankly, there are problems that exist with the fundamental data that is driving human-based decisions inside of these large organizations. It's very hard for even these large organizations that have relatively clean data to get to know their decision-making. And so the interfaces that we have with models are, and of course I'm biased, are a little bit broken in the way that we interact. But if we can imagine a world where if that decision comes to you, where you say, I don't get a house because I don't get my loan, that's something that you should be able to interpret. That's something that you should be should be well understood. 3 years ago, JP Morgan got fined tens of millions of dollars because they were doing that exact same thing to nice people like you guys. People didn't understand. So it's the obligation of the company to expose the data that matters. The data that matters is fundamentally flawed, and if I'm going to make it actionable for the people in the audience today, I think you need to start with the data, be reliant on the fact that you're going to have to explain these systems, and then produce interfaces for your internal company, external stakeholders to, interrogate, to ask questions, to be able to interact with the decisions that take place. I think, we can talk about the step after that, but I think that's a pretty good place to start.
So I guess what we can take from that as a summary is, first of all of you do a lot more to actually exploit the potential of AI. Get the data right. That is absolutely fundamental. I mean, Matt is very right. If you put the wrong data in, there's no way you will ever get sensible and controllable results. And I think the third point is make sure that you find a way, both from a technical and a governance perspective, that your employees are able to collaborate and to sort of have feedback loops with the AI systems to continuously improve the quality of the decisions. We have quite a bit of time left, so if you want, we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Is there anything, any specific point you're particularly interested in? Please.
There are objective measures of good and bad data, right? Is it clean in the sense that do we have complete values? Do they all fit the same sort of typing and paradigms? I think that, oftentimes if we, let's take a simple database that everybody has. We all have a sales database. It's if you just think about your sales agents and do they enter data into the sales database correctly, I think overarchingly we can probably say they don't. That's a good example of how humans that are entering data into these systems, or even often digital systems that are entering data into these systems, misrepresent data from a typing standpoint, from a distribution standpoint. But there are objective statistical methods as well as just business metrics. Oftentimes it takes a little bit of experimentation. But if this is a core concern for your business, obviously we at Apprae offer solutions to help you.
Do that. I will add to that this is a challenge from the engineers, right? We tend to think as 1998 computers, very, limited. When again, machines and computers can do a lot today. So I would challenge all the engineers in the room to start thinking how to improve the data collection, how to clean the data, how to, it would be great if all salespeople across a million companies, they fill up the forms exactly how we want them to fill it out.
We would love that.
That would be great, but maybe we need to build better algorithms where the data is infer in a better way, when like it doesn't need to be that clean, when like they're like, dirty data can become clean data. All right, so I would put the challenge to the engineers. Remember what a cell phone was before the iPhone, and what the cell phone is after the iPhone. So, like, would Steve just push the engineers to make it what it is today? I think we need to do the same thing with data collection, data structure, and algorithms. I think I'm dreaming of a world where, like, there is no parameters and like fields and key fields and all that stuff, just like life, and then data is structured on a magical but technical way, and structured and self-clean and self-structured. And I think that's going to happen at some point. Something similar to what the cars are doing, like self-driving cars now, they do a lot of that. So I think I would push the engineers in the room, to keep innovating when it comes to that. So, more bad data becomes, automatically good data, just by the power of the algorithms.
If I can add something, working with a lot of kind of companies, I would say that in between good and bad data, collect all the data, okay? But collect all the data. Have a raw blob storage, because you know what to do with the data nowadays, but you don't know what can do with the data in 3 years, in 3 months, or in 10 years. So collecting, I think it's super important, but after that, I think it's also important to have an extra layer to work with all this data and to work specifically to the final department, the final user that needs to use this data. It's, as they are saying, it's a completely different approach for someone from sales, from the financial environment, for the law, or for the production environment, how they need the data. So this layer of working with this data and prepare this data specific structure for working with software specific to work on any department, I think is the key. But for me, the key, if I can say in this statement, is collect all the data that you can, because the future is all related with data.
I guess probably you can actually use the power of AI to improve the quality of the data collection and the data improvement process.
That's right.
I mean, these systems are obviously also very, very powerful there. Any further questions?
How can we make sure that we don't get biased outputs from the algorithms that we use? I understand that depending on the algorithms that we use, when it's deep learning, sometimes we don't fully understand the decisions we are arriving to, and sometimes if it's trained on the wrong data, can make some biases that we have, even make it worse.
I can take like the first, we have 30 seconds. There are methodologies, of course, to derive explainability for deep learning models. You can look into a surrogate approach, and what that's going to do is provide you with an explainable version of that deep learning model so that you can explain the behaviors. Of course, there's layers of neural nets and sort of ways of training that we're not going to have a lot of visibility into, but you can at least get a statistical view of the decision itself. And then I'm happy to chat with you afterwards about other things. But data is important in that as well.
I guess we're running out of time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It was a great session. Thank you for being here.
So let's move on to our next panel now. It's all about data sharing architecture. Data sharing has become critical in the modern economy as businesses look to securely exchange data with their customers, their suppliers, and also their partners. Now more than ever, businesses understand that the ability to share data quickly and securely, both inside and outside their organization, is really critical. So to look in more detail at the importance of data sharing architecture, where we are and where we need to be, please welcome to the SANDBOX stage, Jose Luis Betores, Area Manager at the Spanish Secretary of State for Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence, Javier Herrera, Business Development at Tecnalia, and also Diego Mayada, CTO at Indes AI. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, welcome everyone. Hello, welcome everyone to this session. There is no doubt that digital transformation is a challenge today and for the years to come. It is a transformative power that will be felt in every sector of the economy and also in every aspect of our lives. Data and data sharing are the cornerstones for a successful digital transformation. And this is the real point. Combining data from different sources can increase the performance and value of digital services. Sharing data enables collaboration and data-driven decision-making. However, several challenges for data sharing can be found. Key factors are the lack of full transparency and also privacy. In this case, standardization for the data sharing can help to reduce these kind of factors. In this context, the European Gaia-X initiative has been developed in order to foster the growth of digital ecosystems to share information through a federated architecture of data spaces. Always having in mind the European values as the digital and data sovereignty, full transparency, openness, and privacy. In Spain, the Gaia-X Hub has been created in order to promote the local ecosystem. A lot of interest has been raised, especially for the tourist data space. More than 170 entities has joined the Spanish Hub. Regarding the architecture, the Gaia-X model specifies the technical building blocks. And so we understand that they are really complemented with other architectures as the IDSA architecture or the fireware. Right now, I would like to present the industry experts we have in the panel. Diego Mayadas is the IT digital director in Gestamp and the CTO in Indesia, and also Javier Herrera is the business developer for industry in Tecnalia. First of all, Javier, having in consideration your experience from a technical point of view, what challenges are raised by the data sharing architecture standardization?
Thank you, José Luis. Well, I will take your question and put it upside down, and I will say that the challenges are confronted by the architecture documents that mainly Gaia-X has emitted in the last months. Last year was the year of the setup, so everything has been prepared to be adopted this year. That is the year of the adoption, and the next year will be the year of the growth. And then growth. And then everything that can be feared of data sharing is already registered and technically solved in the documents that has been issued by Gaia-X ESBL. So the next challenge, the actual challenge, is to adopt it. But you're right that there are some characteristics, some features that are specially treated in the documentation. So first of them, is the decentralization. And this is very important because Gaia X is an ecosystem of ecosystems. So everything must be perfectly worked together in order to provide this ambition of having data wherever they, using data wherever they are. And the second one is automation. Because if you have such a complex ecosystem of ecosystems, you cannot rely on people writing with pencil and paper if you are allowed or not working in this ecosystem, etc. So everything must be automated, and this is a challenge by itself.
Thank you very much, Javier. For sure, having a standard architecture reduces all the risk we are talking about. Diego, I understand that you have an oriented, you have an industry-oriented vision. And what do you think about it?
Thank you. We have, in the industrial ecosystem, we have many challenges. We are talking about different protocols, different technologies. I'm sure that you all have found this kind of circle when we talk about Industry 4.0, where we find big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. Even we are talking now in the future about quantum computing and other stuff. So it's an ecosystem where I'm connected with the supply chain. We have many people there with different standards, with different technologies, and the main challenge always, from my point of view, is the interoperability. No? And following what was commented before, there are different approaches, and one important is to talk about federated systems. And this is what Gaia X provides us. No? It provides an structure and the components. We have the architecture components that we can already use, are mainly the data brokers and other components that you can be working in a specific technology, but you can exchange information with other partners, and you can be sure that the data is with the privacy, with all the different dimensions that are required, no? To ensure that the things are doing in the right way. And in all of this ecosystem, as I said, the data spaces and Gaia X as initiative, one important thing is that we need to start think out of the box and think, okay, in new business models. No, we have already the technology. We can ensure privacy. We can ensure many things. But we need to think, okay, now that we are in a connected supply chain, how we can create new business models, new use cases, and things around that. No, so I think that the technology is there. I mean, of course, there are these challenges about, as I say, think on this interoperability and think that there are different players on this supply chain that has, let's say, different technologies and things. So the technology is ready, but we need to move into this next step, no? And this apply that into the use cases that we find. Yeah.
You have, Diego, point out a key factor that for sure is the privacy. Yes. I mean that this is a key factor for the data sharing. Yes. And of course, all the paid technologies, all the privacy and hate technologies, they are they can be used. I mean that they are a broad range of technologies that are designed to use the data without risking its privacy. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Well, I understand that you have a big experience working with the cryptographic algorithms and so on. I mean that, could you please tell just your experience about that?
Yeah, sure. Well, just connecting also with the first question, when we talk about data spaces, we are always, let's say, the first feeling is we are afraid of sharing data. No, we are thinking that, okay, we have our data, we have some business and things, and we think that if we share the information, we are going to lose the competitive and all these things. No, when we talk about data spaces, we are not talking about, let's say, data transfer to other systems. We are talking about, as I said before, interoperability. We are talking about create algorithms, artificial intelligence algorithms together in the supply chains. And as I said, we have already a technology to make that secure with privacy, etc. So if we go for this part that José Luis, you were asking in the question, there are already some technologies. We have, for example, homomorphic encryption. We have federated learning. And we have these technologies that, from the technical point of view, let us, for example, with the first one, we can train a model with data that is encrypted. We don't need to transfer that data to someone in the supply chain and say good luck and train the model. So this is the first thing. But the second, with the federated learning, we can train models and you don't need to transfer the data. And this is also a data space. It's also a principle of data space. No? So we have already some use cases. For example, in the automotive sector, we have Catina X. That is one kind of data space where all the guys in the supply chain in the automotive sector, we are already thinking on how to exchange data. And as I say, we have already the technology ready to make that and to be sure that we have privacy. Of course, sometimes there are some challenges if you connect all these guys, no, to be in the same, let's say, technology level, but we have already that on production.
Thank you very much, Diego. For sure, PET technologies are the place where we need to go. I mean, PET technologies can increase different factors as the interoperability and as the transparency. Javier, do you, I mean, would you like to add some words to?
Yeah, adding to what Diego said, there are many other technologies that can be conducive to give us this feeling of privacy, differential privacy, federated analysis, etc. But perhaps it's more interesting for the audience to know why do we need all that. And the reason is simple. When we talk to anybody in any industry about data sharing, they say, how the heck I will share data with my competitors, with my, etc. You don't have to share that data in the sense that your data is taken and put in a data lake for everybody to see it, use it, etc. The data that doesn't need to move from your premises, from your cloud, from your facilities. The only thing that is needed is that you define what kind of usage, who will use it, to what extent will use it, when it will use it, and even not the data themselves, but the results of services of analysis operating on this data. So the data is still in your premises. It's your data, if you like it. But the data is being used, and you can benefit from this usage. That's the key. But the data doesn't need to be going from one place to another. This is the gist of working on data that are not in your hands. And that is supposed to give us more opportunities to business in the future. That's the reason why we are providing this technology. But in any case, this is already done. We have done in Technalia. It's easy, if you think, from a technological point of view, but you need to provide it as a service. That's important, because if you force everybody to know all these technologies and to work in home with them and all that, it can be a mess, of course. But if you find service providers that give you this opportunity, that will be easy. At this moment, it's not, but it will be.
This is a really this is a very interesting point. I mean, we can share our data without risking the privacy. I mean that we can reduce all the risky factors, and so in this case the technology, I mean that the privacy and hate technologies can help us, and so this is really interesting. I mean that we have been talking about data sharing, we have been talking about improving the data economy, about the Gaia X, the European Gaia X initiative, also for sure the Gaia X Spanish hub. And so, Javier, also, we have 1 minute. I mean that in one last minute. I mean that if you want to give to the audience in your last message, please.
Yes, my last message is easy. We have all the components. We have all the pieces. We have the only thing that we need to do now is to start working together with these components and create data spaces that can be valuable for everybody to make new business. But we need experimentation, and this is coming also from Gaia X. You don't need more documents, that there are already enough of them. We need to start working to put all this framework in place.
Okay. Really interesting. Diego?
Yeah, well, I'm very...
Just 1 minute.
Okay. I'm very aligned with what was commented before. I think just some additional things. First, I fully agree with the part of the components and the architecture. We have already the data space standards, and we just need to move for the use cases. And of course, we can talk about artificial intelligence, big data, massive IoT. We can talk about many different technologies, algorithms, etc. But the most important here is people. People is the key leverage of the change, no? And we need to focus first on the trainings, on find the right programs to move on that, and to share also this information in the universities, in the schools, etc. And second, we need to think also in the part of the reskilling of the people that is already in the different business, etc. Because are the ones that knows the use cases that we need to transform the supply chains. No? And so I would say that is somehow the summary. And in Desia, in this case, we are working all of this stuff, trying to share some additional documentation following these standards, frameworks, and trainings.
Thank you very much, Diego. What I can say, I mean that, guys, I mean that your message, I mean that they are complementary. I mean that they are not. I mean that they are focused on the same message, but I mean that perhaps slightly different, but of course complementary. Yeah. I mean that as a final conclusion, I mean I have just 20 seconds, and so I would like to outline that the Gaia ecosystem is the environment to boost the data sharing. I mean that the architecture standardization and the use of the privacy technologies can help to accelerate the digital transformation. And so that's all. I mean that data sharing, Gaia X, and for sure the Spanish hub of Gaia X. And so thank you very much. Thank you again, Javier and Diego, for your participation, and also thanks everyone for attending the panel. Thank you.
To our next panel, proper governance is essential to ensuring that the right information gets into the hands of those who can use it to improve internal operations and external interactions. Governments across the world are beginning to emulate startup culture in their workplaces, adopting their methods and boosting startup ecosystems. Beyond this, the world's GovTech startups are creating new solutions to boost public service delivery, from citizen engagement to care of the elderly. So let's look specifically at the opportunities in GovTech for Spain. We've got a fantastic wealth of panels lined up for you over the next hour or so. But let's start off with introducing to the SANDBOX stage Santiago Graña, Deputy Director General of Planning and Governance of the Digital Administration at Ministry of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation, and also Idoia Ortiz de Artiñano, Senior Advisor at IE Public Lab. Welcome to the stage, both of you.
Hola a todos, bienvenidos, muchísimas gracias. Yo me llamo Idoia, como han dicho. Vengo representando al Public Tech Lab del Instituto de Empresa y llevamos 4 años trabajando este espacio de colaboración entre startups y administraciones públicas. Existe un nuevo ecosistema, unos nuevos ecosistemas que se llaman los ecosistemas GovTech. Ecosistemas de startups, scale-ups, pequeña y mediana empresa digital dando soluciones a los grandes retos de las administraciones públicas. Estamos hablando de soluciones de todo tipo, en provisión de servicios, educación, salud, transporte, en temas operativos internos de eficiencias internas, en infraestructura digital, temas, por ejemplo, como la identidad digital tan importante en las administraciones públicas, o de calidad democrática, transparencia, participación, etcétera. Obviamente vemos que el South Summit es un espacio súper estratégico para esta agenda GovTech, aunque no sea la típica agenda que vemos en este tipo de eventos. Vemos que muchísimas soluciones que vemos en el South Summit todos los años, si las pudiéramos aplicar a las administraciones públicas en la provisión de servicios, estarían impactando en la vida de muchísima gente. Por eso estamos aquí. Y no es la primera vez, llevamos 4 años, como digo, cada vez mejor acompañados. Por un lado, con Santiago Graña, subdirector de Planificación y de Gobernanza de la SGAT, de la Secretaría General de Administración Digital. Después pasaremos a un panel muy interesante también con 3 organismos internacionales que están muy vinculados en esta agenda, la SEGIP, el BID y la CAF. Después tendremos la oportunidad de conocer un poquito más el trabajo que llevamos haciendo desde el Instituto de Empresas, desde el Public Tech Lab, con la Comunidad de Madrid. Hace 3 años ganamos una subvención de fondos FEDER y de la Comunidad de Madrid para crear el primer laboratorio GovTech en España, pero también en Iberoamérica. La verdad es que ha sido una experiencia brutal, hemos aprendido muchísimo y queríamos traer a algunos de los protagonistas y terminar esta sesión contándoos o intentando poner como final algunas de las experiencias o aprendizajes que hemos tenido en el equipo, y por eso Bea, Sofía y Rocío van a estar conmigo, con nosotros, al final de este panel. Vamos a empezar ya, si te parece, Santiago, con esta conversación, ¿no?, de charla entre amigos. Vemos que de forma muy orgánica España está tomando un liderazgo bastante interesante en el espacio GovTech. Estamos viendo como comunidades autónomas como Galicia, el País Vasco se están interesando en este espacio, están empezando a hacer cosas. La Diputación Foral de Vizcaya acaba de crear su primer laboratorio GovTech. Bueno, con la Comunidad de Madrid, que estábamos diciendo, ciudades como Ayuntamiento de Madrid están trabajando en este espacio ya. Además, vosotros desde la SGAT, desde SEDIA, desde el Ministerio de Economía, de hecho, habéis apoyado, luego vendrá la persona del BID, Esther, explicándonos el proyecto que está apoyado por fondos españoles en el BID para trabajar el espacio GovTech en 10 municipios en América Latina. También estáis vosotros, obviamente, con los fondos NextGen. Hay una partida bastante importante, sustantiva, para hacer un laboratorio GovTech. Bueno, ahora nos puedes explicar todo eso, pero antes de llegar ahí, quería preguntarte, ¿cómo ves esta agenda? Hace 2 años era un poco de locos esto de startups, scale-ups, gobiernos, administraciones públicas. ¿Cómo ves la oportunidad? ¿Por qué crees que instituciones como la tuya deberían de estar, por lo menos, mirando qué es lo que están haciendo este tipo de nuevos proveedores?
Bueno, yo en primer lugar agradecerte la oportunidad que nos ofreces para comentar sobre nuestro laboratorio de investigación. También felicitar a las administraciones públicas que has citado anteriormente por el trabajo que están haciendo. Nosotros hemos identificado que la innovación es esencial en la forma de abordar nuevos retos para mejorar la administración pública. Hemos identificado el laboratorio, la creación de una unidad específica de innovación tecnológica ya en nuestra Agenda Digital 2025 que publicamos en el año 2020, y eso lo hemos reforzado en el plan de digitalización de las administraciones públicas que presentamos el año pasado. Es una de las 9 medidas centralizadoras de la Administración General del Estado para crear una unidad destinada a apoyar a los organismos en la Administración General del Estado en estas cuestiones. A partir de ahí, creo que bien, en relación, digamos, con los proveedores, la administración pública está muy orientada a grandes contratos, grandes inversiones, con poco margen para la innovación, y que es un reto abordar determinadas soluciones desde un punto de vista innovador. Esto requiere tiempo, requiere la creación de unidades específicas. Hemos creado una unidad de vigilancia tecnológica y laboratorio de tecnologías emergentes, y bueno, tenemos por delante un esquema de trabajo donde vamos a identificar retos con la Administración General del Estado, vamos a sondear el mercado, hacer pilotos, pruebas de concepto, para posteriormente pues, poder hacer licitaciones e implantar soluciones.
Qué bien escuchar a un representante del Gobierno de España hablando así de los laboratorios GovTech, porque realmente ha sido un espacio que ha costado poco a poco meter en España, pero ha cogido gran tracción. Vemos una gran oportunidad. Obviamente existen muchas barreras, ¿no? O sea, tú como funcionario, además TIC, ¿verdad? O sea, sabes de las barreras de las que estamos hablando. Ya es difícil comprar tecnología como para comprar tecnología a nuevos proveedores pequeños. ¿Cómo ves este espacio? ¿Cómo lo ves?
Bueno, yo creo que las administraciones públicas tienen que asumir que tienen que incorporar la innovación en sus procesos, como industrializar ese proceso. Lo que hace décadas hemos hecho con las unidades de calidad, que todos nos hemos dotado de unidades de calidad para garantizar un buen producto al mercado, pues también estar pendiente, hacer una vigilancia tecnológica y apoyar a las unidades en la identificación de problemas. Esto requiere esfuerzo, requiere crear unidades, asignar responsables, dotarlas de personal. Obviamente te puedes acompañar en estas unidades de personal externo, pero necesitas tener personal orgánico, que siempre es difícil. Creo también que hay que sensibilizar a los distintos organismos en nuestra parcela de actuación de la Administración General del Estado para que aborden proyectos que tienen un cierto riesgo tecnológico, que son proyectos de ensayo-error, y también tener esta vigilancia en el mercado que podemos hacer incluso en congresos de estas características, ¿no?
Totalmente. Lo estábamos comentando, ¿no? Ojalá todos los funcionarios de las GAT estén todos los años aquí en el South Summit viendo y fichando las nuevas soluciones. Estamos hablando a nivel de Estado. ¿Dónde ves los espacios más interesantes en donde se podrían aplicar este tipo de soluciones?
Bueno, yo creo en la experiencia de los proyectos que nosotros hemos desarrollado, si existe un factor común es que cada proyecto de GovTech que abordamos es muy distinto. Nosotros hemos trabajado, pues, por ejemplo, en tecnologías de lenguaje natural para mejorar nuestros sistemas de traducción automatizada a lenguajes como el euskera o el inglés, utilizando inteligencia artificial, modelos de redes neuronales entrenados, trabajando con empresas. Para nuevos modelos de identidad digital también hemos estudiado tecnologías emergentes como blockchain para respaldar y poder acreditar, poder comprobar o verificar las identidades, las credenciales que ofreceremos en un futuro wallet al servicio de los ciudadanos. Pero creo que todos los sectores a nivel de Administración General del Estado se pueden beneficiar de esto. Otros en el desarrollo de nuevos servicios, lo comentabas anteriormente, en eficientar procesos internos. Estamos, por ejemplo, ahora también abordando una contratación para configurar un equipo de diseño de nuevos servicios electrónicos que permita facilitar llegar al ciudadano de una mejor manera, también con el concurso de aplicaciones móviles. O sea, hay un amplio espectro en torno a tecnologías tipo inteligencia artificial, en sus múltiples sabores. He mencionado antes redes neuronales, pero también machine learning, vinculados a espacios de datos que estamos creando, IoT, Big Data. O sea, estas tecnologías u otras distintas que estarán por explorar están en la base de la solución de muchos problemas complejos que tiene la Administración a día de hoy. Y a nivel de áreas, porque igual no mucha gente aquí se ha leído el plan de digitalización de las administraciones públicas y el plan de Next Gen y demás. A mí me suena que justicia es un tema súper importante en donde se está invirtiendo muchísimo en digitalización, sanidad obviamente. ¿Hay algún espacio más que tú veas que digas, bueno, pues las startups, scale-ups que estén en este área de negocio podrían acercarse a la administración porque va a haber oportunidades? Fundamentalmente dentro del plan de digitalización, áreas especialmente financiadas en proyectos tractores, aparte de servicios comunes como esta unidad que tiene vocación de dar servicio transversal, están empleo, justicia, sanidad, también en menor medida asuntos exteriores o interior. El plan está publicado, está en el acceso público y podéis identificar estas líneas tractoras.
Estoy segura que hoy en las 100 startups que vemos ganadoras aquí en el South Summit hay muchas trabajando en estos espacios. Por último, ya nos quedan 7 segundos, pero bueno, la pregunta importante del millón. Hay mucho dinero asignado a un laboratorio GovTech que entendemos que será en el 2022, 2023. ¿Nos puedes ir adelantando algo de cuál es la idea de ese laboratorio que se plantea?
Nosotros queremos venimos trabajando ya desde hace año y medio con este plan de digitalización, pero queremos coger velocidad de crucero en este segundo semestre, reforzando nuestras capacidades. Tenemos un acuerdo, un encargo suscrito con la Fábrica Nacional de Moneda y Timbre, que nos va a dar mayores capacidades de llegar a estudiar y analizar retos. Es importante también indicar que dentro del PERTE de Nueva Economía de la Lengua, impulsado desde el Ministerio de Asuntos Económicos y Transformación Digital, las actividades de GovTech asociadas a tecnologías de lengua española en proyectos de alto impacto que puedan ser replicables en países hermanos de América Latina van a tener un especial foco y, como digo, asistiendo a cualquier unidad, organismo de la Administración General del Estado. Vamos a tener un reto en el próximo año y medio hasta concluir 2023, aunque seguiremos a continuación muy interesante.
Pues qué interesante esta parte porque nos hace saltar al siguiente panel que vamos a estar ahora con organismos internacionales que trabajan en la región de América Latina, este espacio GovTech. Estabas comentando tú que ahora uno de los enfoques va a ser eso, la economía de la lengua, cómo el espacio GovTech puede tener un espacio ahí para generar soluciones para las administraciones públicas en español que puedan tener aplicabilidad no solo en España, también en Latinoamérica. Por lo tanto, me parece que es como un muy buen final para darte muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Me he acordado que estuviste en el segundo año, creo que en la segunda vez que estuvimos aquí. O sea que muchísimas gracias otra vez por repetir y seguimos hablando del espacio GovTech. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Summit, muchísimas gracias por vuestro interés. Vamos a seguir hablando con Pablo, con María y con Esther, representantes de 3, yo diría, los más importantes organismos internacionales que trabajan en América Latina y que los 3 están impulsando de una forma muy estratégica esta agenda GovTech. Si queréis subir, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por teneros aquí. Están un poco como entre amigos, porque todos se conocen, todos trabajan en lo mismo, todos trabajan en la misma región, con los mismos países.
¿Y tú trabajaste también?
Y yo trabajé también, o sea que bueno, aquí hay historias de contar. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Para nosotros es muy importante visibilizar el interés que tienen instituciones como las vuestras, tan capaces de mover agendas, mover intereses a nivel político y administraciones públicas, ver que realmente se está haciendo muchísimo, ¿no?, en este espacio. Bueno, os comento un poco lo que está pasando en América Latina. Como hemos dicho antes, en España sí está cogiendo tracción esta agenda de una manera espectacular, pero es verdad que de forma paralela en la región de América Latina también. De hecho, yo diría, de las primeras instituciones que trabajaron en este tema fue Brasil Lab, una aceleradora de GovTech en San Paulo, pero en los últimos años hemos visto muchísimo movimiento. Como digo, mi lab, por ejemplo, es el laboratorio GovTech del Gobierno de Colombia, que ha hecho cosas súper interesantes, y tenemos también a nivel local cosas como el primer fondo GovTech municipal de la ciudad de Córdoba, en Argentina, que está invirtiendo directamente, ya no solo pilota y compra, sino invierte en este tipo de startups, scale-ups con soluciones para sus grandes retos públicos. Esto también está muy impulsado, como decía, con las agendas que tienen este tipo de instituciones públicas. Aquí tenemos, como decía, Esther Rodríguez del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, BID. Después María Lahore, que es de la CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, casi. y Pablo Pascale, de la Secretaría General Iberoamericana. Estamos bien, ¿no? Perfecto. Pues voy a empezar con María, porque creo que María fuisteis vosotros los primeros, que empezamos con Carlos Santiso hace casi 4 años, moviendo esta agenda en la región. Cuéntanos un poco por qué y en pinceladas, porque sé que estáis haciendo muchas cosas, ¿cuáles son a nivel estratégico los puntos más interesantes para vosotros en esta agenda?
Vale, fenomenal. Oye, pues muchísimas gracias, Idoia, por la invitación, como siempre. También felicitar al South Summit, ¿no?, que ya cumple 10 años siendo referencia en el ecosistema startup y como decías tú, que bien que haya tanto interés en este tema, ¿no? Pues precisamente por ese interés es que CAF empezó a abordar este sector, ¿no? La verdad es que CAF, bueno, para aquellos que nos conozcan, somos un banco de desarrollo, al final estamos al servicio de los países miembros, ¿no? Con lo cual se empezó a ver que esa necesidad de abordar estos problemas de gobernanza digital, ¿no?, que al final pues se fue viendo que con Carlos Santiso se creó la Dirección de Innovación Digital del Estado y sobre todo eso porque se veía un desafío abordar ese proceso, no solo de la digitalización de la administración, sino de ese cambio de paradigma que supone para la gobernanza actual, ¿no? Entonces, ese área de innovación digital del Estado, pues uno de los brazos y de las líneas de actuación fue el tema de GovTech. Y para nosotros, GovTech, además de ser un modelo de gobernanza, es en sí una política pública. Para nosotros, GovTech pues es algo, como decía, es un cambio de paradigma, ¿no? Y de ver cómo abordar, cómo darle esa relación, ¿no? Ese cambio de paradigma en la relación de los ciudadanos con el gobierno y viceversa, ¿no? Y cómo dar esos servicios. Con lo cual se hizo una agenda muy interesante, muy intensa. Trabajamos con el Public Tech Lab en el informe de GovTech. Se hizo un índice de GovTech nacional, a nivel nacional se quiere hacer para el año que viene en tema de ciudades, ¿no? Porque creemos que las ciudades tienen mucho que decir y que hay que ayudar a los países en cómo abordar esos procesos y bueno, para eso estamos las multilaterales, ¿no? Hemos trabajado en la parte de inversión, ¿no? La parte de inversión para nosotros es súper importante y lo hacemos a través de 2 vías, tanto apoyar a municipalidades y a gobiernos nacionales en cómo crear fondos de inversión en GovTech o fondos públicos, como nosotros también hemos abordado esa pata a través de fondos específicos que tenemos. Hemos invertido en 6 startups GovTech, 2 de ellas españolas, una de ellas es CityBits, que está en Barcelona, y otra está, no se puede decir todavía, pero estamos ahí en proceso, y la verdad es que por parte de España, ¿no?, estamos muy contentos de que haya también esa participación. Tenemos unas guías de preparación de GovTech, también un poco para ayudar a los países a hacer ese diagnósticos y ver en qué fases o en qué componentes del GovTech se puede avanzar, y CAF también tiene un valor añadido para ayudarles a apoyarlo. Y bueno, podría estar hablando de muchas cosas, pero voy a dejar también espacio para mis compañeros y seguimos la conversación.
De hecho, desde el BIT se está haciendo un trabajo bastante complementario. Desde hace un tiempo trabajáis, quizás no hablando de GovTech, ¿no?, pero invirtiendo en startups que tienen modelo B2G, intentando meter en la lógica de financiación de vuestros proyectos con países estas nuevas tecnologías. Y ahora habéis empezado con este proyecto que comentábamos antes de fondos españoles para trabajar con 10 municipios en América Latina. Cuéntanos un poquito más de esto.
Nada, como María, también agradecerte la invitación, Idoia, es un placer estar aquí, también al South Summit. Y como decías, parte de la agenda del BID, la visión 2025 con la que estamos comprometidos, tiene un pilar muy fuerte en lo que es la agenda digital y la transformación digital que estabas mencionando ahora mismo. Y lo que vimos es que tras la pandemia, aparte de las restricciones de movilidad que había, se había agravado el problema del acceso a los servicios públicos de calidad. Entonces ya pasó de ser un problema importante a ser un tema urgente, y era necesario acelerarlo, y no era tan sencillo porque necesitamos fomentar que también haya inclusión y servicios de calidad, no solo el acceso. Y las barreras que nos encontrábamos es que cuando se hacen las licitaciones están pensadas para las grandes empresas que tienen están consolidadas, tienen un nombre y tienen una trayectoria fiscal intachable. Y es muy difícil para una empresa joven, innovadora, el poder acceder a estas licitaciones. También hay un problema de cultura, de lenguaje, y no todos los funcionarios son como la subdirección, como el subdirector general, que están abiertos a esa innovación. Entonces, ¿cuál es el problema? Que cada vez hay un distanciamiento mayor entre los gobiernos y los ecosistemas. Y esto no solo afecta a la transformación digital actual, sino también a la innovación futura, porque cada vez se va reduciendo más el mercado, se hace menos competitivo y menos innovador. Entonces, como decíamos antes, tenemos este proyecto contigo.
Todo con nosotras, estamos unas cuantas aquí.
Vale. Tenemos este proyecto con vosotros, financiado con fondos del Fondo General de la Cooperación de España, del Ministerio de Asuntos Económicos y Transformación Digital, que, como decías tú, es para implementarlo en 10 ciudades de América Latina y el Caribe, porque algunas ciudades habían sido pioneras e innovadoras en intentar tener estos sistemas de GovTech y tener startups, tener scale-ups y también empresas digitales con gran valor público, pero no está generalizado, no es como en España. Entonces, con este proyecto que vamos a llevar a 10 ciudades de la región, primero lo que queremos identificar son cuáles son las oportunidades y también los retos en la implementación, porque no todos los funcionarios quieren implementarlo. Queremos ver cómo son estos procesos y cuáles son las fricciones que pueden surgir. Y la idea es que cuando acabe este proceso, pues ellos mismos sean capaces de identificar los retos a los que se están enfrentando y cómo pueden ellos mismos identificar cómo implementarlo. Además, con las lecciones aprendidas que haya, serán capaces de hacer licitaciones a gran escala para que se puedan incorporar. Y como decía al principio, hemos avanzado con 3 de estas 10 ciudades, en Renca, Chile, en Guayaquil, en Ecuador y en Santo Domingo. Y espero que nos invites al año que viene para contarte cómo avanza la implementación.
Efectivamente. Cosas buenas vamos a contar. Pues ahora Pablo es el rey de los laboratorios de innovación en América Latina, me lo he recordado antes, hace mucho, están promoviendo muchísimo esta agenda y es verdad que quizás GovTech lo habían hecho otra vez también, se han hecho cosas, pero quizás de no forma sistemática o llamándolo GovTech, ¿no? Porque, ¿cómo ves la oportunidad de articular esta agenda de innovación pública también insertando el espacio GovTech? ¿Qué nos cuentas? ¿Qué es lo que estáis haciendo?
Bueno, gracias. Cuando hablamos de GovTech, hablamos de Gov, de Tech. Cuando hablamos de innovación pública, hablamos de innovación por un lado, de pública por otro. Estamos hablando de 2 sectores que viven realidades paralelas. El mundo de la innovación, de la tecnología va por un lado, es un mundo más flexible, más dinámico, que le gusta iterar, ensayar, probar. Y el mundo de la administración es de largos plazos, con menos flexibilidad. Entonces, digamos, son 2 mundos que está bien interesante que se pongan a conversar. Nosotros, específicamente, hemos trabajado en los 2. Hemos trabajado en la parte de innovación, trabajamos mucho en lo que es el prototipado de soluciones innovadoras para el bien público a través de laboratorios de innovación. Tenemos más de 80 soluciones prototipadas y luego escaladas. O sea, trabajamos con comunidades de innovación y sabemos cómo es ese mundo. Y también trabajamos con la administración pública. Y con la administración pública, en nuestro proyecto, trabajamos principalmente en términos de innovación pública. Y ahí pongo un poquito el foco. En innovación pública, como gran ámbito, digamos, como gran bioma, hay muchos ecosistemas. Uno de ellos es GovTech. Tenemos gobierno digital, gobierno abierto, espacios de experimentación y tenemos otros que son los laboratorios de gobierno. Ahí es donde nosotros hemos puesto mucho foco y venimos trabajando en los últimos años. Hemos ya codiseñado y acompañado la instalación de 24 laboratorios en la región. O sea, conocemos ese ambiente.
Por eso lo del rey ya te había dicho.
No, pero, humilde. Soy uruguayo, soy humilde. Entonces, ¿qué quiero decir? Los ecosistemas que componen la innovación pública, entre ellos, aunque parezca mentira, no están conversando mucho. Si tú te vas a un evento de datos abiertos, posiblemente no encuentres a nadie de gobierno abierto o de laboratorios de gobierno o de espacios de experimentación, y así unos espacios con otros. Entonces dijimos, bueno, esto está sucediendo. Nosotros mismos que desarrollamos laboratorios de gobierno sabemos que los laboratorios de gobierno no están hablando con el gobierno digital. Entonces empezamos este año, estamos iniciando una agenda iberoamericana de innovación pública que vamos a llevar a la próxima cumbre de jefes de Estado ahora en marzo en Santo Domingo, para que la aprueben, ¿verdad? Y entonces la estamos articulando, la estamos diseñando colaborativamente con una comunidad de gente que nos está acompañando, multinivel, multipaís. ¿Y cuál es la idea? La idea es, primero, lograr que se articulen los distintos ecosistemas de la innovación pública. ¿Por qué? Porque si tú no levantas, a nuestro entender, ¿no? Si tú no levantas el nivel de flotación de la innovación pública dentro de la administración, difícilmente, o más difícilmente, esos silos, esos ecosistemas puedan salir adelante como deseamos. Entonces, primero está esa articulación para esa unión que hace la fuerza. Pero también hay un segundo punto, y que nosotros, desarrollando muchos labs de gobierno, lo sabemos, y es que muchas de estas experiencias de innovación pública se encapsulan en sí mismas. Entonces, lo que buscamos también con esta agenda es no solo que se articulen los ecosistemas, sino lograr drenar de innovación al resto de la administración. Eso es fundamental, porque si tú no creas esa demanda de innovación en el resto de la administración, entonces espacios como los que a nosotros nos interesan no van a tener esa demanda que queremos. Eso es un poquito la agenda que estamos trabajando ahora.
Muy interesante, porque es parte, la pregunta que quería deciros, ¿no? Instituciones como las vuestras pueden tener un rol fundamental en movilizar este tipo de nuevas agendas, ¿no? Cuando yo estaba trabajando en el organismo con el BIT, una de las razones que siempre decía, nosotros trabajamos en las fallas de mercado, ahí en donde no se mete nadie, pero que tiene un montón de interés, pero que es demasiado pronto, nos metemos nosotros. Y a mí me gusta recordar eso, era más en la lógica financiera, pero con GovTech ha sido un poco eso. O sea, en un espacio en donde quizás, oye, esto de las startups, scale-ups, trabajando con administraciones, se veía como todavía demasiado moderno o innovador o nuevo, básicamente, dejémoslo ahí, os metisteis vosotros. ¿Qué es lo que aportáis en este espacio? ¿Qué es lo que podéis dar o seguir dando a esta agenda GovTech en la región? Cualquiera, el que quiera empezar. Tú. No, tenemos 4 minutos. O sea,
yo creo que desde el BID somos un banco, ¿no? Entonces, lo primero que aportamos es financiación y eso es clave porque es necesario para hacer como kickstart y un efecto demostrativo. También traemos cooperación técnica y asistencia técnica. Y lo bueno que tiene una institución como el BIT es que está en 26 países de la región, tiene sus especialistas sobre el terreno. Y luego la generación de conocimiento, porque quieres que esto tenga un efecto multiplicador y lo que estás haciendo ahora mismo en Renca se pueda replicar en otros países, aunque con este proyecto no hayas podido a los 10 países. Eso sería del lado público. Del lado privado, el BIT cuenta con su laboratorio de innovación, el BIT Lab, y ahí también estamos creando ecosistemas de aceleradoras, de empresas innovadoras, de academia, de emprendedores, de inversores, y que también tiene mucho valor porque les estamos apoyando conocimiento, financiación y también conexiones que son necesarias para despegar. Pero como solo quedan 3 minutos...
Bueno, realmente sería un poco repetir lo mismo, ¿no? Pero yo creo que de ahí lo que sacaría, o sea, aparte de que obviamente pues damos financiación, conocimiento, que además yo creo que muchas veces los países no están como, o sea, cada uno está en su día a día, ¿no? Con sus problemas de día a día, entonces, bueno, al final muchas veces hace falta alguien de fuera para que te aporte ese conocimiento, para que haga esa reflexión. Yo creo que también es importante el tema de ver cómo estamos, cómo esas políticas públicas y cómo el GovTech, por ejemplo, ayuda a conseguir los objetivos de los ODS, ¿no? Entonces, al final, somos nosotros, este tipo de organizaciones, las que podemos hacer como esa reflexión y ese análisis. De hecho, estamos haciendo un policy brief y queremos hacer un informe para ver cómo contribuye el GovTech en los ODS, pero en general esa visión también a nivel regional, ¿no? Esa generación de redes, esas plataformas de conocimiento y ese poner en contacto unos con otros. Tenemos también una alianza de líderes en los que participa también Madrid y el Gobierno Nacional de España en GovTech, ¿no? O sea, creo que ese es un poco el valor añadido de nuestras organizaciones que podemos aportar a los países.
¿Y Pablo?
Y nosotros creo que podemos aportar al menos 2 cosas. Una es, podemos establecer puentes entre las instituciones públicas y ese ecosistema de innovación. Nosotros tenemos mapeadas al día de hoy en Iberoamérica en 19 países 5.800 iniciativas innovadoras que están generando transformaciones en su ciudad, en distintos ámbitos. Eso por un lado, tenemos esa capacidad de puente. Y otra capacidad que tenemos es de escalar eso internamente, luego a nivel político, y llevarlo, por ejemplo, a una cumbre de jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, que eso está bueno, porque tú lo llevas ahí arriba y de ahí arriba luego empieza a ser como una catarata en los países. Creo que principalmente ese sería nuestro gran aporte.
Pues como veis aquí hay muchísimo potencial. Nosotros lo hemos visto, financiación por parte del BitLab, por el nuevo fondo de la CAF, además de mucha promoción de estos temas a vuestros, y aquí hay startups, futuros clientes, y vemos ahora también el impacto que puede tener el tener en una agenda política pública de todos los jefes de Estado de América Latina la palabra GovTech. Muchísimas gracias. Ha sido un placer, como siempre, estar con vosotros. Hoy me quedo con eso. El año que viene, aquí más otra vez, mejor. Más y mejor. Y nada, pasamos al siguiente panel, que va a ser también muy interesante. Vamos de una lógica más de planificación estratégica a lo que es la operativa del laboratorio GovTech, con algunos de sus protagonistas, Ángel, Vicente y sobre todo la Super Rocío, que ha estado hoy a tope al pie del cañón durante estos casi 3 años. Gracias.
No os vayáis, gente. Pues esto es interesantísimo todavía. Bueno, pues como comentaba Idoia, estábamos en unas lógicas más macro, ¿no? Y hablando un poco de, así como más en vista de pájaro, y ahora vamos a ir a lo micro, ¿no? Vamos a ir al programa GovTech Lab Madrid, en el que llevamos trabajando los últimos 2 años y medio, y hemos traído pues, a 2 de sus protagonistas. Primero, daros algunas pinceladas, los que no conozcáis el programa del GovTech Lab Madrid. Es un programa en el que hemos trabajado los últimos 2 años. Es el primer laboratorio de innovación abierta GovTech que se ha realizado en Iberoamérica. Entonces, bueno, lo hemos hecho por primera vez y ahora podemos decir pues, que hemos aprendido mucho y que nos ha salido bien. Hemos trabajado con 40 startups, en 2 bootcamps y con 24 ayuntamientos. Y bueno, como decía Idoia, ¿no? El porqué de estos laboratorios es un poco porque vemos que hay muchísima innovación de startups, scale-ups y pymes digitales que no está llegando a la administración pública y esto es una muy buena manera de acercarlos. Entonces, bueno, como os comentaba, hoy estamos con 2 protagonistas de este laboratorio. Vicente Parras, subdirector general de Innovación Tecnológica de la Comunidad de Madrid, nuestro principal financiador y, bueno, gracias a una de las personas gracias a las que estamos aquí. Y Ángel Martínez, que es el presidente de la Mancomunidad de Servicios del Valle Norte de Lozoya, en la Sierra Norte de Madrid, que bueno, pues también ha sido protagonista e impulsor de toda esta iniciativa durante este año y hemos estado mucho en contacto, ¿no? Que sepáis que la Mancomunidad de Servicios del Valle Norte de Lozoya engloba 42 ayuntamientos, ¿no? De la zona norte. Entonces, bueno, también nos queríamos llevar esa parte de GovTech al territorio rural. Así que, bueno, me gustaría empezar preguntándole a Ángel, ¿no? Porque no es nada habitual en estos espacios encontrar a mancomunidades de este tipo o ayuntamientos más rurales o mundo rural trabajando en estas iniciativas. Entonces, que nos contases un poco cuál ha sido el aprendizaje o tus aprendizajes destacados de este año de vuestro paso por el GovTech Lab Madrid.
Bueno, lo primero, pues eso, agradecer que gracias a esta oportunidad de nosotros que somos 42 municipios, pero muy pequeños, que parece que cuando hablas de Madrid todo es grande y todo es corona metropolitana, pero no, nosotros tenemos 30 municipios de menos de 300 habitantes en la Sierra Norte y bueno, pues que hayamos podido o que podamos estar aquí uniendo innovación y mundo rural, pues la verdad es que para nosotros es de agradecer. Lo primero fue una gran sorpresa, pues eso, cuando empezamos a hablar con vosotros, que el Instituto de Empresa, nosotros que somos tan chiquititos y tan pequeños, que os fijaréis en que nosotros podíamos trabajar en este proyecto, enseguida nos motivó y se puso todo el equipo a trabajar. También es verdad que nos dimos cuenta que el mundo rural no está tan alejado de la innovación. A veces parece que el mundo rural es lo tradicional, lo antiguo y probablemente por instinto de supervivencia muchas veces casa mejor, incluso a veces con lo innovador, ¿no? ¿Qué fue lo principal, o uno de los principales aprendizajes que nos hemos traído, ¿no? O que estamos trayéndonos, porque estamos todavía terminando todos estos procesos. Pues bueno, muchos de los procedimientos reglados que nos habéis enseñado a aplicar en temas de participación, en temas de concebir ideas, de sacar ideas. La creatividad, ya os digo que es algo que sí que probablemente esté un poco vinculada al mundo rural, porque la naturaleza también lo favorece, pero digamos que esa parte normativa que vosotros nos habéis aplicado nos ha sido muy interesante.
Qué bueno. Y Vicente, de vuestra parte en la Comunidad de Madrid, ¿qué os lleváis de esta experiencia pionera, habiendo sido los impulsores de esta iniciativa única?
Bueno, pues en primer lugar, aprender, que no está mal, porque este proyecto entró en un programa de entidades de enlace, que era la primera vez que se lanzaba, con lo cual, bueno, pues este feedback, este retorno para nosotros es muy útil. Y luego, pues, impacto. O sea, nosotros hemos llevado siempre una política tradicional, entre comillas, del fomento del más empresarial, la innovación a base de subvencionar proyectos individuales. Eso está muy bien, hay que hacerlo, pero los recursos siempre son escasos, con lo cual el impacto pues siempre se queda por debajo. Para nosotros llegar, como estás hablando, de 24 startups, 42 municipios y tal, es complicadísimo, salvo que lo hagas con este tipo de líneas, que es no ir a proyectos individuales, sino apoyar a las entidades que ya están en el territorio y en el ecosistema innovador, haciendo actividades para reforzar su apoyo. Por otro lado, bueno, hoy estamos en el Summit, las rondas de financiación, las subvenciones para las startups, está muy bien, pero yo ya soy un poco mayor, entonces yo creo que las empresas tienen que vivir de facturar, de vender y facturar cosas. Entonces, me parece que alrededor del 20% del Producto Interior Bruto de España lo mueven la contratación pública. Entonces, digamos que hay un nicho económico ahí brutal y en esa contratación creo que participa alrededor del 1% de las empresas nada más. Entonces, conseguir acercar eso, abrir eso a las startups, me parece que es, al final, conseguir, porque lo que estáis consiguiendo son clientes para las startups, es mucho más que una subvención o que una ronda de financiación. Mi experiencia en compra pública, además, yo además he trabajado en programas pilotos de compra pública precomercial, que eso, bueno, Ido ya se ríe porque sabe lo que es eso. Y al final la conclusión que he sacado es que la principal dificultad no es tanto administrativa o regulatoria o normativa, sino cultural. Antes ha hablado en el panel anterior alguien de realidades paralelas o algo así. Vamos, yo creo que no son paralelas, viven en espacios completamente distintos y hablan idiomas completamente diferentes. Normalmente el usuario final, el que usa el servicio, no quiere arriesgarse, no quiere meterse en cosas nuevas o no conoce, entonces se tiende o a tirar de los proveedores de toda la vida o tal. Por otro lado, las startups, en el mundo de la administración les suena a chino, pero arcaico, y no entiende el mundo este de la contratación. Entonces, hay un mundo es muy difícil encarar una cosa con otra. Entonces, estos laboratorios, esta formación, lo que yo a veces digo es trabajar de traductores, que en realidad lo que estáis haciendo es traducir el idioma de las startups a las administraciones y el idioma de las administraciones a las startups. Yo creo que es una experiencia muy buena, porque ya os digo, yo he participado en programas de compra pública en frío, voy a lanzar pliegos y tal, eso es sacar papeletas para exteriorte, si no tienes una labor previa de formación, de difusión, de enseñar, casi de evangelización para todos estos temas.
Sí,
y
ahora
pues yo me enrollo mucho, si no me cortáis.
Para eso estamos. Efectivamente, ¿no? Y luego vamos a hablar de esa parte, de lo importante que es esa formación y de lo importante que ha sido también para las startups, que ahora nos contarán en el siguiente panel cómo han aprendido gracias a esos bootcamps y también compartido experiencias, ¿no? Y también un poco con los trabajadores públicos que han participado, pues esa parte de metodología, etcétera, también nos ha ayudado mucho a esto. Y qué importante lo que decías también de cómo activar el papel del Estado como comprador y no solo como financiador, cediendo espacios, que está muy bien, pero lo que hay que hacer aquí es comprar y eso también va a hacer que... Totalmente. Bueno, pues voy a pasar, si queréis, y ya que estábamos un poco hablando de esto, un poco a que me contéis los retos, ¿no? ¿Qué retos habéis encontrado, Ángel, en tus equipos, ¿no? Cuando te has puesto a trabajar en esto? Y el primer día que llegaste y les dijiste, oye, vamos a participar en un laboratorio de innovación, y me acuerdo aquel día que fuimos a Aventurada, ¿no? En ese coworking, que nos decíais, no, pero es que no podéis decir palabras en inglés, porque desde aquí no, esto no. Entonces, ¿cómo traducimos esto, no? Y cómo se traduce esto al mundo real, al mundo rural, y cómo lo estáis viviendo ahora, después de todas esas...
Bueno, necesitó de mucha asertividad, ¿no? Y de algo que yo siempre defiendo, y es la importancia de los mandos intermedios en todos los procesos, ¿no? Fue la primera parte, porque es verdad que el lenguaje de la administración a veces es muy difícil casarlo con esto. Muchas veces porque en la política una de las cosas que más miedo se tiene es al fracaso, ¿no? Yo entiendo que la administración, y lo han dicho los anteriores personas que han estado, que se vive dos mundos, lo difícil que es el control del dinero público, la exigencia que necesita el dinero público, pero no casa con el riesgo, digamos. Y innovación es riesgo, per se. Entonces, esa ha sido la parte más difícil que hemos tenido que vencer, ¿no? El pensar, bueno, que hay que poner un proyecto en marcha, que puede fracasar, pero que si no estaremos... Yo pongo un ejemplo, ¿no? La administración tiene mucho valor siempre, usa mucho... cuenta mucho lo jurídico. Un secretario de un ayuntamiento, un interventor, los servicios jurídicos no conciben no tener una herramienta como el consultor o cualquiera para poder solucionar sus problemas jurídicos. Pues bueno, para nosotros BlockTest es lo mismo, es una serie de herramientas que ponen soluciones rápidas y eficaces al alcance de la administración.
Sí, luego hablaremos también un poco de esa parte de éxito, ¿no? Porque nosotros también solo vemos el fracaso cuando no hay fracaso si ha generado algún aprendizaje, ¿no? No tiene por qué ser como... Entonces, bueno, también aprender a contar eso y es verdad que eso es muy interesante. Vicente, ¿tú qué barreras...?
Bueno, una cosa parecida, ¿no? Encajar un marco regulatorio muy garantista, como es la ley de subvenciones. Este proyecto además será cofinanciado con fondos FEDER. Entonces, encajar las ristas de reglamentaciones y normas en algo que tiene que ser dinámico, como es un proyecto de este tipo, pues eso supone una lucha, bueno, seguimos en ella y estamos en ello, porque es difícil, y por lo que ha dicho Ángel también, aparte, bueno, explicar que que el fracaso es aceptable y que yo puedo dar el proyecto como bien ejecutado diciendo que la conclusión es que no sigo, eso no en este caso, que se ha visto que no, pero entonces es complicado. Pero sobre todo el adaptar un marco muy rígido como es la normativa de la ley de subvenciones, la ley de contratos, los reglamentos comunitarios, con algo que tiene que ser vivo y que tiene que estar cambiando y readaptándose continuamente como es un proyecto de este tipo, ¿no?
Claro,
además, ya digo, es la primera vez que financiamos proyectos así, no proyectos individuales. Bueno, claro, un proyecto, bueno, voy a diseñar una silla, pues es fácil seguirlo, esto es más complicado, ¿no?
Sí, no, y hay un poco, no sé quién ha dicho antes, ¿no? La parte de la cultura, o sea, para mí eso tiene mucho que ver con la parte cultural y como que son dos mundos separados, con culturas muy diferentes, cómo mezclas esto. Pero sí que en nuestros programas, o el programa, por lo que hemos hablado con las startups, por lo que hemos hablado con los trabajadores públicos con los que hemos trabajado, sí que ha tenido mucho impacto, ¿no? En el equipo, a nivel motivación, a nivel inspiración. ¿Qué cambios habéis notado, Ángel, tú en tus equipos a nivel eso, ¿no? A nivel recursos humanos o a nivel recurso humano? Y en vuestro caso, Vicente, a lo mejor, ¿qué perspectiva puedes tener en ese caso?
Bueno, nosotros efectivamente se implicaron mucho los estamentos intermedios y altos de cada uno de los departamentos que trabaja la Mancomunidad, de los servicios que presta, que son turismo, residuos y transporte. Y como os decía al principio, esas metodologías de trabajo ahora mismo las están aplicando ya no solo en estos proyectos que están en marcha y ejecutándose, sino en proyectos propios que se están haciendo. O sea, el personal ha admitido esto como una buena praxis dentro de la administración y, bueno, hemos conseguido también, pues eso, encontrar nuestro hueco con la parte jurídica, que siempre era la más complicada.
En nuestro caso, el impacto es menor porque digamos, la relación con el GovTech no ha sido tan así. Sí que es la adaptación que he dicho, de adaptar, de gestionar proyectos de tipo individual a proyectos de estos colectivos. Y bueno, yo creo que en ese sentido nos estamos adaptando bien.
Y luego, como os hemos contado, hemos lanzado hace no mucho, ¿no?, el espacio GovTech, que es la primera plataforma en español que engloba startups GovTech, pero también hay un hueco para las administraciones públicas y para la inversión. Y nos gustaría saber, o sea, las administraciones públicas pueden hacer consultas, ¿no?, y recibir esas propuestas de las startups. Desde vuestra perspectiva, ¿qué impacto tiene poder publicar retos en una plataforma así abierta al ecosistema?
Bueno, es un poco el ejemplo que os ponía antes de las plataformas jurídicas para los departamentos jurídicos. Que los departamentos técnicos puedan recurrir a soluciones rápidas, ingeniosas y que muchas veces no conocemos o no tenemos alcance fácil a ellas, y que haya algo que lo aglutine y que nos permita estar presentes, lo veo fundamental para que cada vez que surge una pequeña necesidad, porque muchas veces parece que la administración, puesto que lo administrativo es tan complejo, no le compensa muchas veces para algo pequeño iniciar determinados procesos, ¿no? Y bueno, pues tener ese abanico de soluciones, que es muchísimo más grande de lo que nos podíamos imaginar, porque realmente, como se dice, casi todo está inventado, o están inventándolo, ¿no?, antes que nosotros.
Sí, generar esa red de proveedores más diversa, más innovadora, y poder llegar a ella como una forma sencilla, sin tener que hacer todos esos procesos.
Bueno, yo creo, primer punto, todo lo que sea mejorar la interlocución entre los agentes es bueno, eso está bien. Desde el punto de vista incluso garantista, que hablábamos de los interventores y criterios, el que haya una visión más global de todo lo que hay, yo creo que mejora la transparencia y un poco eludir lo que hablamos de los mercados cautivos y de que vayan siempre lo que llamamos los sospechosos habituales, que se presenten siempre las mismas 3 empresas a todo. Y en los dos sentidos. Yo le veo un problema a las plataformas, que es uno de los problemas que tenemos en Madrid en concreto, que hay mucho de todo y nadie conoce lo que hace el de al lado. Entonces yo creo que el siguiente paso, una vez que la plataforma, es cómo enlazarla y que la conozca la gente. Ahora, este año hemos elaborado la Estrategia Regional de Especialización Inteligente y Sostenible para el periodo 21-27, y dentro de ella el Plan Regional de Ciencia e Innovación Tecnológica, y en las mesas que yo participé, que eran las de empresas, curiosamente la gente no pedía más dinero en los programas, sino pedía mejor acceso a la información, a cómo busco una tecnología, cómo busco con quién puedo contactar con un grupo de investigación, y si a eso le añades con licitaciones públicas y tal. Y esa era la demanda que tenían, no ya las startups, que las startups muchas veces no saben qué es lo que necesitan, sino en pymes con 10, 15 años de experiencia que ahora tienen claro qué es lo que habrían necesitado al principio. Con lo cual, este tipo de herramientas me parece fundamental. El siguiente paso es enlazarlas. En ese sentido, estamos trabajando desde la comunidad y desde la Fundación de Crecimiento Madrid +D, para lanzar una plataforma que integre lo que hay, digamos, para que haya una especie de puerta de acceso única, un sitio donde tú puedas referir y llegar a la vuestra y llegar tal, porque hay mucho y es importante que se tenga acceso a ello. O sea, como herramienta me parece básica.
Y por último, que nos quedan 2 minutos, para no pasarnos de tiempo, que yo soy muy estricta con esto, ¿cuáles son vuestros planes para seguir acercando este tipo de empresas emergentes a vuestras instituciones?
Bueno, la administración, siempre decimos eso, ¿no? Es una maquinaria muy pesada, muy lenta y que tiene mucha inercia, pero una vez que giras o cambias la inercia, la tienes que aprovechar. Hay que aprovechar ese peso de esa maquinaria. Una vez que hemos encontrado una fórmula para que el personal técnico de la mancomunidad explore soluciones, la parte jurídica lo vincule, nuestra idea es estandarizarlo y normalizarlo dentro de nuestras propuestas, ¿no? Dar oportunidad siempre a aspectos creativos y aspectos pequeños que ya veníamos haciendo de otra manera para que continúe no este programa, sino una forma diferente de entender el siglo XXI, ¿no?
O sea, si hay alguna startup por aquí, que contacte con Ángel en la Sierra, quieren trabajar con startups, o sea, que es el mensaje que lanzo al público. Sí. Y por vuestra parte, Vicente, ¿cómo vais a seguir y cuál es vuestro plan?
Pues como hemos visto que funciona y que tiene éxito, pues independientemente vemos la convocatoria de entidades de enlace, que es la que va a seguir convocándose, pero además, ya para hacerlo de una forma más estable, se va a lanzar un programa de GovTech a través de la Fundación Madrid +D, digamos, para esto ir más allá. O sea, este proyecto lo hemos tomado como un proyecto piloto y, como se ha visto que funciona, pues se va a lanzar ya una licitación para seguir con ello, con más dinero y con más estabilidad en el tiempo, porque bueno, tampoco se puede quedar, tenemos el piloto y ya está, y ahora, ahora nos retiramos. No, hay que escalar, ¿no? Hay que escalar y darle continuidad.
Pues perfecto, porque además luego vamos a dar nosotros también un poco como nuestro aprendizaje interno y esas ideas, ¿no? al siguiente equipo que herede este programa, o sea, que yo creo que va a ser interesante. Pues muchísimas gracias a los dos por haber estado aquí, por compartir también esa experiencia de lo micro y lo que me está haciendo. Y nada, doy paso al siguiente panel, en el que Sofía, ¿no? Ahora hemos estado hablando con las instituciones públicas que han participado en el programa, ahora vienen las startups, ¿no? Esa parte también muy importante, que nos van a contar su experiencia trabajando con ayuntamientos y su programa. Así que presento a mi compañera, bueno, muchas gracias a los dos, un aplauso para todos. Presento a mi compañera Sofía Silva, a Antonio Jara, de Hopu, y a Vicente Agós, de Sigo, para que os cuenten su experiencia como startups. Gracias. Suerte.
Muchas gracias, Rocío. Y efectivamente, llevamos como una hora hablando sobre lo que es innovar con startups, sobre todo desde la parte de los gobiernos. Y ha llegado la hora de escucharlas a ellas. Tenemos dos startups que son totalmente diferentes. Las dos trabajan en el ámbito público y las dos han formado parte del GovTech Lab Madrid, que es este programa sobre el que estábamos hablando previamente con Rocío. Son startups españolas, una de Murcia y la otra de la Comunidad Valenciana, y vienen representadas por Vicente Agós, que es el CEO de Sigo, y Antonio Jara, que es el CEO de Hopu. Entonces, son startups, como decía, muy diferentes. Hopu, por ejemplo, trabajáis mucho dentro de las ciudades en medición de aire, medición de ruido. Y bueno, son startups que tienen mucha atracción, tienen clientes públicos, pero también se acercan mucho al espacio del privado. En Hopu, por ejemplo, si no me equivoco, tenéis como socios Telefónica o Microsoft.
Sí.
Y bueno, además de haber pilotado dentro del GovTech Lab Madrid, también tenéis un recorrido en el cliente público importante. Si te parece, Antonio, nos cuentas un poquito sobre tu solución y igual la relación que tenéis con los clientes públicos.
Pues nosotros desde Hopu lo que hacemos principalmente es medir la calidad del aire. O sea, lo que hacemos es decodificar el aire para intentar interpretar toda aquella información que nos puede aportar la ciudad a través de interpretar todas las mediciones, tanto de partículas, gases. ¿Eso qué significa? Por ejemplo, en temas como ahora zonas de bajas emisiones, movilidad, pues entender realmente el impacto, entender realmente cuál es el beneficio. Y esto tiene una motivación doble. Una que es obviamente hacia la ciudadanía y hacia el bien común, pero otra que es muy importante es que todos los fondos europeos y todas las nuevas formas de generar inversión necesitan medición, necesitan evidencia. Y ahí es donde nosotros aportamos todos esos informes, evidencia y prueba del impacto real, que facilita luego muchísimo la justificación y también la solicitud de nuevas oportunidades.
Una maravilla. Y de hecho lo hacen y lo hacen muy bien. Han sido reconocidos por el Ministerio de Economía y Competitividad, o sea que no es tontería. Y bueno, Sigo totalmente diferente. Trabajáis mucho más en el ámbito de la eficiencia, generáis herramientas para que las ciudades puedan gestionarse mejor. Y bueno, de hecho sois la startup que más ha pilotado en el GovTech Lab Madrid, o sea que todo un mérito. Y cuéntanos un poquito, Vicente, qué es exactamente lo que hacéis y qué relación tenéis con el sector público.
En primer lugar, agradeceros la oportunidad, estamos muy contentos de estar aquí. Y en Sigo lo que queremos es mejorar la calidad de vida de los ciudadanos y para ello hemos desarrollado aplicaciones ágiles e intuitivas que permitan, por un lado, mejorar el mantenimiento de la ciudad y sus infraestructuras y, por otro, establecer canales de comunicación bidireccional entre los ayuntamientos y la ciudadanía. En definitiva, lo que queremos es que los ayuntamientos, a través de la tecnología, sean más eficientes y también acerquen los servicios públicos a los ciudadanos. Llevamos más de 8 años trabajando y sobre todo en nuestra tierra, en la Comunidad Valenciana, en ayuntamientos como Vinaròs, Onda, municipios de tamaño medio y también en municipios grandes como en Castellón, Alcalá de Henares aquí en Madrid o Valencia.
Y también habéis trabajado en el sector privado,
Correcto.
cercanos a Acciona, Ferrovial, por ejemplo.
Exacto. Comenzamos trabajando directamente para los ayuntamientos, ofreciéndoles estas herramientas, pero al final son herramientas que les facilitan mucho también el trabajo a las contratas que trabajan para los ayuntamientos. Y a raíz de eso trabajamos para empresas como Ferrovial, Elecnor, Acciona, etcétera.
Bueno, y ambos habéis trabajado dentro del marco del GovTech Lab Madrid, ¿no? Que es este programa del que veníamos hablando anteriormente. ¿Cómo ha sido vuestra experiencia? Porque, por ejemplo, vosotros en Hopu trabajasteis con Las Rozas y desde Sigo habéis trabajado con la Mancomunidad de la Sierra Norte, Daganzo y Alcalá de Henares. O sea, entiendo que han sido experiencias diferentes. Si nos contáis igual cada uno un poco cómo habéis vivido la experiencia, para hacernos una idea de lo que habéis trabajado.
Pues desde Las Rozas ha sido muy interesante porque al principio fue no solo el medir la calidad del aire con parte ambiente, sino también toda la transformación digital, que de hecho tuvimos la semana pasada, se organizó el evento de la Red Española de Ciudades Inteligentes allí. Entonces todo el acompañamiento con la unidad de Las Rozas Innova, la introducción de la plataforma, cómo garantizar que todos esos datos que nosotros estábamos introduciendo de información del aire se podían mezclar con otra información como recogida de residuos, etcétera. Y al final nos hemos convertido en un partner tecnológico que acompaña a Las Rozas y en particular a Las Rozas Innova en todo su proceso de transformación digital. Al final, insisto, el proceso de GovTech para mí lo que ha significado y lo que ha aportado con Las Rozas es, primero, que te abran la puerta y segundo, que entiendan que lo que tú estás aportando no solo es tecnología aislada, sino que es una tecnología que tiene un impacto real a nivel gubernamental y que de verdad está validado para ser una herramienta que se use para la toma de decisiones. Y eso ha sido, digamos, el punto de inflexión para que no solo sea un contrato menor para poner 4 o 5 sensores, sino que sea algo que tenga un mayor impacto y seguimos trabajando y renovando contratos continuamente con ellos. O sea que, de momento, súper bien.
¿Y tú, Vicente?
Nosotros la experiencia increíble, como has dicho, pues hemos tenido la suerte de participar en 3 pilotos y además muy diferentes unos de otros. Uno ha sido con el Ayuntamiento de Ganzo, un pequeño municipio de 10.000 habitantes, y están apostando muy fuerte para tener un asistente virtual mediante el cual cualquier ciudadano pueda realizar cualquier tipo de trámite con el ayuntamiento, tenga un asistente mediante un chat que le facilite, un proyecto súper chulo. Con el Ayuntamiento de Alcalá de Henares hicimos una app municipal con la misma filosofía de abrir los servicios públicos hacia los ciudadanos y la verdad es que ha tenido muy buena acogida y muchísimas descargas. Y con la Sierra Norte ese sí que es totalmente diferente, que va más en la eficiencia de los servicios. Ellos hacen la recogida de residuos de más de 40 municipios del norte de Madrid. Además tienen una peculiaridad que, claro, está ahí, entre uno y otro hay más de 40 kilómetros de distancia. Y la verdad es que es súper bien, están utilizando nuestra plataforma para realizar todo el control de fichaje, seguimiento de flota, cuántos kilos se recogen, toda la información del servicio estamos centralizándola, adquiriendo datos y es además un tipo de cliente bastante peculiar, ¿no? Por el tipo de personas que tienen que utilizar las herramientas y la verdad es que estamos súper contentos porque están haciendo un muy buen uso y está siendo un éxito, creo, el proyecto.
O sea, que es muy productivo para ambos. De hecho, vosotros participasteis en la primera edición del GovTech Madrid, que lanzamos en 2020, o sea, llevan casi 2 años con nosotros participando pues, en todas las actividades que pasaban dentro del programa. Y yo ahora os pregunto, si os remontáis al momento en el que vosotros decidís participar y, bueno, más o menos entendíais un poquito lo que era el GovTech Madrid, que había formación, que había oportunidades de pilotaje, pero a nivel de expectativas, ahora que estáis en el otro lado del ciclo, ¿no? Que ya estamos como más cerca del final que del principio, ¿cómo ha contribuido el programa? ¿Qué aprendizaje sacáis o qué valor habéis sacado en esencia, ¿no? Antonio, tú mencionabas que la aproximación al cliente público, pues al final es un puntazo. Pero aparte de eso, ¿qué otros temas importantes?
El primer punto es descubrir que lo que estábamos haciendo es GovTech. O sea, porque al final
bien, ¿no?
ese es el primer punto, porque al final nosotros hacíamos Internet de las cosas, hacemos plataformas, eso puede ser Big Data, inteligencia artificial, son TICs. Pero claro, decir que un TIC específico para el gobierno es GovTech y qué es GovTech o qué era RegTech, o sea, tecnologías para la regulación o tecnologías para el gobierno, para mí eso fue el primero. Y claro, con el apoyo de Public Tech Lab, pues con todos vosotros, el entender mejor cómo posicionar fue increíble. Luego, el networking es un programa que tiene no solo España, tiene un montón de participantes de otros países, de Singapur, Latinoamérica, los líderes en todos estos temas. Entonces, nada más que el aprendizaje en el ecosistema es brutal, porque es que se te abre un mundo totalmente nuevo de lo que es el software aplicado a la administración pública desde las startups de la innovación, nada que tiene mucho más allá de lo que es una administración electrónica pura y dura, y eso también te aprende. Y luego, al final, el tener al Instituto de Empresa detrás es una garantía de éxito. Nosotros, por ejemplo, hace una semana salió el caso de éxito de Las Rozas publicado por el Instituto de Empresa. Eso es, al final, una garantía de que otra ciudad pueda validar y entender. Y el seguimiento que ha hecho, por ejemplo, los compañeros del Instituto de Empresa para validar que efectivamente todo ha sido exitoso, que todo ha ido bien, eso es una calidad, eso es una garantía. Entonces, todo eso al final es aprender qué es GovTech, descubrirlo, poder vender mejor nuestros productos y clasificarlos en ese entorno y finalmente, como te digo, tener al Instituto de Empresa detrás como motor, que por supuesto junto con la Comunidad Autónoma de Madrid, que es la que al final ha abierto las puertas, ha financiado, pero ha sido una sinergia brutal, porque es que has puesto a dos líderes, tanto de la administración pública como de la educación, a hacer algo que de otra forma sería imposible.
Sí, o sea, que articular muy bien vuestra propuesta de valor es algo que también os lleváis de
claro.
todo esto. Y bueno, y eso también es gracias en parte a ese rol que tenemos nosotros como facilitadores, ¿no? Dentro de este mundo, gobierno, startups, todo junto, que podáis articular para que el cliente entienda mejor lo que estáis haciendo, pues tiene mucho valor. Y luego también el tema que mencionabas de la metodología, ¿no? Porque al final vosotros venís muy centrados en vuestro día a día, en los clientes que tengáis, en vuestra propuesta de trabajo, en vuestras estrategias, pero que venga alguien de fuera y te diga, oye, esto igual, para este cliente en concreto, que es un poco particular, si lo hacéis de esta manera, igual conseguís cosas un poquito más, de forma más fácil. Vicente, ¿tú cómo lo ves?
Yo, en esa línea, yo creo que nosotros nos llevamos dos aprendizajes muy importantes. Uno es conocer mejor a nuestros clientes, y no solo desde el punto de vista de sus necesidades y retos, sino algo que es muy importante para nosotros, que son las barreras de entrada que tenemos para esos clientes, cuáles son sus mecanismos internos de decisión de cara a contratarnos, y creo que ahora estamos mucho mejor preparados, por todo lo que ha dicho Antonio, para dirigirnos hacia las instituciones y que nos contraten. Y otro punto que también nos ha aprendido, que creo que es muy importante, es a definir mejor los objetivos de nuestros proyectos y las expectativas. Y en la medida de lo posible, establecer indicadores, un poco lo mismo que decía Antonio. Su plataforma, de hecho, hace eso. Establecer indicadores que sean cuantificables y medibles para evaluar realmente qué impacto está teniendo nuestra tecnología y nuestras soluciones sobre los servicios públicos. Y eso nos da un valor tremendo como para generar casos de éxito que luego replicar.
O sea, en resumen, si tuvieseis que nombrar varias cosas concretas de puntos específicos en los que el programa os ha fortalecido o ha facilitado esa relación que tenéis con el cliente, ¿cuáles diríais que son?
Conexión GovTech a nivel mundial. Yo creo que, de hecho, Idoia la tenemos aquí, es la referente de GovTech a nivel mundial número 1, y así lo tiene, con un montón de seguidores a nivel empresa y público-privados, y poner a nuestra disposición todo su ecosistema es un regalo. Ese es el primer punto, es conéctate con el mundo GovTech, tienes que hacer esto. Y el segundo aspecto, totalmente de acuerdo con lo que comentaba, es empatizar mucho más con la administración. Ese punto de esas discusiones que teníamos abiertas, de preguntar cualquier cosa sin ese miedo garantista que suele haber en la administración, porque sabéis que, por ejemplo, cuando hay una licitación, si ya la han publicado, está prohibido preguntar, a no ser que sea a través de contratación del Estado, por lo cual no puedes tener una discusión informal. Por lo cual, ese tipo de aproximación donde todos nos sentimos en un sandbox, nunca mejor dicho, de confianza, ese psychological safety, de saber que nadie está haciendo lo incorrecto, es buenísimo, como que decía, para entender muy bien cuál es lo que el cliente necesita y cómo adaptar nuestra tecnología a sus necesidades. Entonces, insisto, conexión GovTech mundial, y la otra, por supuesto, es realmente afinar producto a necesidades realmente de un producto que sea para la administración pública.
Claro, porque en el fondo estáis mucho más cerca de ese cliente que es un gran desconocido en muchas ocasiones para vosotras startups que estáis tan lejos. Vicente, vosotros habéis trabajado 3 pilotos, o sea, os habéis acercado muchísimo. ¿Compartes los mismos puntos que Antonio?
Igual, las mejores experiencias que nos llevemos es la cantidad de gente que hemos conocido súper preparada en todos los ámbitos, desde la administración, otras startups. Y lo que comentaba Antonio, hemos conocido a un montón de gente, Estados Unidos, México, Argentina, y visiones que nos han enriquecido un montón que ni te lo imaginabas, ¿no? Partiendo de situaciones tan diferentes, llegar a la misma solución. Nosotros hemos encontrado casi que hermanos, y la verdad es que es súper interesante. Y luego eso, en general, que de alguna manera se case por fin la oferta y la demanda, que hay un montón de empresas como nosotros, pero cientos, y aquí fuera, si nos pegamos un paseo, vamos a ver un montón, que tienen soluciones idóneas para muchísimos retos que tienen las administraciones y no están llegando. Y no están llegando porque no existen estos espacios que habilitan el que la oferta y la demanda se encuentren, en que las administraciones reflexionen sobre sus necesidades y se abran a la innovación. Innovar es riesgo y es algo que es inherente a la innovación, pero un programa como este permite también acotar esa innovación a un piloto que la administración conozca las bondades de estas tecnologías, estas soluciones. No hace falta que implante la solución de Antonio mañana con 1000 sensores en una ciudad. Pueden empezar con 10 sensores, ver cómo funciona, aprender, ver que esas soluciones que provienen de empresas, de proveedores alternativos como nosotros, pueden solucionar los problemas, escalar, crear casos de éxito y llevarlos fuera, llevarlos a otros países, etcétera.
Sí, bueno, y de hecho creo que cualquier interesado desde una administración pública que esté aquí puede estar recopilando todos estos consejos y tips para montar algo dentro de la administración, porque yo creo que estáis articulando muy bien las necesidades que podéis tener desde una startup, y es cierto que vosotros hacéis un esfuerzo por adaptaros a lo que es el cliente público y cómo tenéis que llegar a él, pero al final las administraciones públicas tienen muchos recursos que pueden poner a vuestra disposición. Entonces, si vosotros si tuvieseis que aconsejar a alguien que aquí está preparando un programa similar, otro programa diferente pero con características parecidas, ¿qué diríais que para vosotros como startups, buscando trabajar con el cliente público, es prescindible e imprescindible? O sea, hay cosas que probablemente no sean tan importantes para vosotros y que la administración le preste mucha importancia, pero vosotros no le veis el valor. Y de forma opuesta, igual vosotros necesitáis algo mucho que las administraciones muchas veces no se fijan o no se paran a pensar en ello. ¿Qué puntos diríais vosotros que pueden ser algunos de estos?
Pues imprescindible que estén realmente las personas que tienen que hacer el mantenimiento de la solución involucradas. O sea, nosotros, por ejemplo, hemos trabajado en la compra pública innovadora del Ayuntamiento de Madrid y fue como una sorpresa, porque de todas las CPI que hubo, fueron de las pocas que Medio Ambiente dijo, me lo quedo. O sea, después de 2 años de CPI, dice el Ayuntamiento del Medio Ambiente que la calidad del aire lo hicieron desde innovación. O sea, innovación hace un proyecto desconectado de medio ambiente. Y a los 2 años, cuando ven que funciona y que es útil, Medio Ambiente dice, estoy dispuesto a comprarlo, mantenerlo y ahora me lo puedes imputar a mí los gastos. Por lo cual creo que es muy importante, y eso es imprescindible, de que las unidades que luego van a ser beneficiarias de ese servicio se involucren lo antes posible y que tengan ese interés, porque si no, desde innovación, desde proyectos, van a hacer muchísimas cosas que luego no terminan de calar, y eso para nosotros como startups pues desgasta mucho, porque sientes que estás haciendo algo, te da la ilusión de trabajar con una entidad y no lo van a hacer, no lo van a evitar. También y la segunda parte creo que es imprescindible es que los pilotos se pagan. O sea, esto, las pruebas de concepto, todo al final son empresas que están contratando personal, entonces hay mecanismos como contratos menores, hay tipos de subvenciones, está considerado incluso en programas como la de Lucy el poder hacer esas primeras validaciones antes de hacer un contrato mayor. Entonces, creo que es muy importante también que se respete a las startups, sobre todo las startups más inmaduras que a lo mejor que Sigo o que Hopu, y que ese pequeño esfuerzo económico, que a lo mejor para la administración no es tanto, pero que para una startup es un diferencial muy importante, que no juguemos a pruebas de concepto y todo gratis, sino que también se tenga ese compromiso económico, tanto de arranque, a lo mejor que sea muy poco, pero luego sobre todo de seguimiento, es decir, esto que cale y que lleve más allá. Y luego, pues pues ya imprescindible también que se apoyen en una institución formativa o una institución consultora o similar, para que se tenga estructura, para que no parezca solamente como un concurso o un programita más para recopilar fondos o hacer un piloto, sino que de verdad tenga, como ha tenido Ghostel, que tenga un valor muchísimo más en formación y en ecosistema y en networking que realmente solo lo que era el piloto. El piloto, de hecho, vino finalmente sin estar incluso comprometido, que no se vea, o sea, que se vea realmente el pack completo y el valor sea la suma de todo, y eso también para mí creo que es imprescindible.
Yo creo que destacaría lo mismo que dice Antonio, que hay que eliminar ese miedo, esa desconfianza ante lo pequeño y ante lo innovador. Lo innovador funciona y ha funcionado en muchos ámbitos, también puede funcionar en la administración y va a funcionar. Y yo también destacaría, bueno, hoy yo creo que aquí tanto Santiago como antes Vicente Parra han tenido visiones que no son las habituales, pero nosotros tenemos la percepción que las administraciones hacen un esfuerzo brutal muy grande para promover la innovación y el emprendimiento, pero muchas veces es un vivero de empresas o unos premios, cosas que están genial, que están muy bien esas iniciativas y hay que apoyarlas, pero lo que necesita una empresa para crecer son casos de éxito. Y eso es la administración es una empresa generadora, o sea, es un gran generador de demanda. Antes ha dado las cifras Vicente Parra y asustan, ¿no? El 20% del PIB y solo el 1% de las empresas. Es algo no estamos haciendo bien, creo. Puede tener un gran efecto tractor para crear casos de éxito, que esos casos de éxito se puedan escalar y llevarlos a otros países también.
Bueno, pues yo creo que podemos cerrar con esta nota positiva. Es la verdad que un gusto escuchar los aprendizajes y escuchar que habéis disfrutado también del programa. Así que muchísimas gracias, Antonio y Vicente, y un aplauso para ellos. Y ahora, bueno, me gustaría invitar al resto del equipo del Public Tech Lab, a Rocío Suánces, Idoia Ortiz de Artiñano y Beatriz Belmonte, para compartiros algunos de nuestras reflexiones y nuestros aprendizajes que nos llevamos después de estos 2 años de GovTech Lab Madrid, que han sido de mucho trabajo, pero también de muchas notas positivas y muchas anécdotas.
Bueno, pues efectivamente... efectivamente, justo antes de irnos, nos gustaría compartir con vosotros algunas palabras e ideas clave de nuestro paso, ¿no?, por este programa en los últimos 2 años. Y lo primero que queríamos agradecer era a las personas que han formado parte del equipo del GovTech Lab Madrid, a Juan Pablo, a Ari, a Cris, a Ana, porque sin ellos no hubiésemos llegado hasta donde hemos llegado, ¿no? Lo segundo, agradecer a los 24 ayuntamientos que han participado y en especial a los valientes que se han atrevido a pilotar y a experimentar con soluciones que les hemos presentado. Y lo tercero, y muy importante también, pues a las startups, ¿no? Esas 40 startups que han participado en nuestros bootcamps y también a las que forman parte de nuestro ecosistema, que lo enlazo con lo siguiente que quiero contaros, que bueno, hemos publicado hoy la lista de las 100 startups en GovTech, las mejores startups GovTech de España y América Latina, que nos va a contar un poco Bea y que tenemos por ahí impresas, si queréis.
Sí, bueno, hemos traído algunos ejemplares por si queréis conocerlos así de primera mano, pero también están publicadas en nuestra web y en nuestros canales. Es la tercera edición, hay una tercera parte de startups que son nuevas respecto a la edición anterior, pero yo creo que la principal novedad es cómo hemos construido la lista este año, que hemos estrenado, de hecho, la plataforma Espacio GovTech, que salía mencionada antes en el panel de Rocío, que es la primera plataforma especializada en GovTech en español abierta y accesible que tenemos en nuestro entorno, y la tercera en Europa. Creo que es una buena noticia esto dentro del programa. Y además, dentro de esta plataforma Espacio GovTech, que podéis consultar en www.govtechlab.es, espero que lo hayáis anotado bien, abrimos ahora la beta a los ayuntamientos. Queremos que los ayuntamientos, como decía Rocío, es un espacio donde pueden publicar retos y consultas que directamente lleguen al ecosistema de startups. Entonces, ahora abrimos la beta con ellos. Es una oportunidad importante para ayuntamientos en Madrid y de más allá. Sabemos que GovTech Lab Madrid es una referencia para otras regiones también y otros programas. Creo que Sofía nos puede dar algún ejemplo de cómo hemos inspirado otras iniciativas.
Sí, bueno, es importante mencionar que el objetivo del programa no era impactar en otros lugares, estábamos enfocadas en la Comunidad de Madrid, pero sí que es verdad que nosotras sabíamos que no éramos las primeras que estábamos haciendo esto, sí en Madrid, pero no en el resto del mundo, así que desde el principio hicimos un esfuerzo por involucrarnos mucho en el ecosistema GovTech a nivel internacional y empezamos a nivel nacional participando en eventos y en discusiones con entidades como Digital Future Society, NovaGov o eventos como el CENIS, que son grandes referentes aquí en el sector público, y a nivel internacional pues nos llevamos nuestro día a día a contarlo. Nos fuimos hasta Reino Unido, los países bálticos, también Perú, Colombia, Brasil y hasta la Comisión Europea. Y un poco pues contando nuestras experiencias y nuestros avances, nos convertimos en caso de uso y de hecho a nivel nacional hemos inspirado muchas iniciativas que están surgiendo aquí en Madrid y también en Vizcaya, y a nivel internacional ha sido fascinante porque se nos han acercado gobiernos como el de Arabia Saudí o el de Egipto interesados por el trabajo que estábamos haciendo con startups y ayuntamientos, ¿no? Esos bootcamps que estábamos lanzando. También el Programa de Desarrollo de las Naciones Unidas, el PNUD, nos incluyó en unas sugerencias que hacían a otros gobiernos como ejemplo de cambio sostenible. Y yo creo que más importante y de forma más emocionante para nosotras, el BID, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, ha decidido replicar este laboratorio en Latinoamérica, en un proyecto de 3 años con 10 ciudades diferentes. Así que es reconfortante saber que todo este trabajo al final ha llegado a buen puerto.
Hay una parte de red y relaciones que es muy importante, hay otra de conocimientos compartidos también o distribuidos, y luego hay otros 3 aspectos que son fundamentales del programa, que son la capacitación, los pilotos y el ecosistema que genera. La capacitación, Ángel antes mencionaba, ¿no?, todas las herramientas que han adoptado y cómo habéis adoptado nuevas maneras de trabajar. Está abierto a todos los ayuntamientos que forman parte del programa, no solo a los que pilotan, es decir, más allá de los 10 ayuntamientos que pilotan. Y lo que dejan estos años son metodologías y herramientas y didácticas como estas que hemos querido traer para que para que se entienda también los detalles del programa, ¿no? Donde se ven todos los procesos y que acompañan a estos equipos públicos con, pues, como lo que tiene Rocío, la guía de evaluación y seguimiento de pilotos para que puedan los propios ayuntamientos hacer esto de manera individual en las experiencias piloto.
Efectivamente, de los 10 pilotos que hemos realizado, 5 los podéis consultar en nuestra web, si quisieseis, si tuvieseis la curiosidad, y otros 5 están en marcha todavía, ¿no? Y insistimos mucho, ¿no?, en los pilotos, en el concepto que comentaba antes con Vicente y con Ángel de éxito, porque para nosotras un piloto solo fracasa si no genera aprendizajes y rutas alternativas a las previstas.
Yo voy a terminar esta primera parte hablando de ecosistema, que casi es como una lucha personal, ¿no? Porque cuando hablamos de innovación pública se nos olvida la parte de lo privado. Y lo cierto es que, desde luego, en este país, muchísimo del diseño, de la generación, de la operativa, del servicio público es una combinación de trabajo entre lo público y lo privado. Por lo tanto, creemos que los ecosistemas de startups, de scale-ups, pyme digital tienen muchísimo que decir en el servicio generado por las instituciones públicas de nuestro país. Por lo tanto, lo que nosotros hemos querido hacer desde este programa es empezar a intentar promover este concepto de ecosistema de startup como incentivo o como promotor de la innovación pública. Lo que a nosotros nos encantaría ver es que cada una de las instituciones públicas de este país tuviese su ecosistema de startups, de scale-ups, de pyme digital, de grandes empresas, de universidades, todos informando futuras licitaciones, dando ideas de lo que se puede hacer y, como decía antes con Santiago, teniendo a todos los funcionarios de este país en el South Summit todos los años pillando ideas. O sea, eso es como nuestro objetivo vital casi, ¿no? Pero bueno. Vamos a pasar, por último, quizás a las cuatro consejos, ¿no? Aquí sabemos que hay gente que está pensando en hacer laboratorios o programas GovTech en sus instituciones. Bueno, pues ha sido un trabajo tremendo lo que hemos hecho en el laboratorio GovTech, hemos aprendido muchísimo, y quizás contaros los 4 grandes aprendizajes o 4 consejos. Y empiezo yo, si os parece. El primero, entender esto del ecosistema GovTech, de los programas GovTech, como instrumentos de transformación pública. Aunque la innovación abierta en general, en lo público, pero también en lo privado, conceptualmente es muy sencillo, la implementación es complicadísima. Esto es caro. Esto, para que funcione, necesita tiempo, necesita recursos humanos que sepan de qué están hablando y porque es una inversión constante de cambio de culturas, cambio de lenguaje, cambio de relaciones, cambio de transacciones, cambio de forma de vender y de comprar en la administración. Por lo tanto, es un cambio que toca muchísimas esferas de la administración, como decía, cosas muy, muy, muy complejas, se necesita tiempo y es una forma, también lo que vemos nosotros, aparte de un instrumento de transformación, una buena excusa o un buen canal para atraer nuevas disciplinas a la administración, como la identificación de problemas y la investigación, el tema del diseño, el tema de la experimentación. Todo esto, un programa GovTech no es la panacea, no te va a cambiar la institución en un día para el otro, ni muchísimo menos, pero sí es una buena excusa, un buen instrumento para empezar a cambiar las cosas. Yo diría 2 cosas muy rápido. Una, haz y haz ver, o sea, trabajar en abierto, no solo contar el principio con la convocatoria y el final con los resultados, sino lo que pasa en el medio, las preguntas, los ensayos, los hallazgos. Eso es muy importante para atraer inteligencia y compartir inteligencia fuera también. Y la segunda es salir a la calle, probar y preguntar las cosas desde el primer momento, sin exploración, prototipado y experimentación con la gente a la que se dirigen las soluciones. Realmente la posibilidad de generar valor público decae y nos quedamos en la solución, y lo que siempre planteamos es si la tecnología es la respuesta, cuál es la pregunta, cuáles son los retos, que ha salido mencionado en este margen muchas veces. Serían mis 2 consejos.
Sí, otro punto importante yo creo que es apostar por llegar lejos y hacer el camino para los que vienen detrás. Porque muchas veces dentro de la administración pública, cuando hacemos proyectos, justificamos para justificar que se ha hecho y documentamos para justificar, pero no documentamos para aprender ni para facilitarle el trabajo a la persona que viene detrás. Y como decía Idoia, esto lleva tiempo, lleva mucho tiempo. Entonces, si tú cierras el paquete de documentación y lo entregas y se queda ahí, la persona que viene detrás se va a perder mucho de los resultados de lo que ha pasado antes y va a tener que empezar de cero. Entonces, es un proceso que al final no es sostenible. Entonces, hacerte dueño del proceso y documentar para aprender es súper importante.
Y por último, yo diría cuidar y alimentar a tus redes, ¿no? Superar los límites del programa y crear esos espacios de conversación y de acercamiento entre las startups y las administraciones públicas más allá de los límites del programa y luego hacer clic y cambiar un poco la manera de trabajar e incorporar, que creo que también se habla en algún panel, a los equipos de IT, a los equipos de legal desde el principio de los proyectos para que al final ellos también sean dueños del proyecto y vean todos los beneficios de este tipo de proyectos, no llegar al final con esto. Y nada, aquí acabamos. Agradeceros un montón a todos los que estabais y los habéis escuchado. Esperamos que haya estado bien. Nos podéis dar feedback y además, pues podéis venir a consultarnos materiales, a hacernos preguntas, que aquí estamos las 4 para contestar lo que queráis. Muchísimas gracias.
Panel, thank you to all our panellists this morning. I hope you've been inspired. I hope you've learned a lot. We've got more fantastic panels coming up this afternoon, starting at 3:30 with how to recover the food system. We really hope you'll join us then. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Thank you. Are all refueled after lunch, ready for an afternoon of more inspiring speakers. Remember, the theme this year is decoding complexity, and our afternoon speakers are going to try and do just that. And we're going to kick off this afternoon sessions talking about climate tech. Our panel will look at how we can recover the food system and approach the food tech industry with responsible practices that ensure sustainable nutrition in the long term. Biotech, hybrid production methodologies, and economically viable but emission-efficient practices are 3 ways to achieve just that. So, to discuss all this, please welcome to the SANDBOX stage this afternoon our moderator, Beatriz Jacost, Director at KM0 Food Innovation Hub, Juanjo Escobar, Founder and CEO at Coma Bioactive Ingredients, Charles Miller, Commercial Director at Sonta Hybrid Potato Breeding, and Maria Konstantinova, CFO and Innovation Director at Agrana Group. A big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here after lunch and after this important speaking event at the arena. It's an honor to have you here. I see some friends in the audience. Thanks for supporting. So I'm very excited to moderate this roundtable on the topic we love most and are most concerned about, which is the food system. So with me, I have Juancho Escobar, who is the CEO and founder of Comer, and also the commercial director of Solinta, which is one big player in the food industry. And we will be speaking about the biggest challenges and opportunities within our sector. So to kick off this conversation, I would like to start by asking my panelists, what are your companies doing to recover the food system? And just a brief line on the main purpose of your organizations in case some people in the public don't know about them. So please, Juancho.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bea, and the organization for the invitation to share with you the ideas and the work when we developed in Comer bioactive ingredients. Comer is a technological and sustainable based company. We put into the market natural and sustainable ingredients. We used to work with farmers and peasants and communities in the origin countries, mostly America and Asia. After that, we moved to here, to Spain, where we have our laboratory in order to measure the quality of technological science of the ingredients, and at the end we also measure the sustainability of the supply chain. That's why we have several stamps and certifications that we can prove that the quality of the ingredients are the best natural ingredients that you can have in the market, and also we have the methodology in order to measure the impact of the whole business system that we develop with the peasants, farmers, exporters, importers, and at the end, how the industry, the food, pharma, nutraceutical, and cosmetic and agricultural inputs industry could use these kind of ingredients in order to provide an end consumer product.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak and to share the experience Solinta's had in this value chain discussion, let's call it. It's really important, and it changes quite regularly, and the current events are making it change even more dramatically. Solinta is a hybrid potato breeding company. I'm the commercial director there, as you said. We're based in the Netherlands, and we use hybrid breeding to help create a sustainable future. And what does that mean? It means that we breed new varieties of potatoes that create value for farmers, and that help reduce chemical usage, help increase yield, and provide farmers with a much more sustainable and cost-efficient crop, hopefully creating a better lifestyle for those farmers. And basically, to summarize, what we do is we try to unlock the potential of potatoes.
Thank you. You both mentioned impact and the impact our current production system on our economy, on our society, on our planet and people isn't great. So some data says that we are losing 70% of biodiversity, 50% of our topsoil, also data related to our health, 40% of the population obese, while 800 million don't have enough access, 70% of the water in the world is being used to produce the food we need, while some people don't even have access to this water. So all of these inconsistencies show us that we need to change and shift the way we are producing and distributing our food. So I was curious to hear what each of your companies is doing in this regards to shift these negative impacts to some very positive ones in the upcoming years.
It's a great question because, first of all, the most important thing is to measure the baseline, than where is the initial point that you are working with the peasants and the farmers in our case. We are making in this moment the baseline of the organization, the communities, and the cities and the countries where we are working with. From that sense, we are having information that is going to give us the key how to join them, how to join the people, how to join the producers of the ingredients in order to improve their way of living. We are not talking only about the quality of the ingredient. We are not only talking about the amount of ingredients that we are going to get from such a part of the world. We are talking about how is the behave or how is the way of living of these people, of these communities, and Comer is able to join them and in order to articulate not only the commercialization of the ingredients, but also with national or supranational organizations in order to develop and article several projects thinking on an international development way of living. That's our main topic, that is our purpose. Then all the business development which is surrounding the natural and sustainable ingredient is adding value not only in a financial way, but also in a social, in an economical, and in an environmental way. That's the things that we are doing in this moment. And at the end, we need to have more business development in order to have the power to be able to impact in a bigger amount or in a bigger form in the peasants and farmers in the origin countries.
Thank you.
I think it's a really important question that you ask. And as I said in the introduction, the world's changing. And as an industry and as a people, we have to change as well. And if you think about the food that people eat, you know, how is that selected? How are we producing maize in certain climates? Look at potatoes. Potatoes use less water than maize to create the same amount of nutritional benefit. So why use maize and not potatoes? And at Salenta, we were actually founded on the principle that potatoes' potential has not been unlocked. And that potential is not just about extra yield for a farmer that creates extra income. It's about how the lifestyle is impacted of those farmers, the villages, and the entire value chain around potatoes. I mean, another interesting fact, I think, is you talk about food security. Well, there's also nutritional security that's a really important thing to think about. And why is there nutritional insecurity? Well, many, many reasons. But one of the founding reasons is a lack of high-quality starting material for indigenous farmers. And that, in the traditional potato value chain, is very difficult to create. And with our hybrids technology, we use true seeds, so seeds just like tomato seeds or broccoli seeds, instead of seed tubers. To plant 1 hectare of potato production, it takes 2.5 tons of seed tubers. Now, moving that from Mombasa to Rwanda is simply not possible in a quality way. But with our seeds, to plant that same hectare, it's 25 grams. You know, a farmer can put it inside his pocket and carry it with him, in most cases in Africa, with her, to the farm, and produce the same yield with less chemicals, with less impact on the environment in terms of transportation. And all of these reasons are why Salenta was founded, to change that value chain and make it much more sustainable.
So we all agree that our food system needs to shift towards a more sustainable one that is not generating those negative impacts, but that comes with a green premium. So I wanted to raise the topic on who is going to pay that extra cost of these sustainable practices, and how will we get these end products to the consumer without increasing the price and making products that are healthy, sustainable, and accessible for all.
At the end, I think that it's a question of the connections and the how large or how small is the supply chain. If we are able to take down the supply chains from 10 players, from 8 players to only 3 or 2 players, when you get from the peasants, farmers, and to the industry that is going to use the ingredients, there it's a big amount of efforts, materials, money that is going to be saved, And it's going to be not only impacting in the amount of money that the people needs to pay for the end product that it's produced with this kind of ingredients. This is one of the things that we are thinking on. And the other thing is the quality and the functionality of the ingredients that we put into the end products. It means that with less amount of ingredients, you are going to have a bigger amount or a bigger functionality or health property into the end product. That's why we are based in a scientific park here in Valencia. And at the end, we are mixing the sustainability, but also with the science and technology development, mostly based in biotechnology. And this is going to give us the key in order to produce better raw materials, better ingredients, in order to be really connected with the needs of the market. And in this moment, we are really interconnected, globally talking. So we need exactly who are producing what and where and how, and who needs this kind of products. At the end, it's a question of how we are going to manage these kind of connections. Are we going for the big and the old route, or are we going to the direct one and the one-to-one way in order to produce the impact and in order to reduce the cost or the financial cost of these kind of operations?
No, I think you bring up some good points about making more for less, or with less, basically. And it's something that we have to think about, because do we really all want to pay 15-20% more for our food? And do we really have to? Well, at the moment we are, for a lot of reasons. And those prices are not changing very much. They're just, the rate of the increase is continuing to be steady, let's say. Well, does it really have to be that way? I'm not sure. That's what ag innovation is about, is producing more with less. And if the governments around the world continue to put up barriers around companies like ours that limit the amount of innovation you can have, exactly what you said will happen. Everything will cost more. But if we're allowed as a society to think about how to apply innovation to where we really need it, and so that it creates useful long-term benefits, maybe we don't have to pay more in the long term.
Talking again about the consumer, as you said, the consumer probably doesn't want to pay that extra price for more sustainable products. But do they also want to change their type of diet just for the sake of saving the planet? That is a big question to make. So Charles, you said maize is less efficient or sustainable in comparison to potatoes. Why don't we all just eat potatoes? And here comes the interesting thing with food and nutrition. It's not just calories, but it's much more linked to our identity, our memories, our culture, and so on. So how are we going to convince, or do we have to convince the consumer to shift their diet so that we can achieve our goals?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. None of us like to change our diet. We grew up on a certain culture, right? And that culture had embedded in it certain types of vegetables, maybe protein, you name it. And making those changes is really, really complicated. Even the color of the skin of a potato is a cultural thing. In Pakistan, for example, it's almost impossible to sell a yellow-skinned potato. They want a red-skinned potato. But if you go to Europe, nobody likes red-skinned potatoes, really. They prefer yellow-skinned. And is there a reason? Maybe, maybe not. It all depends. In Pakistan, it's really easy to know what the reason is. Most of the potatoes are sold on the street in the sunshine. If you put yellow-skinned potatoes out there, they turn green very quickly. They become unappealing. A red-skinned potato turns green just as quickly, but you can't see it. It's a cosmetic effect. So people like it. But it's going to take time, and again, it's this innovation concept. We have to innovate in order to keep the food supply growing, and we also have to communicate with the consumers. And I think that's one thing that I can say as a seed industry. I've been involved in the seed industry most of my career. The seed industry has been notoriously bad at communication. and we have to improve, because at the end, the consumers are what's going to drive what's needed. And, well, it's all about talking.
From my point of view, I think that we have such amount of technology, such amounts of capacity of understand quotation marks, the natural systems that are able to produce the food, that it's a question of knowledge. It's a question of how to share this knowledge, how to communicate the knowledge and the information that we have access to. For example, in the case of potato, in Peru, we have the International Research Center of Potato. We are not talking about 1, 2, 3, 5 sorts or kind of potatoes. We are talking about thousands of potatoes. In the quinoa is the same, in the maize is the same. All this biodiversity, when we change it or when we shift it, the production only for a commercial one, for a commercialized one, we are going to have only a short varieties or a short number of varieties. But if we know which is the purpose of the product that you need to produce, which is the purpose of the naturally talking or nutritionally talking of the products that we are going to put as raw material in the end product, maybe in that moment we can figure it out that a sort or of a kind of material that is produced locally is able to produce this action. And that's when we talk about the connections of the knowledge, the technology, and how we share all the information that we are able to catch through. And for example, when we talked about the sorts and about the biodiversity, the most important thing is to know about it, to take the time in order to measure what do we have locally, but at the end, if we need to do it in a commercial way, in a really big volumes at the end, if you have the methodology to measure the actions that we need to put into the production, after that to the transport, logistics, quality control, when it comes to the users, it's easily to work with this kind of information besides when you do not have it. Because if you do not measure the impact, if you do not measure the impact of the actions that you are making in the soil, in the people, in the society, or in the end consumer, then we are talking about a really not conscious thing.
What would you say are the most impactful innovations or technologies that could shift and lead us towards that better future food within your sector? So with Charles, we were speaking earlier about the potential of gene editing, and that has also been a message that has been communicated wrongly, the GMO discourse. So what are these technologies, innovations? Are they always digital? Because maybe they can be based on what we knew many years ago on regenerative agriculture. What are the hot areas in each of your sectors?
No, we talked about a lot of technologies earlier, and I think, this idea of innovation and continuing innovation needs to be supported. Now, what does that look like in the end? I'm not 100% sure, but gene editing is now kind of, let's say, one of the new things in this industry, and it's a very fast, a very efficient way of creating locally adapted products that suit the needs of local consumers that would take perhaps decades or not even be possible in traditional selection. Well, within Solenta, hybrid breeding, which has been around since the early 1900s and was discovered well before that, is what we do. And so it is, let's say, a more traditional, non-GMO way of targeted breeding. And all of these things can be used along with the regenerative agricultural concept. We have to do that anyway. If we're not going to look after the planet, we're not going to be able to produce food. And so we have to be able to come up with new products that use less water, that use less chemicals, and that use less petrol during the whole process of the production. And the only way we do that is with innovative breeding and selection, along with understanding local environments and local needs.
When you ask Bea about the technologies, for example, it's one of the technologies that we are considering and to taking care of is the fermentation one. The fermentation technology is well known from decades, from centuries. And this is a really interesting technology that we can adapt and we can transfer to the cultures and to the people, to the producers, in order to make or produce a certain kind of bioactive ingredients or bioactive compounds that we need to make in the natural ingredients. And the other technology that it could be really interesting in the developed countries, I think it's going to be the stem cells culture, because we are able to, in this moment, we are able to identify which kind or which part of the cell is able or is responsible to produce certain kind of secondary bioactive. And we are able to adapt and to produce only this kind of bioactive compound in a stem cell culture. So if we are able to develop a system or a methodology in order to develop this kind of technology or develop this kind of ingredients or bioactives, really active ingredients, but considering that it's coming from the natives or the biodiversity of such a kind of country, and we are going to pay the money back for using your nature treasures, maybe in that sense, we are going to be able to develop certain kind of business or technology development for the near future. And this, we are not talking about 2-3 years from now. We are talking about that it's doing in this moment. This is developing in this moment now.
Well, I can give you an example, actually, of something like that. Within our company, we're already working on potatoes that produce a much higher volume of clean starch than is available in most other products. So it's produced very locally. It's much higher quality of starch, and that's one of the things we need. And if you're producing that kind of starch, you're also producing protein. Again, a vegetable-based protein, which we know we're going to need in the future.
So in the end, it's about controlling our species in somewhat way, becoming more and more intelligent with the data to make better decisions. And I would like to know, because we need to wrap up soon, about your views on this ideal future of food, and if you could pinpoint on what are some of the challenges or obstacles that are keeping us from getting to that ideal future. You mentioned, Charles, regulation can be a stopper. So what other pain points do we have as an industry to come forward, and where do we want to head?
In our case, we are facing a really a huge challenge, which is the climate change. And the climate change, if we do not face in a general way and also in a cooperative way, I think that we are not going to going through or to beat this big challenge. For example, in this moment we are having a lower production capacity of the native seeds in the regions, and that's why, because the climate has been changed a lot, and we need to adapt not only the seeds but also the methodologies and the agricultural practices than we have in the fields.
Now, I think when you talk about challenges, we have a lot of challenges in the value chain for our food. But some of the top challenges, I think, are the changing climate, and it is definitely changing. It's changing everywhere in the world. I think the population is growing dramatically and will continue to grow, and those things will put a tremendous amount of stress on what we have all kind of grown to know as the food value chain. We have to address that, and we have to address that with creative thinking and a lot of innovation. Like you say, using some species we haven't thought of before. I think that's a really great way. Take the case of the potatoes in the Andes, like you talked about. There are specific potatoes that just grow because they taste good, right there. And maybe that's something that can be adapted to other areas. And so we have to be very creative about how we do this. Otherwise, we're not going to be sustainable.
So thank you very much. We will be very creative, and we will try to bring to the plates of people what they want, but transforming the production and distribution of how we are getting this to their plate, because people don't want to eat an iPhone. They want to eat what's dear to their hearts. So it's great that there are companies like yours working on these challenges and using this as an opportunity to reach the market. So thank you all. I don't know if there's time for questions. If not, we will be around. And good afternoon.
Thanks again to Beatriz, Juanjo and Charles for that fascinating discussion on the challenges facing the food industry today. We're moving on now to look at the relationship between the Brazilian and Spanish ecosystems. Now, Brazil and Spain don't just have two great soccer teams in common, they also have a number of shared interests and shared values. So the next panel is going to look at how we can bring these two regions closer together and how to promote technological, economic and social growth on both sides of the Atlantic. They're going to discuss how to understand the relationship and discover the growing number of opportunities between Brazil and Spain, and how to power up increased collaboration and technological development. So we've got a great panel to talk about this. So please welcome to the SANDBOX stage our moderator, Eduardo Loreo, founder and CEO at Numeric, Maria Benjumea, who is, of course, the founder and chairman at South Summit, and Paulo Alvim, Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology of Brazil. Welcome to the stage, everyone, and a big round of applause.
Pues muchas gracias a todos, es un placer estar aquí. Hacemos este panel en español, espero que esté confortable para todos. Sí. Hablaremos un poquito de portuñol igualmente, ¿no? Que María...
Me encanta el portuñol, porque me encanta Brasil. Y
bueno.
agradezco mucho el portuñol, porque no es portuñol, es el gran favor que nos hacen de hablar en español.
Qué bueno. Bueno, yo creo que a las dos personas que están conmigo aquí no hace falta introducirlas, pero aún así quería hacer una pequeña referencia. Bueno, estamos con el ministro de Ciencia y Tecnología de Brasil y que además es más que ministro. El ministro tiene 40 años de experiencia en el ecosistema de innovación, trabajando con innovación, tiene su trayectoria con el SEBRAE, que es una institución de referencia en el apoyo al emprendimiento y la innovación en Brasil. Así que muchas gracias, ministro. Y por otro lado tenemos a María Benjumea, que bueno, más que presentada está, ¿no? Es emprendedora, es la fundadora de South Summit y que está haciendo su 10º aniversario hoy, así que aplausos a los dos por sus trayectorias y a South Summit. ¿Vale? Pues estupendo. Yo voy a hacer ya dos preguntas directamente a uno. Claro, por favor. Sí, sí.
Eu gostaria de, em público, agradecer a Maria por ter escolhido o Brasil para a parceria de South Summit. 10º em Madrid, primeiro em Brasil. Muito obrigado.
Muchísimas
gracias, ministro. Yo estoy, pero muy feliz de haber estado en Brasil y de seguir estando en Brasil.
Bueno, aprovechamos la ocasión para preguntarte, María. Nosotros estábamos hablando, el ministro y yo, ayer, y hablamos de quizás una tercera ola, y que me perdonen los historiadores, si hay algún historiador en la sala, ¿vale? Quizás una tercera ola de cooperación comercial, económica, entre los dos lados del charco, entre Iberia, entre lo que es España, Portugal y Latinoamérica, ¿no? 500 años atrás, unos startuperos han levantado capital, hicieron unos barcos y han cruzado el charco, ¿no? Luego, hace, no sé, algunas décadas que esta cooperación comercial ha tenido una segunda ola, ¿no? De mucha presencia de corporaciones importantes a los dos lados del Atlántico. Y ahora tenemos una ola con las startups, ¿verdad? Entonces, mira, María, has estado con startups y con el capital igualmente, ¿no? Con inversiones de los dos lados y tal. María, tú que has estado en el ecosistema brasileño, y a lo mejor no todos los españoles en la sala han estado ahí, ¿qué has encontrado en Brasil? ¿Qué has encontrado en Porto Alegre que nos pudieras contar?
Bueno, me encanta que Eduardo no me haga esta pregunta, porque la verdad es que he encontrado un lugar maravilloso. Y un lugar, me gustaría decirlo en big picture, un país maravilloso, un estado maravilloso y una ciudad con ese CAIS y ese Guaíba y esa gente que es espectacular. He encontrado un talento alucinante. Yo ya sabía dónde iba, sabía perfectamente, porque nosotros queríamos ir a Brasil. Para nosotros, Iberoamérica es algo que nos sentimos como propio, es decir, pero no como propio, es que nos sentimos una parte clave, y tú lo has dicho, es decir, es toda la península ibérica y la vinculación con todo el mundo iberoamericano, es que somos la propia composición. Pero además de eso, es que yo ya sabía que Brasil es el país más potente en toda la generación de ecosistema de startup, de innovación, con un mayor número de unicornios, cada vez con mayor volumen de inversores propios de Brasil, pero ojo, que es lo más importante, de interés de la inversión internacional, de interés del ecosistema general por Brasil. Y me gustaría decir también una cosa, ministro, que estoy segura que vas a coincidir conmigo, porque nadie conoce el ecosistema brasileño como lo conoces tú. Con un estado como Río Grande do Sul. Me he sentido muy privilegiada también de estar ahí, porque dentro de Brasil se caracteriza por lo que para nosotros más importante es, como es ser un estado altamente innovador, en donde el desarrollo del talento y la creación de talento y la potenciación y la consideración del talento es clave. Y la verdad es que eso es lo que he visto. Me he sentido imposible mejor. He visto que la atracción hacia Brasil, hacia Porto Alegre, hacia Río Grande do Sul, de gente de todas partes y además de todo el país también sintiéndose orgulloso de que ahí hiciéramos, porque es muy importante repartir juego, ¿verdad?, entre las grandes ciudades. Y está Río, y está Sao Paulo, y está Porto Alegre, y está el estado de Río Grande do Sul, y a mí me encanta además, lo he visto, y además tu Secretaría de Estado también estaba ahí, cómo han trabajado, que es otra de las cosas que me ha apasionado, porque a mí me encanta, como ya me habéis oído esta mañana, que todos unamos fuerzas, que todos trabajemos juntos, independientemente de la ideología. Lo importante son las personas, son los países, es la sociedad. Y yo ver a gente cómo ha trabajado de la mano y ver un país tan potente, con tantas ganas, con tanta pasión, me ha parecido alucinante. Y tener un socio como hemos tenido con Forol, con Seca, con Eduardo y con todos sus equipos ha sido algo absolutamente increíble. Con lo cual, para mí Brasil es algo que ya no sale ni de mi corazón, ni de nuestra estrategia dentro de South Summit.
Estupendo, María. Y esto es... Claro, por favor, por favor.
Se pedisse a brasileño para escolher por onde começar, talvez não seria a escolha Rio Grande do Sul y Porto Alegre.
La primera elección, posiblemente.
Sí.
Bueno, a mí me gustaría, ministro, me encanta que me des un poquito de carrete en esto, porque es que esto ha sido alucinante. Es decir, que hayamos tenido una primera edición como la que hemos tenido, es que ha sido una cosa que ni soñándonos lo hubiésemos podido imaginar. Es que en ese CAIS, con ese Guaíba, con ese marco espectacular de Porto Alegre, de Río Grande do Sul, han pasado más de 20.000 personas, pero 20.000 personas talentosas, innovadoras, que tanto pertenecían a corporaciones, a lo que es la economía tradicional, como a estas empresas emergentes, startuperas, innovadoras, como a los inversores. Y realmente eso ha sido algo verdaderamente espectacular. Y eso es lo que de verdad nos ha atraído. ¿Qué es lo que hemos visto además de esas 20.000 personas? A la competición, en una primera competición, se han apuntado más de 1.000 startups, pero es que han sido procedentes de 70 países diferentes que han venido a Porto Alegre, que han venido a Río Grande do Sul. Que hemos tenido un gobierno que ha empujado, que ha tenido la iniciativa, que ha estado ahí, que se ha atraído absolutamente a los distintos partners para estar. Que hemos tenido unas finalistas que han pitcheado ahí sus proyectos delante de fondos de inversión nacional e internacional. que lo mismo estaba Eduardo Leite hablando ahí como former gobernador, que estaba el prefeito, que estaba el inversor, que estabais todos, lo que es un ecosistema que lo conformamos absolutamente entre todos, ¿no? Los números que hemos tenido han sido realmente espectaculares. Me gustó mucho cuando estábamos justo arrancando la final de la competición, que se me acerca uno de los 6 finalistas que tuvimos ahí y me dice: María, he cerrado una ronda, pero verdaderamente interesante. La he abierto y la he cerrado en South Summit, Brasil. ¿Qué más podemos querer que eso? Es decir, eso es para nosotros lo que buscamos. Que South Summit, y desde luego en Brasil se ha dado, pero vamos, de una manera espectacular, sea ese espacio de conexiones de alto valor que generen y que multipliquen oportunidades de negocio para todos, que beneficien al ecosistema, que sea inclusive, que llegue a todo el mundo y que realmente beneficien a todos y a cada uno de ellos. Y eso es lo que hemos visto en Brasil.
Bueno, en el nivel nacional el ministro coordina las políticas a nivel de Estado con muchísimo impulso a la innovación. Me gustaría que el ministro hablara un poco de esto. Pero además, hablando de algo, ministro, usted está hace 2 días aquí en Madrid, ¿no? Ha podido circular un poco, conocer a inversores, conocer a las agencias españolas de impulso a la innovación, ha conocido a South Summit. ¿Qué parece a vosotros? O sea, ¿cómo podemos potenciar aún más este trabajo entre España y Brasil, hacer con que los dos ecosistemas se complementen uno al otro?
Não vim a Espanha há 3 anos por causa de Covid. E mudou muita coisa. Uma nova dinâmica de economia. As pessoas que circulam acá se demonstra isto. En las conversaciones con las agencias se percebe un olhar para o futuro, não um olhar como hablamos em português, pelo retrovisor de carro, um olhar para o futuro. Áreas prioritárias muito focadas, né? E há áreas de muita convergência, né? O Brasil priorizou 2 áreas. Bioeconomia, por conta da biodiversidade brasileira, e transformação digital. Transformação digital é a prioridade acá. E poderemos fazer muitas coisas em colaboração. Mas gostaria de fazer uma observação sobre o ecossistema brasileiro. Se evoluiu muito nos últimos 10 anos. E Rio Grande do Sul, em específico Porto Alegre, tem uma concentração de capital científico e tecnológico diferenciado, que se avançou bastante nos últimos anos. Isto é fundamental para os novos desafios, né? Quando se pensa startups, agregação de valor, resolver problemas. Isto é fundamental. Então, é uma escolha diferenciada. Mais que isso, quando você pensa naquela região no Brasil, é talvez a região mais internacionalizada do Brasil, mais latino-americana. E isto contribuirá muito para a questão da internacionalização das startups brasileiras. Não temos em Brasil uma cultura de internacionalização. Temos um olhar muito de mercado doméstico. O Brasil é muito grande, muitas pessoas, e a oportunidade de negócios é sempre para o mercado doméstico. Mas as startups não podem agir deste modo. Assim, é fundamental que o Summit em Brasil tenha este papel de olhar a internacionalização. E a internacionalização com a Espanha é diferenciada, porque a Espanha talvez seja dos países mais amigos do Brasil que mais se beneficiou da internacionalização. E o Brasil nunca se aproximou disto. Então, esta pode ser uma oportunidade diferente, que pode ajudar muito as startups brasileiras. Além do que, o mercado brasileiro é uma grande oportunidade para as startups espanholas. A cooperação científica e tecnológica Brasil e Espanha é forte. O que precisamos é a cooperação de startups, porque a terceira onda é fundamental. A terceira onda é de startups, é de geração de valor, é de solução de problemas. E essa oportunidade de la cooperação com base em conhecimento científico e tecnológico, que os dois países temos muito, e que no caso brasileiro, a Espanha pode colaborar a uma situação que temos, que é um desafio, né? Não de governo, de Estado, que hablamos GAP 1357. Somos o 13º país do mundo na produção de conhecimento científico, mas 57º país pelo Índice Global de Inovação. Quem vai acelerar a inovação em Brasil são as startups. E startups que tiverem olhar, né, um ponto de foco internacional. Por isso, a cooperação Brasil-Espanha é muito importante. E South Summit pode ser a janela que se abre.
Yo voy a hacer otra pregunta al ministro, María, porque yo quería le escuchar acerca de... Es una pregunta con un poquito de pimiento y a lo mejor me vas a ayudar en esta pregunta también. ¿Vale?
Prefiero los pimentones.
Los pimentones. A ver, es muy común que una startup brasileña, cuando piensa en internacionalización, vea como mercado destino a Estados Unidos, o a lo mejor cuando mire a Europa, mire a otros destinos, quizás Portugal, por un tema lingüístico, tal. ¿Por qué crees que una startup brasileña debería de priorizar España cuando piensa en su expansión internacional?
Es una opinión personal, né, fruto de algunos años, né, de mentoría de startups. O grande mercado de Brasil é a América Latina, que mais se aproxima de realidades de América Latina é Espanha. Isto pode ajudar muito. E o ponto focal, Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre, colabora tremendamente para isto. Esse olhar de Espanha como porta de entrada de Europa e Rio Grande do Sul, Brasil, como porta de entrada da América Latina, é ganho coletivo, ganho para os dois parceiros.
Fantástico. Y María, ahora voy a ser un poco similar contigo. Quería preguntarte, tú que tienes muchos amigos inversores, grandes corporates aquí en España, ¿qué estás diciendo a tus amigos aquí de España que tienen que mirar el mercado brasileño? ¿Por qué tienen que tener atención al mercado brasileño mientras a lo mejor están acostumbrados a mirar a otros países de Latinoamérica? ¿Qué te parece? O sea, ¿por qué deberían de prestar especial atención ahí en Brasil?
Bueno, yo creo que, de hecho, ya le están prestando muchísima atención. Y lo que ha dicho el ministro, y me vas a permitir que haga un paréntesis, pero es que le estaba oyendo hablar y es que no me puedo aguantar de decirlo, porque es que oyéndole cada vez me convenzo más que lo que he visto en Brasil no ha sido solamente un ejemplo en un lugar. Es que me encanta oírte hablar no solo de Brasil, sino de Rio Grande do Sul, de Porto Alegre, de lo que los gobiernos de ahí están haciendo, de aunar fuerzas por conseguir, por construir y por construir entre todos independientemente de a quién se representa. Y eso para mí es clave y creo que es uno de los activos fundamentales que va a conseguir que ya hay muchísimo crecimiento en Brasil, pero que esto tenga un crecimiento verdaderamente exponencial, porque esto es de todos. Perdonadme que haga esto, pero, ministro, te quería dar las gracias y a todos, de verdad, a los que representáis aquí los diferentes gobiernos, daros las gracias porque para mí ha sido clave. Yo de verdad creo que el conocimiento de Brasil, no solo por su tamaño, porque cuando hablamos de Brasil, tú lo has dicho, es que los brasileños miran al mercado de Brasil porque es que ya tenemos tantísima gente que es que se mira. 200 millones. Pues no solamente bajo ningún concepto se mira el mercado de Brasil por su inmensidad. Yo conozco startuperos españoles muy potentes como un Sergio Furio que estuvo en el South Summit y que Seca lo conoce bien, y como otros muchos inversores y startups que quieren desarrollar su negocio ahí porque realmente no solamente están viendo oportunidades por el volumen, sino por lo que tú has comentado. Lo que tú has comentado de el desarrollo de la generación de talento, que es clave, es decir, la tecnología. Si es que hoy día, en este mundo que se mueve a una velocidad de vértigo, todo lo que es talento, todo lo que es tecnología, todo lo que es que es clave. Y en Brasil claramente el desarrollo cada vez es mayor, ¿no? Entonces, me encanta cuando has hablado de esa puerta de conexión entre Brasil y España, que yo creo que todos lo tenemos en la cabeza, que es desde España. Además, hay una cosa muy curiosa, porque como somos los mismos, es decir, es que somos los mismos, aunque luego allí tengáis apellidos procedentes de todas partes, que también me encanta, y muy específicamente en Río Grande do Sul, pero es que no solo Europa, que desde luego, sino las grandes regiones ven que la entrada, y lo mismo pasa después con Brasil, a todo el mundo de Latinoamérica y muy también en concreto con Brasil, es a través de España, ¿no? Y eso mismo me encanta lo que acabas de decir, cara a la afluencia hacia España y hacia el mundo entero a través de aquí.
Fantástico. Bueno, yo creo que antes de que nos echen del escenario, quiero agradecer. Sí, por favor, por favor, por favor.
Quando ontem ganhei um livro da história de Fernando de Magalhães, quando no século passado, muito passado, se foi da Europa para a América. Maria está começando uma nova ola de Magalhães.
La
terceira ola. Se vai de Espanha pelo Atlântico para chegar a Brasil e ao hemisfério sul. Pensemos nisso. É uma nova ola como os velhos navegantes.
Me encanta.
Muchísimas gracias. Con eso encerramos. Bueno, una fotita, sí, por favor. Vente, María.
Right, moving on now, we're going to look at the world of e-commerce and how to incorporate collaboration within that sector. We're looking specifically at the Resistance Brewery as an example of innovation resulting from the Venture Builder or Startup Studio. That's a business that builds other businesses. If you don't know what a venture builder is, they create, launch and scale high-growth businesses, typically developing an idea into a product, then creating a business using their own resources and networks. The venture builder model is adopted in the corporate world to drive innovation and build spin-out companies. So please welcome our panel of two to the SANDBOX stage this afternoon. JJ Delgado, the General Manager at Move Estrella Galicia Digital, and also Daniel Rubio, Business Development Director at Valhalla. Welcome to the stage.
Poner el vídeo, ¿no?
Bien.
Dale, cuando...
Sí, bueno, en lo que va entrando la gente, como tenemos la presión del cronómetro, si queréis comenzamos. Lanzamos un vídeo, por favor, de lo que estamos haciendo este año dentro de Estrella Galicia, de Move, que está JJ Delgado con nosotros, que nos va a contar un montón de proyectos, sobre todo uno focalizado mucho en innovación abierta en el e-commerce, y queremos poneros un vídeo para poneros a todos en contexto y sobre todo lo que viene dentro de 10 días, que nos ha venido perfecto, South Summit, para contar las novedades de este año 2022 en Open Innovation. ¿Te parece, JJ? Venga, vamos a ello.
And that was finally released in just 7 days. We named it La Cervecería de la Resistencia. Since it was launched, we have learned about the needs and demands from our customers. In the last 2 years, we have incorporated the entire product portfolio of Estrella Galicia, created exclusive brand merchandising, launched the beer subscription model, as well as developed multiple experiences, such as personalized labels beers. We have achieved 5 key goals. Creating a new model of direct relationship with our consumers, getting insights and understanding our consumers better, developing new digital business models such as beer subscription, testing and releasing new products such as limited editions, increasing the visibility of strategic products, boosting brand experience and personalized products. But beyond the progress and milestones achieved, our innovation culture has made us evolve, creating a new value proposition focused on positive impact through supporting independent, small and medium crafters. We want to develop the first marketplace for food and beverage craft products called Big Crafters. We remain true to our values, resisting standardization and focusing on becoming a marketplace with a unique identity, where we generate value to consumers looking for new experiences from the best producers. Big Crafters will be released in June 2022 and will take steps to incorporate more products from craft producers. Big Crafters is building a new way to understand sustainable consumption that aims to have a positive impact on consumers and producers. Big Crafters.
Bien.
Wow. Estamos, la verdad es que emocionados con el reciente lanzamiento que va a venir ahora de este marketplace, que contaremos ahora un poquito más. Pero me gustaría empezar, JJ, por el origen un poco, por Move, cómo una estructura como Move viene a Estrella Galicia hace ya 4 o 5 años y cómo rompe esa dimensión del core business, que es a veces difícil de combinar, y hacéis la famosa empresa ambidiestra, que va a 2 velocidades diferentes, pero que tienen un punto de encuentro, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que el e-commerce es un claro ejemplo de agile, de fast, de innovación. Cuéntanos cómo comienza esa cervecería de la resistencia, qué métricas también habéis tenido, porque como dice el eslogan de South Summit, ¿no? Innovation is business, ¿no? Y al final esto va de negocio. Cuéntanos esas primeras métricas y luego, si te parece, hablamos del paso hacia adelante, que es Big Crafters, y cómo hemos redimensionado totalmente el concepto de lo que es un e-commerce tradicional.
Bueno, es un proceso largo, ¿vale? O sea, no es una cosa que viene de la nada, sino es un proceso que iniciamos, pues yo creo que coincidiendo con mi incorporación a la compañía hace ya 5 años, que parece que no, pero pasa el tiempo. Y todo comenzó con la tan famosamente llamada transformación digital, ¿no? Que no deja de ser dotar a las compañías de capacidades tecnológico-digitales que no tienen. Y es un proceso que empezamos hace 5 años, que empezamos a dotar a la compañía de tecnología, de sentar los pilares y, sobre todo, al principio nos dimos cuenta que era mucho también de cambiar el mindset de las personas, ¿no? Al final intentamos meter mucha tecnología, muchos procesos, muchos KPIs, pero hasta que la gente no entendía que la forma de hacer innovación es muy diferente a la forma que se utiliza para el run de business, pues nos fue muy complicado. Y de ahí que montásemos toda la aceleradora de startups que tenemos en la compañía, se llama The Hop, que la conoces bien, y que básicamente es una aceleradora donde ponemos en contacto, acercamos la compañía al mundo emprendedor y acercamos los emprendedores a la compañía. que yo siempre soy muy crítico porque se habla mucho de que las startups pues, que todo lo hacen bien, ¿no? Y parece que las compañías todo lo hacemos mal. Pero las startups tienen mucho que aprender de compañías y también, por ejemplo, compañías como nosotros que hemos sido capaces de escalar, y nosotros tenemos que aprender mucho de las startups. Y si somos capaces de combinar esos dos mundos es donde surge la magia. Y eso comenzamos con el programa de The Hub, y eso es lo que nos dotó a partir del 2018, enero de 2018, fue unas capacidades internas que dio sus frutos o lo ilustra mucho lo que es la cervecería de la resistencia. La cervecería de la resistencia es nuestro canal de Direct to Consumer, cómo llegamos al consumidor de manera directa, y es un proyecto que teníamos planificado en el 2020 para un desarrollo desde enero y sacarlo en octubre. Y claro, llegó la pandemia en marzo, todavía no habíamos iniciado el proyecto y tuvimos que, un proyecto que estaba planificado en 7 meses, lanzarlo en 7 días. Y justo en ese momento fue cuando me di cuenta que realmente fuimos capaces de ser tan ágiles, tan innovadores y ponernos todos a una a trabajar en un MVP, porque habíamos estado 3 años involucrados con el ecosistema innovador. Ahí todo el mundo entendía lo que era un MVP, lo que era el método Scrum, cosas que seguro para nosotros es como algo súper básico, pero que hace 3 años no era tan básico en las compañías. O sea, tú hablabas de propósito de transformación masiva y no sabes lo que eran. Entonces, gracias a lo que sembramos, fuimos capaces de acelerar ese proyecto, que en ese momento, todos recordaréis, era crítico, ¿no? O sea, estaba todo cerrado y hacía falta crear canales como pudiésemos. Y nos funcionó muy bien. En marzo salimos al final de marzo y para nosotros fue disruptivo, ¿no? Una de las cosas que no pensábamos que iba a funcionar tan bien, pues tuvo una gran aceptación por parte del consumidor. Y de ahí que fuimos trabajando mucho más hasta el día de hoy, pues incorporando sobre todo el portfolio, ahí es donde puedes encontrar todo el portfolio de Estrella Galicia, experiencias exclusivas, etcétera. Y fuimos capaces también de hacer entender a la compañía qué es esto del direct to consumer, que muchas veces parece que solamente es vender online, pero que los beneficios son mucho más. Es generar un canal de relación directa con tu consumidor, que para las compañías, y sobre todo compañías de manufactureras o de marca, pues no tienes. O sea, tú hasta que llegas al consumidor tienes casi 3 niveles de distribución que te apantalla lo que realmente es un consumidor. Entonces muchas veces vas ciego, vas con los análisis de Nielsen y Scantrack y tal, pero no tienes ese feeling. Y tener un canal como el que tenemos de Direct to Consumer te da eso, relación directa, poder enseñar a tus clientes cosas que en los lineales no va a descubrir, porque en los lineales es un espacio físico y tienes lo que la gente más rota, etcétera, pero cosas chulas, por ejemplo, que hemos lanzado como cervezas personalizadas, donde tú puedes personalizar tus etiquetas, que para mí ilustra también un gran fenómeno que lo conoceréis todo, de la customización, personalización, etcétera, y que ilustra eso, un producto para cada cliente. Y eso solo te lo puede permitir un canal de Direct to Consumer.
Totalmente. Al hilo de esto que comentas, para mí la reflexión importante es cómo, por un lado, hacemos esto de una forma rápida, hacemos entender a una compañía que el Direct to Consumer tiene un valor añadido más allá de otro canal de venta online, que no se vea solo como una venta de cerveza en un formato digital, y precisamente en esa evolución, en esa iteración es en lo que estamos ahora metidos constantemente. Dentro de ese aporte de valor, has comentado el ejemplo de la customización con etiquetas personalizadas, también desde la innovación abierta, y lo vemos constantemente en los pilotos que hacemos, el modelo de suscripción, que también estará presente dentro del Direct to Consumer, pero se ha ido un paso más allá. Se ha logrado elevar el discurso a otro nivel, cambiar el mindset hasta cierto punto, de decir, oye, más allá del e-commerce, de la venta online, nosotros queremos ser lo que hemos sido siempre en Estrella, ¿no? Yo me considero desde Valhalla también parte vuestra, por supuesto. Ese ADN inconformista de no querer tener el mainstream, por supuesto, no estar estandarizado, sino dar un paso al frente, dar un paso más y convertir esto en un marketplace, un agregador, un vertebrador local de producto, de mindset y lo que se llama cultura craft, ¿no? Cuéntanos lo que viene por delante y cómo es ese cambio del e-commerce tradicional hacia el entendimiento de nuevos modelos de negocio en torno a un marketplace.
En el proceso, o sea, yo personalmente soy mucho de tener una visión y luego navegar, ¿vale? Entonces, muchas veces no puedes tener todo planificado desde el principio porque yo ya sé que no va a salir lo que tengas planificado, o sea, por definición. Pero sí que lo que nos hemos dado cuenta en este año y medio es que no estamos solos. O sea, en este año y medio nos ha contactado muchísimo artesano que dice, oye, yo con la pandemia, etcétera, he intentado montar mi tienda, pero no soy capaz de llegar, ¿no? No soy capaz de montar algo serio. Y una de las convicciones que tenemos es que tenemos que trabajar con la comunidad artesana. Y si queremos realmente ayudar a la comunidad artesana a que siga siendo competitiva en el mundo de la estandarización, ¿no? Que es el que vivimos, en el mundo industrial, en el mundo de que todo sabe igual en el que nosotros nos negamos a eso, ¿no? Y nos resistimos a esa estandarización de las cosas, porque realmente no entendemos por qué todos tenemos que tomar una cerveza que sabe igual, ¿no? Cuando tú tomas una Estrella Galicia no sabe a lo que es una cerveza normal. Y eso es lo que queremos ayudar a los artesanos, ¿no? Tenemos ese espíritu artesano que nos dimos cuenta que, ya te digo, no estábamos solos y que tenemos que ayudarles y queremos que sigan siendo competitivos en la era digital. O sea, tú cuando te ves con los artesanos, o sea, abrir una cuenta de Instagram es un reto. Saber cómo subir los vídeos, saber cómo conectar con sus consumidores es muy complicado. Ellos tienen la magia que es saber hacer las cosas, pero les falta el canal. O les ayudamos nosotros o están perdidos. O sea, no hay futuro para ellos. Y bigcrafters.com viene para eso, ¿no? Para abrir el canal primero a los pequeños y medianos artesanos, pero sobre todo también a los clientes, ¿no? que nos gusta, oye, pues probar cosas que sean de verdad, o sea, que sean de la tierra. Y ahí hemos visto que no había nada, porque si hubiese habido algo nos hubiésemos sumado a ello, ¿no? Pero realmente no hay nada que realmente apoye a esos pequeños y medianos artesanos. Y ahí justo coincide con el lanzamiento que tenemos la semana que viene. Y nada, de momento la verdad es que con todos los artesanos que hemos hablado les ha encantado la propuesta.
Yo estoy convencido de que es un cambio de paradigma dentro de lo que es un e-commerce en gran consumo y ahora un marketplace como va a ser Big Crafters, y sobre todo también porque, lo comentabas al principio, yo soy más de tener una visión, ¿no? Y de que, como decía Unamuno también, el plan de vida no te impida vivir, ¿no? Ir fluyendo, ir haciendo ese camino junto con gente, ser generoso para poder hacerlo con más gente, que es algo que no suele ser habitual, sueles quedarte siempre en tu cajón y no salirte de aquí. Creo que en Big Crafters se ha dado ese paso y sobre todo que impacta a 3 niveles de la cadena de valor, en el origen, en la transformación y en el consumo. Y creo que todo ese combo va a hacer que totalmente sea, sin duda, un marketplace que cambie el rumbo en gran consumo en lo que por lo menos respecta a nuestra compañía es Estrella de Galicia y a lo que es la innovación abierta dentro, porque dentro de esto, cuéntanos también un poco cómo The Hub ayuda a dinamizar, ¿no? Todos esos proyectos que Big Crafters, por naturaleza, va a ir teniendo iterativamente poco a poco. Surgirán retos de última milla, surgirán retos de logística, de transformación o de IoT en origen en el campo, ¿no?
A ver, nosotros la aproximación que tenemos es muy similar a la que hemos tenido con el mundo emprendedor. En el mundo emprendedor, cuando generamos The Hub, una de las cosas que hacían todas las aceleradoras era tomar equity por participar en el programa, ¿no? Cuando las startups que aplicaban decían, oye, pero yo no quiero ya darte mi equity, sino, ni siquiera te conozco, ¿no? Nosotros no hemos pedido ningún tipo de retorno a cambio de equity ni de nada, ¿no? Siempre hemos ayudado a la comunidad entendiendo como que la mejor manera de recibir valor es ayudando. Y con el tiempo nos ha dado la razón. En 3 años que hemos sembrado trabajos y pilotos con startups, nos ha llegado de vuelta, pues primero, todo el cariño y evangelización que hacen tanto de The Hub como de Move, como de Estrella Galicia en la comunidad emprendedora, como realmente pilotos y trabajos que han hecho con nosotros. Y esa misma filosofía la que estamos llevando en el mundo digital, de venta digital y de contacto digital con el consumidor, al mundo artesano. Y esa es la filosofía. En principio nacemos como un canal, pero de cara a la innovación queremos también ayudar a todos los artesanos a que sigan siendo innovadores, ¿no? Es que ellos no tienen... El artesano no tiene dinero, o sea, no puede invertir ni 10.000 euros en un piloto.
Un paraguas, un ecosistema donde eso se dé, ese caldo de cultivo, sea el proclive para poder desarrollar esa innovación y convertirlo a la vez en canal y en negocio, por supuesto.
Y conseguir no resistirnos, ¿no? A esta estandarización, porque si no nos resistimos vamos a terminar todos vistiendo igual, comiendo igual, hablando igual.
Correcto,
no sé.
Vamos a ser robots y entonces no tendría ningún mérito, ¿no? Esto es otro tipo de innovación. Bien, por último quería aprovechar estos últimos minutos que nos quedan. The Hub, como sabes, ha evolucionado no solo con el foco que tenemos este año en el Direct to Consumer, sino también a impacto real dentro de negocio. Negocio ya es el que nos pide a nosotros los proyectos, lidera los retos, incluso los financia y hacemos scale-up con ellos. Esto está muy bien y creo que es un paso adelante propio de la madurez digital que se ha ido dando en estos años desde Move y desde el propio programa, pero como sé que ese inconformismo no solo es de Estrella Galicia, sino también es tuyo particular y personal y al final pones esa visión en todos los que te rodeamos e intentamos seguir ese rumbo, cuéntanos ¿cuál va a ser el The Hub 5.0 del año 23? O cuéntanos en lo que tú, nosotros, como tu equipo, también estamos un poco focalizados y estamos intentando pegar otra ruptura de lo que es dentro de la compañía y adentrarnos en otro mundo, que es la Web 3, un mundo que ahora está muy de moda. ¿Y cómo visionas tú esto dentro de una compañía tradicional en el sentido del core business de Estrella Galicia?
A ver, yo más que de Hub 5.0 lo llamaría de Hub 3, ¿no? Porque para mí lo que es Web 3, lo que es todo lo que es la economía, cripto, tokenización de activos, tokenización de la innovación, mundo de los NFTs, las DAO, ¿no? Organizaciones autónomas descentralizadas. O sea, hay una disrupción digital de tal calibre que todo lo que hemos vivido hasta ahora va a ser peanuts, ¿no? Y sobre todo la capacidad de adopción. Yo lo que he visto con el mundo de la economía token es que la adopción ha sido brutal. La mayor adopción digital que se ha vivido en la historia humana ha sido con el mercado de los tokens. Eso nos quiere decir algo, ¿no? Es una herramienta que genera muchísima eficiencia con las herramientas que tenemos a día de hoy y que también quiero ayudar por la parte de The Hub a innovar en ese campo y sobre todo a mover esa innovación hacia los pequeños y medianos artesanos que, como digo, o les ayudamos también a ser competitivos en la nueva economía cripto o van a estar fuera de juego, vamos.
Correcto. Bueno, sin duda, al final, cuando unes todas las piezas del puzzle, lo que te queda es una innovación a dos niveles. Por un lado, incremental, pegada al core business, donde hay que atender a los retos del negocio y dar ese soporte adyacente a esa innovación, y otra mucho más disruptiva, que lo que pretende es ir invirtiendo esa brújula y cambiando un poco los paradigmas para ir abriendo brecha y poder ir incorporándolo y capitalizarlo también dentro del negocio, ¿no? Al final son los dos ejes en los que tú te mueves, en los que hacemos de traductores, sobre todo tú en tu figura, y es complejo. Y ya por último, más allá de esto y también al hilo de muchas de las charlas que he visto de las ponencias aquí en South Summit, todo esto con un impacto positivo. O sea, al final, como sabes, antes venían a proponer cosas de impacto positivo y ya no vienen, sino que está embebido en los propios modelos de negocio, y quiero que nos cuentes también un poco en este sentido pues cómo lo que percibimos desde innovación,
Sí,
cómo viene embebido ese impacto positivo, ¿no?
Nosotros tenemos un compromiso claro, ¿no? Con el impacto positivo. ¿Quién no lo va a tener? Porque o tenemos planeta o no hay planeta B, ¿no? Pero es verdad que dentro de todas las posibilidades que tienes para poder impactar positivamente a la sociedad, una de las que yo creo más es en generar negocio local. O sea, porque, por supuesto, hacemos muchas cosas en el tema de huella de carbono. De hecho, estamos explorando el tema de logística eléctrica, etcétera. O sea, muchísimas cosas. Pero creo que lo que es diferencial es si eres capaz de que la gente y la economía local no se venga abajo, ¿no? Y que la gente se pueda ganar la vida con el negocio de su padre, de su abuelo, de su tatarabuelo. Para mí eso también es impacto positivo, ¿no? Y así está también plasmado en los objetivos globales que existen.
Sin duda, pues nada, simplemente agradecerte el rato que hemos compartido y que cada vez tenemos la oportunidad de difundir, ¿no? lo que se está haciendo desde Estrella Galicia en innovación y desde Move Digital Business and Venturing, sobre todo, y esos pasos que cada año vamos contando aquí, ¿no? Esas evoluciones, como el caso de Big Crafters. Y bueno, invitaros a todos a que estamos totalmente abiertos en el ecosistema de Hub a que mandéis vuestras propuestas, ¿no?
Y yo quiero animaros también a que os resistáis a la estandarización de las cosas, ¿eh? O sea, tenemos que unirnos todos a luchar contra que todo el mundo comamos lo mismo y bebamos lo mismo.
Muchas gracias a todos y bueno, estamos abiertos a escuchar vuestras peticiones. Tenemos un stand en la web de The Hub, os podéis inscribir como startups, como corporates y abiertos, como decía Jota, a coinnovar también con corporaciones, claro que sí.
Muy bien, gracias.
Right, we're going to move on to the Asian ecosystem now, and since the millennium, Asia is constantly demonstrating how dynamic and technology-focused it is. This is fueled by the spirit of innovation across the region, and it's also seen a huge surge in new and up-and-coming business leaders who are embracing change and looking beyond success to create real impact. So, let's get to grips with the cross opportunities and the challenges that are shaping the relationship between the European and the Asian ecosystems for entrepreneurs and corporates. So please welcome our panel for this discussion. Moderating Alfonso Ballesteros, the founder and director at Crossbow, Fernando de la Cal Gonzalez, deputy head of investment promotion at Investic HK, and live streamed from Hong Kong, we have Bowie Lau, the partner at True Global Ventures. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. So, thanks for coming here today to this talk. I'm going to be moderating the panel today. My name is Alfonso Ballesteros. I run a innovation consultancy firm in Hong Kong where I've been 18 years. And so I will introduce the speakers now, and we'll ask them to say a little bit more about themselves and about the ecosystems that they're familiar with, so that you can see a little bit of background of what we will be talking today. So, Fernando.
So thank you everybody also to be here. Well, I told you a bit about my personal background. I've been living in Asia for around 10 years, working for a Spanish multinational there. And then nowadays I live in Brussels, and I work for the Hong Kong government, for the investment promotion agency of the Hong Kong government. It's called Invest Hong Kong. So my work is basically helping companies, European companies, to go to Hong Kong. We facilitate their landing there. We help them in many different ways to navigate the Hong Kong market, to look for investors, to develop their business there. So that also gives me the vision of what are the needs of European companies and the challenge that are trying to expand into Asia.
Very well. And Bowie Lau, joining us remotely. Yes.
Gracias, Alfonso. Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Bowie. Soy de Hong Kong. Eso es todo en español que sé.
Ah, muy bien, muy bien. Excellent. Great
I
job.
appreciate it. Thank you. That's all the Spanish I know, but thank you for your kind invitation and also South Summit. Excited and the privilege to be here online, making an exception for me to join virtually. So as mentioned, I'm from Hong Kong. I wear a few different hats. One in angel investment side, as I run Maycho as an angel investment group. I do a lot of direct investment to different technology companies. Currently, there are about 20 portfolios under my umbrella. I'm also active in the VC space, as I'm a partner of a VC fund called True Global Ventures. We focus on Web3 and blockchain-based projects into 3 specific verticals, including gaming/entertainment, infrastructure, and also financial services. Yeah, and thank you for having me.
Excellent. Very, very good. So today we're going to try to discuss how European and Asian ecosystems can work better together and what kind of opportunities there are for corporates, for startups, for VCs in either direction. So I would like to ask the speakers to say, in your experience, some kind of what you think the best advice would be on how to approach the Asian ecosystems, and if you could illustrate that with either a success story or an unsuccessful story, or both, where you can really kind of bring the point home. So we can start with Fernando.
So my advice would be, first of all, think twice. So Asian markets are challenging, are different. For example, now for the Spanish companies in the audience, normally the natural markets for them are Europe and Latin America, right? Also because of the language. So we talk to many startups in events like South Summit, and they ask us, when can I go to Hong Kong? And I always tell them, look, first try to be successful in your market, and then think about Hong Kong. But if you have already thought twice about it and you still think there is a good chance for you to succeed in Asia, so then my advice is to go there physically. Last 2 years it's been impossible, so but hopefully in the coming months, well, some of the markets are already open. Singapore is already open. Hong Kong hopefully is going to be open without quarantine in the coming months. So go and understand the ecosystems there, because is actually very different to what you can find in Europe or in the US, especially with all the decoupling of the economies, China economy, the US economy. So some of the, well, investors, corporates are completely different. So my advice is to go there first, and then if you still think there is a market for you, so I would recommend to talk to some of the partners there, like accelerators. For example, in Hong Kong, there are 2 big clusters, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, the Cyberport. They have fantastic programs, and it's a way for you to have a partner there that can support you and guide you around. Because, and then also, my final advice, sorry I'm talking too much, is first try the easier markets. What do I mean? I always call Hong Kong China for beginners, or we can call Singapore Southeast Asia markets for beginners. So I've been living, as I was saying, in both places and working in both places. And in terms of business culture, language and legal system, IP protection, those 2 hubs will give you a much more easy landing. So I would start there. Many companies, and I give you an example, many of the companies we work with, they decide that they find a big distributor, for example, in China, and they think that's a great opportunity, and indeed it's a great opportunity, but many times they go there without paying enough attention to the potential problems they can that they can find on the way. So then they have issues after 2 years. The first 2 years are fantastic, and then problems start to arise, right? Then problems with the branding, is not the way I want to communicate it, problems owning your IP, problems with the strategy. So my suggestion would be step by step and start where it is easier to start.
Excellent. Makes sense. Thank you. And Bowie, what would be your take?
Yeah, so Asia as a market is huge, right? With roughly 2/3 of the world population living here. So with a large proportion of the young population, it is a geographically with a great growth potential and key market for any business. However, navigating Asia as a market requires a nonsense understanding of users from different nations and how they use and value technology in unique ways. So the one-size-fits-all approach for scaling up throughout the region will undoubtedly face many challenges and failures. So understanding the different culture and economic nuances from each country will surely be the way forward. So to structure it, I guess I can talk about a little bit on the advantages. So Asia, number one, we have a spectacular economic growth. In the last 60 years, Asia has experienced spectacular economic growth and has become a breeding ground for fast-moving, innovative, and competitive businesses. And since 1960, Asia has become richer faster than any region in the world. Of course, this growth has not occurred at the same pace all over the continent. The eastern half of the continent, and more specifically China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, South Korea, Malaysia, and Singapore, even Thailand, Taiwan, and Vietnam have been champions in the economic growth. And countries such as Cambodia, Maya, and Laos are now emerging and exciting for opportunities in the near term. Second advantage in Asia is we have a large consumer market. A vast population in Asia also delivers a huge consumer market to companies. So many international businesses seek to expand in Asia simply because it's more profitable to offer products and services to, let's say, 263 million customers in Indonesia than 1.32 million in Estonia. So although Asian countries tend to be very proud of the product and services, Asian customers love to spend and have curious fascination with the foreign product and culture, especially from the Western side. So you guys probably have lots of advantages. Third is business friendly. Asia has a very business friendly environment, especially for foreign investors. To give you an example, let's say Hong Kong and Singapore. For instance, we offer lots of low taxes for companies, and it has the easy setup of new businesses. Singapore has consistently been recognized among, same as Hong Kong, among the world's best places to do business, and we remain strong in the top choices for business investors. Now, I talk about all the advantages, but what are the downsides? So nothing is perfect, right? So here, just to talk about Hong Kong and Singapore, you will face a lot of extremely competitive labor market. Top talent comes with a heavy price tag, so they're not cheap to hire the talent. Cost of living wise and also the cost of operation are quite high, especially the rental costs. Competition are increasing rapidly, and also heavily cultural influence relationship are the disadvantages. Now, I think I can give you an example of a success story. One of our portfolio companies from our VC fund is called the SANDBOX, which is a North America-based gaming company, and they have been doing very successful in Asia specifically. SANDBOX is a blockchain-based 3D game, and also people can own virtual land and build their own metaverse. Perhaps some of you might have heard of them, the SANDBOX. So they're not based in Asia, but they are smartly building up relationship with local partners and set up small teams everywhere globally to oversee the businesses. And they managed to make lots of strategic partnerships with lots of Asia-focused companies such as HSBC Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, South China Morning Post, and PwC. And if you ask me for a fairless story, I guess WeWork will be an interesting story because they were too aggressive in terms of expanding globally with very expensive business model that cost them, I guess, one of the biggest failure story in the tech space. And finally, I think this year they started to make profit after, I guess, years of losing money.
Yeah, that's a very good point. In fact, it comes to mind, I was thinking before about these topics, and two came to mind as well. Uber trying to come into China as well, very aggressively, spending $1 billion a year, and ultimately having to leave is one as well. That means that you need to be very careful how you plan. But then other mobility solutions like GoGoX from Hong Kong, they're doing very well and they're expanding in many markets. So would it be fair to say, because not everyone in the audience might know that in Asia it's well known that Hong Kong would be the door to China particularly, and Singapore would be the door to Southeast Asia, even though they both also overlap slightly. What would be a typical or a suggested strategy for growth for a startup? If you could suggest, for example, somebody comes, there's the obvious one, for example, Hong Kong, then China, but there would be Singapore, and then from there maybe move to Malaysia or Indonesia, because they each have their network, as you were saying, of partnerships. So if you could elaborate, because these two hubs are the largest concentrations of headquarters in the region, right? Maybe you can elaborate.
So I can give you an example of an industry that is the fintech industry. I think Hong Kong is thriving, and we have helped plenty of European companies to set up in Hong Kong. Many times, the reason behind their decision is that they are following their customer. So my first advice is go to your current customers. They may be, for fintechs, banks that are operating globally, and most likely they will have a branch in Hong Kong or Singapore. Hong Kong has over 120 banks, so all the big guys are there. And ask for the contact of the open innovation guy in Hong Kong, in Singapore, and try to, first of all, test the water, right? Check if there are opportunities with your current customers there. And then, once you have decided, also check it, not only for Hong Kong, but for the different Asian markets. And finally, I think what will be the key consideration for your decision, whether Singapore, whether Hong Kong, whether other places, where your customers are, who your potential customers are. So if you identify that you have potential customers in Japan, I don't know, you're a biotech company. Japan is very competitive in biotech, but they have also a lot of opportunities there, aging population. They have, and you think Japan could be your market, so maybe it's more interesting for you to set up in Hong Kong a team, because from a logistic point of view, you can set up a commercial team who can travel easily to Japan and then go into China, and then it depends on the sector and where your customers are. And the same for Singapore. If you identify your InsurTech solution has a great market in the poorer areas of Indonesia, maybe you can first set up a commercial team identify your customers there, and then set up a commercial team in Singapore that can develop the markets. But my recommendation is also, because many companies think you can either get a lot of funding from the distance or become very successful commercially from 12,000 kilometers away. That, guys, doesn't work. You need to be there, or you need to have somewhere there. Business relationships are not developed from the distance. You can have a first approach, understand if there is certain interest, and then you have to take the decision and go. And their flexibility is true that can be expensive, because real estate is very expensive. Hiring your team can be very expensive, either in Singapore or Hong Kong, but there are certain flexible options. For example, co-working spaces. 3 months, you just commit 3 months of lease with a co-working. You hire a person representing you, or you go yourself 3 months, if you can afford it, and you spend just 3 months there. And maybe you fail. It won't be such a big failure. It's just 3 months of your time. That's why I was all at the beginning saying think twice, because if you're a startup, it's just 2 guys with a phone, you cannot afford to have 1 guy 3 months in Asia, right? But if you're a scale-up, you already have our Series A, for example, and you have certain funding, maybe you can have a strategy of setting up a very lean structure there to test the water.
Very, very good point. I think we've been talking quite a bit from the perspective of entrepreneurs. It would be interesting to see what advice you might have, Bowie in this case, for example, for venture capital or for corporates that would like to engage with the Asian market. So, for example, VCs from Europe or from the US that would like to kind of tap into the market. What would be the steps that you would suggest?
Yeah, I'm biased, right? I'm from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So Hong Kong is one of the best places in Asia. That's a well-known fact. But the jurisdiction is very friendly for entrepreneurs and family offices, or even venture capitalists. So establish a strong local partners to help advocate and connect you to the right players in your relevant ecosystem. I think that is very important. And as Fernando mentioned, right? So depending what specific countries that you are interested, I guess from a business perspective, to invest in different countries, for example, in Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, Hong Kong definitely is closer. So, and even from the startup perspective, right? The supply chain will be more time and cost efficient. So bordering Shenzhen means you can tap into the hardware and the technological advances in this region while being based in English-speaking jurisdiction. So on the other hand, Hong Kong is, the tax structure is very simple. There's no value-added tax or GST. So setting up companies is a lot easier, and there's no requirement for expensive local resident director like Singapore. Like in Singapore, if you need to set up a company, you do require a local nominee director, a resident director. And if you don't have it, you actually have to pay for it. And that costs a lot more compared to Hong Kong. And even if you run a small team, a startup, or whether an investment firm, you could consider hiring somebody remotely in the emerging countries such as Philippines and India or Thailand. And while you stay in Asia in the same time zone, it will be a lot easier to manage them and save you a lot of time and cost, I guess, from the cost-saving perspective.
Excellent. And one thing, from the point of view of investors, is there any specific round of investment where you see opportunities for foreign VCs to come in? Should they consider, or for example, doing the IPO in Hong Kong or something like what should a VC consider when thinking of Asia? Should they go for seed, for Series A, is there anywhere where there would be more opportunities?
I have a deep connection to India because my husband is from there. And I must say, India is such a huge country with unlimited potential. There are lots of hidden treasures there. So in general, the valuation compared to other startups that are based in Hong Kong and Singapore are relatively cheaper, more reasonable. And I guess you mentioned about the stage, there are lots of early stage startups with high potential and opportunities. They are, I guess, from India. But nevertheless, the early stage is a high risk place. You might lose your entire money, right?
Yeah.
So doing proper due diligence and proper research, they are must. And speaking about IPO, Hong Kong is, one of the top city having running IPO in Asia. Just to, I guess, Singapore cannot compete in this aspect.
Excellent. And we are going to be wrapping up soon, and I just wanted to bring up to you, so the objective of the panel, among other things, is how we could bring the ecosystems closer together. What would be your recommendations of specific steps that either entrepreneurs, corporates, or VCs could start to take tomorrow, let's say, as a way of kind of wrapping up?
So first step is talk to us. We are here today, so you don't even need to wait for tomorrow. But talk to, for example, if we think about the Spanish companies that I support, right, when they open their branches in Hong Kong, I try to connect them with existing businesses from Spain that can help them to understand fast what's going on there. So engage with the community that you understand better, that would be the community from your country. And then also go to some of these events. Sometimes you may think, okay, another event, right? Well, South Summit is fantastic, don't misunderstand. But another of these ones, right? But in the case of when you are out of your comfort zone, in the sense of, I travel around Europe a lot and I go to events in fintech. I was in Money 2020 yesterday, Web Summit, South Summit, and of course, each of them has its own features, but more or less the ecosystem is the same. But just go to one of these events in Asia and you will understand the diversity, how different it is, how you will see many huge companies that you have never heard about it. So just buy a flight ticket and go there and try by yourself. And many times now, there is a lot of news, right, about Asia, about China, about Hong Kong, about COVID, but these are, the press, they need to sell their news, so they focus on a certain part of what's going on there, right? So my advice is just go and check it by yourself and ask people that are living there, that experience what's going on every day. Yeah.
That's a very good point, because one thing that surprises me is that how many corporates, for example, have innovation outposts in Silicon Valley, and there are no equivalent, not as many, definitely, is not the same kind of phenomenon in Asia, when in theory, I believe it will make all sense to have innovation outposts in some of these key locations. So maybe Bowie can say a few words as well. What do you think would be the next steps?
Yeah, I think Fernando already shared a lot of good tips. Go outside of your comfort zone is definitely a must. I think we all need to do so. go talk to people, go talk to different associations. I think different specific countries have formed a lot of different associations to facilitate in different industry. If you are in the fintech space, there's the Fintech Association of Hong Kong, there's the Blockchain Association of Hong Kong, there is a NFT Association of Hong Kong. So there are so many different associations. You need to go and approach them, ask for help, ask for people who you need to meet while you're visiting in that specific city. And you will be amazed, actually, as long as you ask for help, people actually are willing to help you. If you don't open your mouth, then people wouldn't know what you want, right? So I think pushing yourself not to be shy and ask for help, especially in the startup space, will help you a lot, a long way.
That's a very good point, and I think wrapping up what we could say is there is this famous sentence in startups, get out of the building. So we could say here kind of get out of the continent, try to, get out from your current comfort zone, go somewhere else, ask and start interacting, because that's when the opportunities will come out, and that's where you will begin a cycle where you will learn more, there will be more opportunities, and you will engage and that will build. So on that note, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to moderate this panel, and thank you all for attending.
Thank you for having me.
Right, we're going to expand now to the broader ecosystem and get the perspective from 5 players in the world of innovation. They'll be explaining how to accelerate entrepreneurship, how to provide entrepreneurs with a proven toolkit that goes beyond the idea. They'll look at techniques for scaling businesses and how different ecosystems around the world differentiate, but eventually they all come together. So please welcome to the SANDBOX stage our moderator for this discussion, Suzanne Newman, CMO at Sesamers, Bernard Moon, co-founder and partner at Spark Labs Group, Cristobal Alonso, global CEO at startup Wise Guys, Sami Abu Saab, co-founder and managing partner at Founders Atelier, and Julia Imperatrice, COO at Weave Acceleration. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Checking. Microphone test for Angel. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you very much for the introduction. But speaking of introductions, I'll just do a super quick. I'm Suzanne, CMO at Sesamers, based in Paris, super American, but I can speak French if there's any French people in the audience. I don't think so. But for my panelists, my highly esteemed panelists, I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one. Tell us what your name is, where you work, and what you're building. But in the context of your intro, I'd really love if you could share just 2 super quick stats, how long your accelerator has been in existence, and how many startups that you have accelerated thus far. Let's start with Bernard.
Yeah, hi, I'm Bernard Moon. I'm a co-founder and partner at Spark Labs. We launched almost 9 years ago, and we've invested in 400 startups across 6 continents, but primarily in Asia and the US. We do small batches. Most of our accelerator batches are 8 to 15 companies, so I think it's a little over 200 that we've accelerated so far.
Okay.
Good. So my name is Cristobal Alonso. I'm actually originally from Spain, but contrary to most people, I've been out for the last 20-something years. I'm the CEO of Startup Wise Guys. We've been running for 10 years, like So Summit. This is our first decade. We've done 304 accelerations, around 400 investments, also in total up to date, and focus always in B2B, but different verticals.
Okay. Thank you for adding that extra stat. I forgot to ask which verticals.
Cool. So,
Sammy, tell us what's up.
My name is Sami Abu Saab, so I'm the founder and managing partner at Founders Atelier. And technically, I've been in this field for quite some time now. I was an entrepreneur at some point myself, but then turned on the other side of the table and created an accelerator. As a team, and this is a little bit of an unfair question to us because we just launched what we're doing, but as a team, we have invested in more than 1,500 startups.
Okay.
But like this new initiative is starting right now, so our track record is being built.
Fresh off the presses.
Exactly.
Okay. Like 5 hours ago. Yesterday. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hello, Julia.
Yeah, my name is Julia. I'm the CEO at Weave Acceleration. We are a startup accelerator that's based out of New York City. We actually are we're part of a bigger brand called Numa for the French. So we've been around for quite some time under that branding, over 20 years. And in New York, we opened up an office 5 years ago to focus specifically on international startup, going to the US market, B2B companies, industry agnostic, and we've done that with over 140 companies now.
Okay. And since how many years?
In New York, 5 years.
Okay, all right. So you're just getting started.
Yeah, kind of.
But still ramping and flying. Super. Thank you all. Thank you for these awesome intros and for being here on stage with me. But speaking of being on stage at this beautiful event, at this 10th anniversary celebration, a fiesta, if I can, that's my only Spanish word, sorry. I'll stop there. So let's talk about events. What does the actual return of being at these real in-person events, here all of us and our audience, what does that mean for you as a person, but also you and your team? Like what impact are you feeling? Is there anything different about this return versus what we used to do before the pandemic? Bernard, or whoever wants to jump in. Actually, there's no order of this. Like, does anyone have an immediate feeling of just being here on the ground for this event? Besides the jet lag.
Yeah, totally jet lag. No, I think there's obviously pent-up demand to meet in person and network. I mean, even within our investments and portfolios, some of our companies, they really found out that they were only 90% effective, right? And like a lot of the sales execs, initially, I remember early in COVID, they were like, oh, Zoom is awesome. We're going to do like 20 meetings a day. I'm going to be super efficient.
No breaks.
Right? A year later, they're like, I can't close. I need to be in person.
Well, we also need the after-conference meetings, the spontaneous run-ins. So that's interesting that we're hearing it actually coming now.
Yeah, and then even for us, we also, we operate the largest demo days in the world for accelerators. So like in Seoul, like 3,000 people attend our half the events in person, and we found out online isn't the same.
No.
Right? It just isn't as
Virtual
engaging.
booths,
yeah, people are, in and out of the Zoom, whatnot. So we're dying for this November when we'll finally go back in person.
Oh, okay. Well, this is your trial run then? Is that something
No, I mean for our own events.
Okay. So invite us. Make sure we're there too. What about you, Cristobal?
I think it's interesting double feeling. I think it gives us way more energy, but I think we have lost muscle. So I can see that people is getting more tired, even sometimes even hiding. It's too many people meetings. So I think it's this duality. We have lost a bit of practice of seeing people and investing people. But I think that the key factor, apart from the energizing moments, is this casual networking, right? So in Zoom, we've been very much transaction-driven. You know who you're meeting, you know for what, you do something. I think when we go back to meetings and to on-site meeting people, we meet random meetings. And that creates opportunities that were not in the plan. And I think that's something that we're really looking for things to happen, and magic happens that you never thought about.
Magic, yeah, okay. I thought I heard money happen, so that's a good one.
After magic, some hopefully money happens.
Magic first, then the money.
Magic first.
Okay.
No, I don't know. Personally, I think the vibe is nice, again, that it's happening in person and you can engage with people, you can feel them, which is something impossible to be done online no matter what you do. But the other aspect I feel that is quite nice right now is that it used to be a big thing to have an online link to see the event while it's happening live. Now, okay, everyone has a live event, there is a link going on online, you can share it, people can watch. So it's a good mix in the sense of, yes, we love the in-person engagement, but then those who couldn't make it, whether they couldn't travel, whatever the reason is, wherever they are in the world, they're actually able to watch us right now, whether they're in this room or not. And I think the world has transitioned in their mind to become more like this than what it used to be before. So people right now are more open, and it becomes a norm that, yes, it has to have an online version, or otherwise it's not happening. So I think that's on the positive side of this kind of transition.
Okay, and for better or for worse, because, yeah, but you're correct. There's such a benefit to that as well.
Yeah, I would echo that and say that, we have been running now the first in-person program again after 2 years. Last week, we just wrapped it up, and it was amazing to see people interacting live again. There's one element that I feel like virtually you just miss out on. That's serendipity, really, like bringing people in the room for a connection you didn't expect to happen, that then, you know, just like that sparkle that you can't really predict. But I would say that, like, of course, it's been great to have also that mixed opportunity to engage more people virtually as well, because that increased our reach with events. And even, you know, just before this panel, we were able to hear from someone that wasn't here in person, but still contributed. So that's definitely a value added as well. It's been great to see how this evolved.
I was about to say, and a little someone named Al Gore maybe had popped in on a screen. Okay, thank you for that. And so we're getting both sides of the spectrum. You know, it's not one or the other. We're finding a hybrid way for now, but you're saying there's something so magical about not just the 10th year anniversary, but being here in person, this serendipity, and it is charging our batteries, even if we're tired, as you're saying, Cristobal. Like, yes, we're humans, yes, we're tired, but we power each other, right? Let's inspire each other. All right, let's get back to business. That's what people want to learn about. So as the pandemic has clearly, if for maybe people are not aware, with the accelerators worldwide, locally, worldwide, international, most, so not all, most have experienced either a complete shutdown, a rewiring, a reorg, in small or big ways. But what I'm curious about is how have each of you either like, how are you still up and running? How are you on this stage? And from that, you know, in particular, is it because it's based on the equity that you're taking from these companies you're accelerating? Or are you more focused now than you were before on corporate sponsors and getting kind of like this external funding to keep rolling? Whoever wants to jump in.
I can
Spontaneous.
I can go first if you want.
Please.
We're investors, and I think if you start going the route of corporate innovation or sponsorship, you lose where you're from. You're here to make money out of the capital outcomes of making good investments, right? Okay. So of course we complement, we find revenue streams, but I think we can never lose about we should make money when the founders make money, because then we are aligned in our interests, right? And I have seen so many accelerators that they lost the alignment because they were making more money out of corporates sponsorships, and then they don't really care who they invest into, right? So I think for us, actually, the pandemic has been fantastic. We have actually grown. We don't have the investments. Julia said it. You have also more globality. Okay. And I think the hybrid model that is combining online and on-site, I think actually is here to stay, and it has a lot of advantages. So, but what has so as to us is like, you know, we finished with COVID and now we had the war in Ukraine. Like, there will always be ups and downs, right?
There will.
So the same thing we tell our founders: watch your cash, have runway, be ready to adapt to the conditions, right? It has to be the same way as investors.
Like,
right?
stay scrappy, stay fluid.
Yeah, exactly. And scale matters. I think size matters at that occasion, right?
Okay.
It's interesting because we had quite the opposite experience. So I would say that when pandemic started, we kind of scaled back a little bit. Everyone was cautious to work directly with startups. Like, we didn't know where the market was going. And where we saw a lot of traction was actually in partnership, not quite with corporates, but with governments. It's specific to what we do because we help startups enter the US market. And what we saw is that there was a lot of capital available, not only from investors, but also from, you know, other sources of financing, including the governments, and they didn't really know how to manage that capital.
Intelligently,
And so it was an awesome moment for us to really reflect on how we can support the startup just beyond our own means and enter this really large partnership with trade investment commissions and other government organizations to support the company's 360. And we went from 0 to 10 government partnership, like ramped up our programs. It was really great for us, the pandemic too, but in a different scale. We were able to increase our reach, and with some startups we have different models now of collaboration that's beyond just you know, the investments or the equity side. And it was kind of awesome to see how, you know, people got involved in a moment where everything was shutting down.
It's opening up opportunities for co-creation. It sounds like you're almost taking a scrappy. Go ahead. Go ahead,
I think we experienced the opposite flow, but it's also, I think, in a good way. So we're based in London, and we're global in our kind of lookout for startups and pipeline. And yes, we invest for equity, so we're not with corporates that much. We are mostly looking to support the founders and create value for them. And what we've seen that happened right now that's quite interesting, that in the past, if you're in Silicon Valley and you're an investor there, you would not invest in a startup unless they're like 20 minutes away from you. That's it. Like, that's where Silicon Valley investors used to look at. Post-pandemic, they suddenly are jumping on Zoom calls, investing in startups all over the world. This kind of opened up a new market in their minds. And this is fantastic to see because like many of those investors are hungry for important and good startups that are global and that are not only US-based. And they wouldn't look into those in the past. Now, at the contrary, like, okay, it's easy, we can jump on a Zoom call, they're more used to it, and this kind of opened up this angle. But back to the question of equity, I think it's very important to have this kind of skin in the game. Otherwise, the value would not always be for the founders, and we end up, in some cases, with not the best value for the startup itself and the value. Nothing against what you guys, in terms of how you run it, but like, I think for us, we're kind of very focused on the founders, hence the name of the company. And the pandemic helped us also hit refresh, and we created the whole new model based on that after a lot of introspection and looking what's out there. So, yeah, I think that's where we are today.
So you just described a huge pivot, and I was going to say, like, do we have anyone on this panel who maybe like hasn't even needed to pivot?
Yeah, we didn't change our operations at all during COVID because we were already doing majority like of our mentor interaction already on Hangouts and Zooms since our founding.
Which, again, remind us, was when?
Which was in 2013.
Okay.
So since then, because most of our mentors are actually based in Silicon Valley, interacting with our accelerators in Asia and elsewhere. So we didn't really change anything in the operating model. Even within each country, we got lucky because our longest standing accelerator is in South Korea. That dealt with COVID, probably top 3 in the world. And also Taiwan had also was like almost like very little penetration. So even like within those countries' operations, it wasn't affected that much.
Or they weren't deeply impacted or shut down or stopped.
Yeah, so we were lucky in that way. And then, the other...
I was like, how are you still up and running?
And then the funding, the funding side, we're just straight. I think most accelerators in the US that are called accelerators, it's a fund model. So yeah, of course, we just invest in the companies. It's, it's a standard fund.
That's what
like
our
a venture
engagement
fund.
is. Yeah, like there's a contract, we have a stake.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sammy was explaining to me earlier about like just in general, like how it depends when you come in, when you jump in, how long you stay. Like,
yeah, we don't do for our accelerator, we don't do like corporate sponsorship or anything like that.
Okay, so that feeds off of what we were saying.
Yeah.
D'accord, so there's no sponsor money on this panel.
Ouais,
France, pardon, excusez-moi.
Our
Government,
programs are free for the startups most of the time.
C'est vrai, it's like a tricky hybrid definition. Okay, fair, that works for me. All right, so now we know how all your accelerators are plus ou moins in an operating space at this time, and it sounds like, again, happy to see that you're all up and running still, and no huge, detrimental devastation. So moving forward, how in this new world or in the after times, do you have new ways of reaching out? Like, what are you working on? Like, what are you holding on to really attract the next wave of best talent, of best opportunities? Is it are you still using your playbook from before? Or is, because as I'm hearing, that still works, but that's just operational. But what do you see coming that you're really going to need to push out in order to pull in what you need in your program? This is plural. So yeah, the short version of that question, how are you planning to attract the best companies to your accelerators this year?
So I guess maybe I'll go first since
Please.
We have been thinking about this a lot since we started. And one of the ways that you can really add value to a founder is to bring them some industry focus and expertise. And this is a little bit how we started. So we're starting with only a major focus on Web3 technologies today.
Yes. Right.
But in general, our focus will be on emerging technologies. So today it's Web3, it's maybe climate tech, future of work, and that's where we're going. And in these industries, what we're trying to do is to bring all the players and experts and bring the most value through mentorship and support to these startups and access to those industry kind of players who are out there. And that's what the startups need the most at least very early stage that we're investing in. Now, of course, I think whatever you do, this model is evolving. The accelerator model has evolved quite a lot in the last 10 years. And it has, in my opinion, always to be focused on creating value for the founders. No matter how you do it, if you're creating the right value, you'll be attractive to them. So as long as this is what you're doing and you're hands-on with the founders, you're sitting on the same side of the table, then they'll come your way.
Because that's a fine line too, right? Like, because you can't just cookie cutter do the same program for every company. But if you do boutique for each batch or each company, then you're lost. Like how that's not scalable. Anybody else? Like how are you? I see someone with a secret sauce who wants to decide whether to share.
Go first this time, and then
So for us, I think, it's really outcome oriented. You need to provide value, and I think operational value. There's a lot of capital, maybe not this month, so we've seen a little bit of, but there's a lot of investors out there. There's a lot of capital available, and for our startups, we're helping Series A, Series B to Series C, so more mature companies. They need clients, they need contacts in the market, they need to make it happen. And so for us, we've seen now after 5 years quite a few acquisitions and real partnership with brands and with corporates in our network. So is that added element of what does the accelerator program provide to the founders outside of just cash, and really what's that added value operationally that they can leverage to then make it in the US. And for us, that has been our core value proposition from the very beginning. And now, that we've been in operation for a while, it's attracting that, word of mouth, referrals, and that's where we're getting most of the,
That means it works, like if people want exactly that soft landing support. Cool.
Yeah, I echo the part about verticals. I think founders want expertise. So if you want to be in early, there is competition. There's a lot of competition. Angels can syndicate these days 500,000 tickets. Large VCs are coming much earlier because they cannot get into Series A rounds. So they're coming with 100K, 200K tickets. So there's a lot of competition there. So I think part of the value, the smart money, or we call it the wisest money, as we're started wise guys, has to come from that expertise on the vertical. I think the second one we have is the connectivity with investors. We actually syndicate, lead a lot with other angels. So people see us as the one who put together a lot of this connectivity, and I think it makes sense. The only thing that I might disagree with you, I don't think good founders come to you. I think you need to find them. I think you need to hunt them. I think you need to fight for them. I think I don't remember a single good founder that didn't have another offer in the table. So, of course, we use every possible channel. Now the conferences are back. My entire team is in conferences day out, day in, day out, talking to VCs, which companies you like, but too early for you. We have a lot of referrals from VCs. That you should go to Wise Guys, and then we can take a look at you. And that connectivity there, mentors, network. So I think you need to be hunting for the first, especially you're making 100 investments a year. You need to be looking at 3,000, 4,000 companies.
Of course,
So you need to hunt.
And processing them, not just looking at them.
Farming and hunting. I think there has to be a good balance.
Farming and hunting.
But you need to do both of them.
Hunting and gathering first, then hunt. Okay. No, very good metaphor.
Just want to, on that point, I actually, this is almost what I meant, because what I was trying to say, maybe I didn't communicate it the right way, is that yes, they will come your way, meaning they will accept your offer. But yes, you have to go find them for sure. And this is maybe part of the secret sauce of each accelerator, where you go find them, what referrals you have, what networks you build, and what kind of things they do. One small thing on that, for instance, in our case, we're trying not to recreate the wheel and to do what so many other players are doing. We're actually focused really on that very early stage, but with the huge network of partners where we can actually soft land the startups. So we started with Berkeley Skydeck, where we can send startups for a Silicon Valley soft landing. We have many other partners right now that are working with us for different geographical soft landings, because we care about also them being in the right place with the right expert player at a later stage that would provide that value. Maybe Wise Guys could be one of those as well, for instance, for B2B aspects.
And Bernard, what were you about to say?
Well, I mean, we haven't changed so much about the outreach aspect. I think it's, we've been fortunate enough in Asia to have this sort of pole position in a lot of markets. So we have, so now it's more of like what type of companies we attract. And it's trying to do the balancing act in each batch. Right, because we still want a number of bootstrap startups to show that we invest in founders early, but we get a fair amount of companies that raise like 5, 10, actually some outliers, 30, 50 million.
And that's when they enter?
That's when they enter, probably before to apply to our accelerator. So they don't need our 100K that we invested.
No.
They just want access to the Spark Labs network in Asia.
That's community,
So,
right?
yeah.
Okay. And it's not just brand. I mean, it is brand name, but it's also the pride, the status, being like, I'm in the network, I'm in the crew.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of, yeah, I mean, with the short 9 years, we built a very collaborative culture.
Okay,
So.
not a mafia. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
not a mafia.
Collaborative/mafia. So, I mean, again, a shorter question. What do you have? Can you name, just quickly, and we'll do a quick round, 3 things that you offer or that you look for when scouting new companies? Just 3. What are your top 3 things that when you see those, you say, that company's coming in. I'm going to make sure it happens. Although, again, you don't scout. They come to you.
No. I can just say, it's just standard things that, most investors, they look at the team. I'll do the boring, plain vanilla answer. They could do the details. I just team, market, product. I mean, that's what most
in that
investors, they
order.
look at.
But we could debate the order, though.
We
Team,
could debate
market,
the order,
product.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Christopher.
It's team.
Uh-huh.
And I think within team, we're looking for passion. We're looking for purpose-driven founders, so they actually have a clear why, so they will actually go through the waves. And I think it's the complementarity, diversity of founders to make sure that, there is different points of view, there is different skills, there is different ages, different genders, different international. I think that diversity between founders prepares them to go international on a much better way, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so we're at the idea stage. It has to be the team. There is not much more to look at, but at the same time, I think background and industry expertise is very important in many cases.
Okay.
And the other thing, I guess, is team culture, if you want, and complementarity in terms of chemistry between them, because
co-founders. I mean, super early stage. We're not talking a team, like 50
exactly.
people.
So the co-founders, and many startups fail because of team conflict eventually, and that's what you want to make sure that they have the right chemistry on board.
Yeah, I echo the team part. For us, it's like team in a sense of expertise, but also commitment, because they're opening a new market, so they need to be able to be present there and really fully invested in the US market. And then for us, it's also very important product market fit, because what works in a country not necessarily works in another, and there has to be that early market validation and proof that the product will work in the US as well.
And market by market, it's not just your product. There's some products that okay,
it might be competition more or less in the US. So it really varies from country to country.
Okay. Interesting. But back to you were right. The team. You said it's a boring answer, but you see how everyone believes that it's the root cause. It is the actual source. How about 2, if possible, 1 or 2 things, the top things you've learned thus far since you've launched your program, since you've launched your entire accelerator? Top things, like takeaways that anyone kind of interested in either talking to you after the panel, applying, or has heard about you, but is just wondering. Or surprising, anything surprising that you've learned since launching this program?
I mean, maybe one thing, that for us has been a capstone so far of everything we've done is really the network and the power of having a really strong network in your industry, to have investors that are partners and then bring that also network to support you in your growth trajectory as a founder. And for us, it's been a constant effort to make sure that the people that we involve with our programs, the mentors, the experts, the startups, are really all dedicated and committed to the same mission that we have. And building that strong network eventually drives all of the value of the programs that we do. And so that for us has been a constant learning process and very important element.
But it's still the foundational key
of everything we do.
Who wants to jump in?
Yeah.
I see you ready.
No, there's one thing that is quite nice to see among founders. So we used to have this happy hour every week for the founders to just interact and engage. And the thing we learned with time is that it's very positively surprising how much they help each other and learn from each other. And that kind of community building aspect that unfortunately the pandemic took away in a way or another, that we're hoping to bring back in this community building among the founders. And the amount of learning and support they give to each other, sometimes they would stop what they're doing and they're on a tight deadline just to help another founder who's in trouble somewhere. And this is crazy.
But that's when you know it's working,
yeah.
Right? Okay, network, community, okay.
Yeah, I will echo that one, but I would say 2. One is that we need to grow to be respected in a way. So because we are growing, also scaling, going to other markets, our advice is also, I think, crispier to our founders that are also growing. So we're actually suffering some of the scalability pain.
True.
And that gives us respect in front of their eyes. And the second one is try to bring as much diversity of opinions when making investment decisions. So don't, I will really put my money there, let's do it.
Because I want to.
Yeah, because I want to, I think, try to, the eyes will be actually, basically, forgiven in investment decisions. But try to bring as much diversity in opinions, because I think you make better decisions at the end of the day. Even if you still follow your instincts many times, because it's very early on, but you still listen to everybody, because even you will learn on how to accelerate them better, because you have here more voices and opinions, right?
Agreed. We have 30 seconds left. Bernard, you get to drop some knowledge bombs on the crew.
Early on in our life of Spark Labs, we learned not to get enamored by technology. Because there are a few times, like especially when we had our CTO in the IC, they were like, "This tech is awesome! We're gonna change the world. This is awesome!" And then we found out the two founders were horrible. They're so indecisive.
Or they hate each other.
No, there's no bad chemistry, but they just kept going back and forth on their decisions. So
no traction.
We found out, never love the tech.
We love the idea, don't love the tech. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Thank you so much for just, again, sharing your energy, sharing your presence, being here in person with us. And I wish you the very best of both planned and super spontaneous meetings throughout the rest of the event. Thank you all, audience, as well.
Some brilliant advice there from our acceleration panel. We're moving on now to talk about the metaverse, I should say, because in 10 years, apparently, we are all going to be in the metaverse. In parallel, AI is going to continue developing in this 100% virtual context. So how are we going to distinguish AI from humans? So if years ago we passed the Turing test, the question we have to ask is what tools will we have to develop to know if the speaker is human or machine? And what will this mean for connection and communication in the future? Well, let's ask our panelists, and welcome to the SANDBOX stage. Our moderator, Esther Molina, journalist specializing in innovation, startups, entrepreneurship, and technology. Welcome, Esther. Ángel Niño, Councillor for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Madrid City Council. Natalia Rodriguez, the founder and CEO at Sutono Labs. And Vicky Vassan, co-founder at Immersiva XR. A big round of applause for the panel.
Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. Me está diciendo, es en español. Sí, sí, sí. Vamos a cambiar a español. Somos los disidentes, como siempre, de esta mesa, ¿verdad? Pero bueno, así damos un poquito más de trabajo al equipo de traducción simultánea, que para eso están. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos en este panelazo que tenemos por delante. Metaverso, cómo distinguir lo humano de lo que es inteligencia artificial. Interesante. Antes de nada, dejadme decir que obviamente ya yo creo que a estas alturas no hay duda de que la tecnología avanza a pasos agigantados y cada vez aparecen nuevas tendencias tecnológicas. El metaverso es una de ellas. Hasta hace nada nos encontrábamos familiarizando todavía con términos, ¿no?, como inteligencia artificial, incluso IoT, Internet de las Cosas. Ahora estamos criptomonedas, NFTs, blockchain, economía descentralizada, que por ahí van los tiros. Y ahora estamos inmersos en este boom, como decía, que es el metaverso. Esto es interesante y me gusta destacarlo en todos los paneles que modero sobre el metaverso, porque metaverso solo hay uno. Todo lo que leáis de los metaversos, están inventando metaversos, metaverso solo hay uno. Lo que pasa es que dentro del metaverso se pueden crear infinitos mundos virtuales. Esto hay que analizarlo detenidamente y yo creo que cuesta un poquito todavía cambiar el chip, pero creo que es importante divulgar con un poco de conciencia. Metaverso solo hay uno. Dentro de este metaverso único podemos crear infinitos mundos virtuales. Dejadme destacar alguna cifra. Yo soy periodista, yo escribo en Forbes y en El Español y me gustan mucho las cifras. Tengo un informe de Bloomberg Intelligence, por ejemplo, que dice que se estima que el metaverso supone actualmente una oportunidad de negocio, lo comentaba con Natalia justo antes de empezar el panel, de 500.000 millones de dólares, cifra que va a alcanzar además los 2,5 billones de dólares de aquí a 2030. Es una barbaridad. La nueva realidad inmersiva que va a suponer este metaverso no solo va a estar centrada, lógicamente, yo creo que como lo vemos ahora, en el ocio y en los videojuegos, sino que va a abarcar absolutamente todo. Ninguna industria, ningún sector productivo va a escapar de este metaverso. Dicho lo cual, me gustaría, en primer lugar, que os presentarais brevemente. Por ejemplo, Vicky, ¿te parece si empezamos por ti? Vicky Basán, cofundadora de Inmersiva XR. Cuéntanos qué hacéis en Inmersiva.
Pues mira, Inmersiva XR es la Asociación de Realidad Extendida de España. En este término, realidad extendida, lo que hacemos es englobar la realidad virtual, aumentada y mixta. Entonces, nos dedicamos a conectar y visibilidad todo el talento de profesionales y la gente interesada por estas tecnologías, englobándonos en un punto de encuentro. Y hacemos investigación, actividades también de divulgación y también estamos haciendo formaciones.
Qué bueno, enhorabuena. Natalia Rodríguez, fundadora y CEO de Saturno Labs. Cuéntanos qué es Saturno Labs, si hay alguien aquí que todavía no lo conozca, que lo dudo.
Pues Saturno Labs es un laboratorio de innovación. Nosotros nos dedicamos o trabajamos como si fuéramos un grupo privado de investigación. Y lo que intentamos hacer es traer tecnologías muy punteras que normalmente se quedaban en papers de investigación en las universidades, hacer esa transferencia tecnológica para crear productos que lleguen al día a día. Entonces investigamos y creamos producto propio con modelos de inteligencia artificial, hacemos chatbots y mucho procesado de señal y de voz.
Interesantísimo también. Ángel Niño, concejal de Innovación y Emprendimiento en el Ayuntamiento de Madrid. ¿Qué tal estás? Cuéntanos, por favor, que ¿tenéis alguna cosita interesante que quizá podamos compartir? ¿Tenéis un sandbox de inteligencia artificial?
Siempre. Hombre, de hecho, en inteligencia artificial hace ya 2 meses abrimos el primer centro público de inteligencia artificial aquí en el centro de Madrid, en Chamberí, al cual están acudiendo expertos de todo el mundo. Y yo creo que es un poco también de donde viene el origen de hacia dónde vamos. O sea, la inteligencia artificial, ahora mismo todavía somos capaces de diferenciarla, pero yo creo, y seguro que Natalia aquí tendrá más que opinar, que en 5 años, cuando lleguemos al metaverso, porque yo creo que al metaverso todavía nos queda un tiempo para llegar al metaverso de manera pues extendida, pues la diferencia entre la inteligencia artificial y el humano va a estar muy difusa.
Claro, de hecho, bueno, sí, ya lo está en muchas ocasiones.
Eso es.
A medida que avance más la tecnología, pues más complicado. Fijaos, cada día es verdad que hay mucha más información desestructurada, en muchos formatos, en texto, en vídeo, en audio, en diferentes idiomas y diferentes formatos. Esto es importante. Es imposible realmente procesar toda esa información de forma manual, sobre todo a la hora de tomar decisiones. Ni os cuento si hablamos del metaverso, ¿no? Con la posibilidad de crear, como decía, infinitos mundos virtuales. Entonces, me gustaría preguntaros, vamos a empezar por lo básico. ¿Por qué es importante distinguir lo que es humano y lo que es inteligencia artificial en el metaverso? Natalia, por ejemplo.
Bueno, yo creo que en el metaverso y en cualquier sitio. O sea, de hecho, hay una anécdota que uno de los equipos de Amazon, desde hace años, tienen la voz de Alexa hecha como si fuera un humano, ¿no? Y hicieron varios focus group y a la gente no le gustaba para nada no distinguir si lo que le estaba hablando era una persona o un robot, entonces decidieron ir para atrás y tener como esta Alexa que tenemos ahora más robotizada. Yo creo que va a ser importante hacer un check cerebral o un update de lo que sentimos cuando hablamos con una máquina que al final no es una persona y yo creo que también va a haber que hacer un proceso de limpieza o de ser muy honestos para que el usuario sepa qué está pasando por detrás, con quién estás hablando y qué decisiones toman pues los algoritmos, por ejemplo, que hay detrás de esa tecnología.
Ángel.
De hecho, en el mundo analógico, en el mundo en el que vivimos, ese downgrade, esa marcha atrás ya se ha hecho. Se empezaron a desarrollar los humanoides con caras cada vez más humanas y se demostró científicamente que el lóbulo central no aceptaba a un humanoide. Por tanto, si os fijáis ahora, casi todos los robots con inteligencia artificial, ninguno ya tiene una cara humana. Ya tienen caras o de pantallas o digamos, de otro tipo de gatos, por ejemplo. Es verdad. Entonces, yo creo que en el metaverso puede llegar a pasar algo similar, pero el gran problema es que de momento en el mundo analógico, somos capaces a diferenciar un humanoide, o más o menos somos capaces porque no tiene arrugas y estas cosas. Pero es que en el mundo virtual, cuando todos seamos avatares que se parecerán o no se parecerán a nosotros, probablemente no seamos capaces de diferenciarlos, y ahí ¿quién decide si hacemos el downgrade o no? Es decir, cuando tú te relaciones con diferentes personas en ese mundo virtual, que a lo mejor no son personas, a lo mejor prefieres relacionarte con inteligencias artificiales.
Uy, aquí está el kit de la cuestión. Vicky, ¿no?
Yo creo que precisamente es, y si no somos capaces de distinguirlo, ¿y qué pasa?
Claro.
¿Cuál es el problema? Igual no lo hay. Una de las características más importantes de esta visión de metaverso es que va a estar centrado en el usuario. O sea, es el usuario el que decide y el que construye. Al no estar centralizado, van a ser las decisiones del usuario, y al final, si el usuario demanda personas, tendrán que haber personas detrás. Si no distingue y realmente no hace este llamamiento de, oye, me resulta extraño, igual es que directamente esa acción o esa interacción no es necesario tenerla con un humano.
Interesante en cualquier caso y un temazo, como digo, porque la realidad, seguro, quizá algunos de vosotros habéis escuchado hablar de esto, pero la realidad es que ya se está trabajando. Yo creo que el futuro de la inteligencia artificial, que me corrijan por favor si me equivoco los expertos aquí, pasa por imprimir emociones humanas y condiciones puramente humanas a los agentes de inteligencia artificial. Me viene a la cabeza, porque lo conozco porque he escrito de ellos últimamente, una empresa, Substrate AI, creo que se llaman, acaban de salir a bolsa hace unas semanas, que han conseguido, tienen una tecnología y le han introducido a los agentes de inteligencia artificial condiciones como codicia, miedo, avaricia, incluso, para tomar decisiones, y, lógicamente, incluso lo están implementando en sectores, por ejemplo, en la bolsa. Es brutal. Entonces, ¿por aquí pasa el futuro de la inteligencia artificial? Natalia, ¿cómo lo ves? Porque hasta ahora, o hasta donde yo sé, la inteligencia artificial creo que solo podía desarrollar una tarea a la vez, ¿verdad? Si no me equivoco. Y la nueva era de la inteligencia artificial resuelve, entre otras cosas, pues más de una tarea a la vez.
O sea, con esto de hacer también más humanas las inteligencias artificiales, yo creo que al final lo que estamos logrando es simular un cerebro humano en todo su esplendor, ¿no? Y entonces, al final, las emociones no se podían quedar fuera, sobre todo porque es lo que hace que un usuario esté engaged con tu herramienta, por así decirlo, ¿no? Si al final empatiza contigo, te está hablando de una manera pues mucho más cercana. Si hay muchos modelos que sirven en inteligencia artificial simplemente para detectar las emociones del usuario, para detectar si está cansado, cambiarle de tema, por ejemplo, los chatbots. Hay un montón de herramientas que están surgiendo ahora o que llevan años evolucionando para poder mejorar todo esto. Y yo creo que en los últimos meses especialmente, pero en los últimos años, estamos viendo con Dalí o todos los modelos que están saliendo ahora como GPT-3, un avance totalmente exponencial en lo que una máquina es capaz de hacer. O sea, no sé si algunos de los que estáis aquí habéis jugado con Dalí, que es uno de los modelos que ha salido ahora, pero tú le metes cualquier cosa y te hace un diseño como si fuera, vamos, una pasada.
No sé si podemos explicar de forma breve, hasta donde tú puedas, qué es Dalí, por si acaso.
Sí, ahora mismo hay una prueba que yo creo que buscando el Google lo podéis hacer, una mini prueba, que tú le puedes poner a la máquina como un reto de que diseñe algo, y entonces puedes decirle hasta el estilo, ¿no? Mete un pingüino en una película de Pokémon que sea súper realista, yo qué sé, me lo invento, ¿no? Y es capaz de ofrecerte varias imágenes con lo que le has pedido casi en tiempo real. Y si probáis, da a veces como miedo de, madre mía, la calidad que tiene esto y todo lo que puedes hacer. O sea, es una pedazo de pasada. Y lo que nos llega, ¿no? Que mucha gente metiendo mucho dinero investigando en que esto salga para adelante.
Ángel.
De hecho, Dalí es efectivamente muy divertido, pero os reto a que probéis GPT-3, en el cual le haces una pregunta, GPT-3, que es un procesamiento con inteligencia artificial, procesamiento de lenguaje natural, al cual le haces una pregunta y la misma inteligencia artificial, sin decirle absolutamente nada, es capaz de redactarte un texto con mucha cordura, por cierto, que te defiende el por qué sí o el por qué no de esa pregunta. Por tanto, al final, que ahora mismo está en esa fase, además que está en una fase avanzada, pero que todavía le queda muchísimo desarrollo, porque cada vez tenemos más datos y cuantos más datos tenemos, más aprenden las inteligencias artificiales. Por tanto, si a día de hoy ya una aplicación de inteligencia artificial es capaz de redactarte un texto que no distingue de si es humano o de si es una inteligencia artificial, imagina dentro de 5 años cuando tengamos muchísimo más procesamiento y cuando todos y cada uno de nuestros datos estén en el metaverso y cuando todos y cada uno de nosotros tengamos un avatar virtual.
Porque todos y cada uno de nuestros datos van a estar en el metaverso.
Tu mundo virtual, sí. Es decir, yo creo que vamos a una sociedad en la cual, al igual, y además esta es una pregunta que siempre suelo hacer, de hecho me la habrás escuchado hacer alguna vez, ¿cuántos de vosotros habláis con más personas? ¿Cómo habláis con más personas? ¿En el mundo real o en WhatsApp? Pues casi todos los que están aquí dirán, hablo con más personas a lo largo del día en WhatsApp.
¿Quién habla, que levante la mano quién habla con más personas a través del mundo virtual que en
WhatsApp.
la realidad presencial ahora mismo? Uf, bueno. 50-50, ¿eh?
Sí.
50%.
Eso es que el WhatsApp no lo usan mucho. Usan Telegram. Pero al final sí que es cierto que ya nos hemos acostumbrado a ese mundo virtual, en este caso en un texto plano que es WhatsApp, pero cuando se incorporen, por ejemplo, esta charla probablemente dentro de unos años se hará aquí y se hará en el metaverso, todos los datos van a estar ahí y además tu identidad digital va a ser tan importante que probablemente parte de tus ahorros los tengas en ese mundo virtual porque quieras gastártelos ahí. Y ahí es donde intervienen las inteligencias artificiales y lo que decía Natalia y lo que yo creo que preocupa bastante a los desarrolladores y a las desarrolladoras que están haciéndolo es si tenemos inteligencias artificiales más preparadas con dotes de avaricia, con dotes de codicia, ¿qué seremos nosotros en el metaverso?
Claro, ¿qué seremos nosotros en el metaverso, Vicky?
Pues los que lo vamos a crear, eso es lo más importante. Yo creo que hay que dejar claro también en el metaverso que el metaverso no es un mundo artificial de sueños, que es otra cosa que no es el mundo real.
Exacto.
El metaverso es el Internet del futuro y ahora mismo no decimos en Internet o en el mundo real. O sea, en el mundo real está conectado con Internet y lo usamos en el día a día. Entonces, realmente, igual que ahora tenemos que tener una reunión y es igualmente válido tener la reunión por teléfono, por videollamada o en presencial, pues una opción será hacerlo en entornos inmersivos. Pero realmente es una opción más que va a ir dándonos estas nuevas tecnologías que vamos a ir incorporando en esta visión del futuro de Internet. Pero ya no es tanto en centrarnos en la tecnología de la inteligencia artificial, por la tecnología de hoy, ¿qué vamos a ser capaces de hacer? Sino en la utilidad. Pensemos en aplicaciones reales para no irnos tanto al miedo de nos van a suplantar y esto va a ser Matrix de repente, sino realmente se van a desarrollar para utilidades concretas y para hacernos la vida más fácil.
Me viene genial además que hayas tocado el tema porque me gustaría preguntar efectivamente, más allá de lo que a todos yo creo que presumiblemente nos puede dar un poquito de reparo, ¿no? De incertidumbre con este tema, ¿cómo va a afectar directamente? O sea, ¿qué aplicaciones prácticas, quizá puedas compartirnos tú algunas, puede tener la adopción de esta tecnología del metaverso en la vida de todos nosotros? Más allá de pues lo que hay ahora, que no dejan de ser reuniones y algún eventito.
Claro, al final ahora mismo se están creando un montón de plataformas y lo que nos hemos estado dando cuenta es que de repente está la plataforma o metaverso de X marca y de repente dicen, es que no hay usuarios en mi metaverso.
Claro.
Como, pues porque no hay contenido. Lo más importante es que tenga una utilidad. Si es un showroom o si es una tienda, tendrá X utilidad. Si es una sala de reuniones, tendrás que poner eventos, reuniones, etcétera. Entonces, a la hora de desarrollar estas plataformas, no es solo tengo mi espacio en Decentraland, sino ¿y qué vas a hacer en Decentraland una vez tengas tu espacio de tu marca? O sea, es importante tener contenido para que realmente sea atención para los usuarios. Está muy bien en el momento en que lo hizo el primero y hablamos del primer metaverso de X, pero solo se va a quedar ahí si no le das contenido y no le das utilidad y continuidad. Entonces, hay que pensar directamente en soluciones y pues tecnologías como la realidad virtual o para el aprendizaje, pues ya hay un montón de contenido formativo que está demostrado que se aprende muchísimo mejor con la experiencia, o contenido de turismo, mucho contenido cultural y artístico. Realmente hay muchas utilidades en infinidad de sectores y realmente lo bueno es que todos los perfiles van a trabajar en el metaverso.
Exacto. Más allá del sector de turismo, a mí me interesa muchísimo a ver por dónde van los tiros en el metaverso con el EdTech, con la educación, el metaverso educativo. Me parece súper interesante y me parece que seguramente desde edades tempranas pues va a ayudar incluso a desarrollar soft skills, o sea, a desarrollar emociones que a lo mejor por lo que sea algún niño o alguna niña tiene ahí un poco contenidas y en el metaverso quizás se sienta un poquito más libre de mostrar. No sé, Natalia, ¿cómo lo ves?
Sí, sí, sí. Yo creo que estamos en un momento en el que se está creando como la infraestructura o la base para luego todos los servicios que se van a poder crear. Y cuando hablo de infraestructura también hablo como ingeniera de teleco, digamos, que pues va a ser necesaria una conectividad determinada. Aquí el papel de 5G también va a ser muy importante. Las empresas de cloud o de procesamiento también van a tener mucho que decir. Entonces, cuando tengamos toda esa base, yo creo que la gente va a empezar a hacer sus servicios. En EdTech yo veo un caso claro porque al final vas a poder crear realidades, ver, yo qué sé, a mí se me ocurre en historia ver lo que ocurría ahí como si estuvieras formando parte de una guerra, cosas muy explicativas. En salud yo creo que se va a utilizar mucho. Hay un caso muy típico, por poneros un ejemplo, que hace un par de años o 3, ya con el COVID ya no sé dónde estamos, pero lo publicitaron en el mobile, que era una persona en tiempo real operando desde otro país a alguien, que es una de las cosas también muy guays de baja latencia que permite. Yo creo que lo que decía ella, si hay una utilidad extra para el usuario, como lo tiene en EdTech, que puedas ver tal, la gente lo usará. Y si no, pues se quedará como la enésima cosa ahí de tiene mucho potencial, pero no me engancha.
Exacto. Bueno, perdona, es que acaba de entrar la jefa del South Summit. Cuidado, María Benjumea, está ahí. María, ¿tú utilizas ¿has tenido ya alguna interacción en el metaverso? Todo el rato. Pues quédate porque es interesante.
Quiero ni contar cómo estoy yo interactuando.
Muchísimas gracias. Pues te decía, quédate porque justo, mira, iba a preguntar al Ayuntamiento de Madrid también por seguir destacando al final cosas positivas. No podemos obviar que con el metaverso viene la creación también de puestos de trabajo, esto es curiosísimo, que hoy ni existen todavía. Tengo en la cabeza un ejemplo que además antes he coincidido con Chema Alonso de Telefónica en una sala y hace unos meses contaba que Telefónica acaba de abrir toda una nueva, no sé cómo llamarlo, delegación, departamento centrado en el metaverso y han creado un puesto específico de Chief no sé qué meta tal centrados en desarrollar el metaverso. Me parece súper interesante también.
Sobre todo el puesto
el
puesto de Chef of Metaverse. Bueno, lo primero, María, yo creo que ya dentro de poquito este South Summit lo haremos también en el metaverso, desde Madrid, pero desde luego que en el metaverso. Y por ampliar un poquito el campo y el concepto de para qué se van a utilizar los mundos virtuales, yo creo que tenemos que tener claro que la utilidad práctica va a existir, debe existir y es necesaria, pero la gestión de comunidades, que yo creo que es lo que realmente creó Internet. Internet se creó tecnológicamente de una forma, pero las comunidades fueron las que fueron dotándolo. Pues yo creo que este es el mismo camino, exactamente el mismo camino que va a seguir el metaverso, que yo creo que ahora mismo estamos en el año 2000, ¿no? En el año 2000 de Internet, quizá un poquito antes, en el cual todavía todo está un poco desconectado y llegaremos a ese punto. ¿Qué es lo que deben hacer desde las administraciones públicas, pero también las grandes empresas que también están trabajando en esta línea? Pues generar experiencias que puedan ser suficientemente inmersivas para que no sea necesario que cualquier operación que realices tanto con la administración como con la empresa se pueda hacer en el metaverso. De tal modo que puedas generar un ahorro de costes y tú seas el que elija hacer algo en realidad inmersiva o en realidad analógica, por llamarlo de alguna forma. Por eso la importancia de las comunidades y por eso la importancia de los desarrollos de las inteligencias artificiales, porque si a ti te gusta mucho un tema y quieres entrar en un mundo virtual que hable de EdTech, obviamente vas a tener muchos humanos en todas las partes del mundo y probablemente saltando el problema del idioma. Yo creo que el idioma va a solucionarse rápidamente, pero probablemente tengas inteligencias artificiales que sean las que vayan dinamizando esas comunidades hasta que alcancen un límite. El tema es que si realmente esas inteligencias artificiales funcionan, las comunidades pueden ser infinitas y pues en este caso todas las administraciones deberíamos también empezar a pensar en esas inteligencias artificiales para que el ciudadano de Madrid esté igual de cómodo en la ciudad de Madrid que en el metaverso de Madrid.
Claro, decía Ángel, el problema del idioma, el problema de todos. Y es que en el metaverso prácticamente no van a existir reglas, y además quiero hilar un poco con esto, pero reglas me refiero, reglas establecidas del tiempo, del espacio, no va a entender de fronteras físicas, de idioma por supuesto tampoco, pero es verdad que aquí sí que me gustaría también hacer un poco de hincapié en la parte, digamos, también un poco hilando con estas gestiones de comunidades, que por supuesto es súper importante esta labor, porque al final tiene que haber ahí algún rol de gestión de comunidades para que la experiencia en el metaverso sea segura, que creo que es ahora mismo, a día de hoy, una de las máximas preocupaciones, el tema de la ciberseguridad, pero un poquito más allá, el tema de la seguridad personal. Es decir, hace muy poquito, creo que fue la semana pasada, leía una noticia, esto es real, uno de los primeros casos de abuso sexual en el metaverso. ¿A dónde nos dirigimos si no hay absolutamente ninguna ley ahora mismo? No hay absolutamente nada, digamos, oficial que yo sepa para dirigirse en estos casos de he hecho un abuso, pero es un delito en términos generales. Es complicado y yo creo que aquí sí que va a haber una labor importante de divulgación por parte de los gestores de comunidades y en general de los que tengan un poco el poder dentro de la tecnología. Ángel.
Pero debes pensar además dos casos. El metaverso al que nos dirigimos es un metaverso descentralizado donde no habrá una autoridad suprema. Actualmente el de Facebook tiene su autoridad y pues cierra y ya está, o el de Meta por ser correcto en la palabra, pero en esa comunidad descentralizada creo que se pondrán una serie de normas y ahí sí que probablemente sean inteligencias artificiales las que se preocupen de hacer cumplir las normas. Pero debemos tener meridianamente claro que cada mundo virtual va a tener unas normas diferentes y que cuando tú entres en ese mundo virtual vas a estar dispuesto a asumir esas normas. Por tanto, esta es la gran dificultad. Y aquí es donde ya veo el gran problema que no se va a solucionar en los próximos 10 o 20 años, es ¿quién va a ser el que legisle lo que te afecte en el mundo real? Porque en el metaverso al final, bueno, pues la comunidad lo gestionará, pero cuando te afecta el mundo real, cuando te roben dinero en el metaverso, ¿cómo vas a reclamarlo? Por tanto, ahí es un gran trabajo que tienen que hacer los estados y además no estados por separado, estados plurimundiales en los cuales van a tener que tener una serie de normas, porque no hablemos de que los hackeos en el metaverso ya se están produciendo aunque no se publiciten.
Exacto. Natalia.
Sí, que lo he explicado fenomenal.
Sí.
No, pero tiene toda la razón. Y yo voy un paso más allá, que es que eso ya ocurre incluso con la inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Que al final hay muchos think tanks, muchos movimientos de hasta qué punto una inteligencia artificial debería ser ética, debería intentar hacer algún tipo de auditoría de algoritmos para que el proceso sea lo más certificado posible en cuanto pues eso, a no tener sesgos, o siempre se va a colar algún sesgo pero que tenga los mínimos posibles. Y es verdad que cuando una tecnología irrumpe con tanta fuerza es que la legislación siempre va muchos años por detrás. Entonces lo que ocurre ahora es que hay una serie de recomendaciones y que al final la mayor restricción que tienes es la GDPR. Pero es más de temas de privacidad. Es verdad que hay algunos tipos de sector, pues por ejemplo el sector médico y tal, que tiene una legislación un poco más compleja, pero yo creo que aparte del problema que ya tenemos con todo el tema de algoritmia y demás, pues esto ya es otro nivel de complejidad. Claro. Y no va a ser nada fácil. De hecho, a ver qué pasa con el juicio que tiene Tesla con los coches autónomos, que también justo está siendo ahora, de quién tiene la culpa de que un coche atropelle a alguien, un algoritmo, una empresa. Lo veremos en los próximos meses, a ver cómo va esto.
Vicky, no sé cómo lo ves tú.
Bueno, yo quería añadir también el cuidado con los titulares, sobre todo si contienen la palabra metaverso. O sea, hay que despejar el humo ahí bastante, ¿vale? Sí. Entonces, partimos de que estamos hablando de algo que todavía no existe, que es una visión, o sea, que haya un abuso en algo que no existe, probablemente estamos hablando de algo un poquito más exagerado de lo que es la realidad. Pero como ha dicho Ángel, precisamente lo que tenemos ahora, al no tener metaverso, son mundos virtuales. Tenemos plataformas sociales o videojuegos. O sea, si ocurre algo en Roblox es porque existen. O sea, el Roblox tiene sus normas y cuando dejas a un niño jugar a Roblox estás aceptando X normas y sabes que van a pasar cosas en un juego, además social, en el que cualquiera puede entrar. Y precisamente, de hecho, estas son unas cosas que se debaten mucho, porque si estamos haciendo acciones en Roblox, estamos pensando que la mayoría del target son menores, ¿no? Entonces, también tenemos que tener ese cuidado cuando se hacen estos tipos de acciones de marca y ver qué target está ahora mismo en las plataformas virtuales, porque la mayoría es generación Z y gente muy joven, que es verdad que está bien como acción, porque ese target va a ser el que tenga poder adquisitivo en el futuro. Y ya está acostumbrado a moverse en 3D y a aceptar ese tipo de normas. O sea, sí que igual nuestra generación, que igual ha podido jugar que era más jugona y que tenía más los juegos y esa economía en el que igual te podían robar tus pertenencias en X juego, eso más o menos será lo mismo que se simulará en este Internet. Y, no sé, yo creo que deberíamos un poco perder el miedo y quitar un poco la línea o la barrera de el metaverso es una cosa del futuro, cuando es algo que realmente no nos vamos a dar cuenta cuando lo vayamos poco a poco implementando en nuestras vidas. Será una cosa más.
Nos quedan apenas un par de minutillos y mira, hilando con esta última frase que comentaba Vicky, me gustaría casi también a modo de conclusión si podemos dar, no sé si llamarlo consejo, pero sí desde vuestra experiencia, ¿qué podemos hacer para perder, si alguien de aquí, de esta sala, tiene todavía ese miedo, ese cierto reparo a cuando definitivamente llegue el metaverso a su vida, pues que se anime por lo menos a experimentar con él o no? Vicky.
Yo creo, y lo digo a nivel usuario y a nivel empresa, que la mejor manera de invertir en el metaverso es formándose. El metaverso es un ecosistema de tecnologías nuevas y algunas como la inteligencia artificial, 5G, realidad extendida, son las que van a componer en el futuro el metaverso. Entonces, la mejor manera es conocer cuál es la utilidad de cada una de ellas y empezar a conocerlas, a invertir un poco en estas tecnologías para que cuando todas estas confluyan en ese futuro metaverso, ya haber tenido nuestra banderita en cada una de ellas.
Natalia.
100%. O sea, para la gente más técnica, yo creo que es entender cómo está construido, cómo se van a desarrollar servicios sobre esa capa, que va a tener mucho que ver con los frameworks que se desarrollen como para crear esos servicios. Y luego también tener una perspectiva de cuántos usuarios hay. No sé si muchas compañías empezarán a compartir esos datos, pero sí a qué targets hay en cada mundo, con quién vas a poder interactuar y tener esa información presente para que precisamente tu servicio sea realmente útil, ¿no? Porque si no se va a perder entre muchos otros.
Exacto. Ángel.
Bueno, yo además de eso creo que también es necesario responder a la pregunta de la ponencia, además de que desde luego pues el mundo virtual que actualmente es el que hay, no hay que tenerle miedo, es decir, no te va a pasar nada, lo peor que te puede pasar es que se te apaguen las gafas de realidad virtual, por tanto, pues las reinicias y ya está, algo que hacíamos con los ordenadores. Pero por responder a la pregunta, yo voy a ser un poco arriesgado, como lo suelo ser siempre. Por favor. No vamos a ser capaces a diferenciar las inteligencias artificiales de los humanos y probablemente nos relacionemos con más inteligencias artificiales que con humanos.
Pues ahí queda. Tiempo finiquitado, lo dije el año pasado, lo he clavado. Me tienen que traer el año que viene otra vez al South Summit. 0-0. Muchísimas gracias. Pido un fuerte aplauso para ellos, por favor.
So thank you very much to our panel. We're going to continue with the theme of the metaverse now, the metaverse and connectivity, as well as its network infrastructure challenges in the evolution of the internet. This will mean a huge industry-wide collaboration spanning tech companies, mobile network operations, policymakers, and of course, everyone in between. So to end this first day at South Summit 22 in Madrid, we're going to look at the technical challenges when creating on the metaverse to ensure good connectivity. So, to make sense of this all, please welcome to the stage Alberto Calero, the president at AJC Engineering, and live from California, Nabil Ahmed, systems engineer at Facebook. A round of applause for this last panel.
Hello, Nabil. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Let's see, because the people is moving away and coming from. Okay, so thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. We have Nabil Ahmed from California that is going to be with us. Nabil is an expert in augmented reality and virtual reality, and we are very good friends. We have been working together since time ago. And basically what I would like to share with you is that first, we are going to transmit something that is very special, is that in fact metaverses has been with us since many, many years ago. It's part of the human community, the human society. You will understand later why I'm saying this. The second thing is that I would like to make a special insight on how the brain is working with information, with the inputs that we have from outside, how we perceive what we call reality. And this is very important because you will see that there is a process in which we will talk about, reference spaces as well as patterns. And also we are talking about technologies that are accelerating the perception of metaverses today. So all in all, what we would like is to give you a little bit deeper information sense of what we are talking about metaverses. So Nabil, thank you for being with us. And I will, if you can share with the audience, your background and how we have been working together in the past, whatever you want.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alberto, for the warm introduction. And I look forward to discussing the concept of the metaverse with everyone here. So I think we are at a cusp of a new revolution in how humans interact with the digital world. And I think in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll witness an evolution in how we connect with people and also the world around us. And my background, I've been at Meta or Facebook for over 7 years. I've worked on a variety of different technologies. And I am today working in reality labs on AR and VR technologies. And I have extensive background in communication systems as well, both on device side and on the network side as well. So that's a little bit of a background on me. I'd like to hand over the talk to you, Alberto. But before I do, just a quick disclaimer here that although I'm a Meta employee, the ideas and concepts that we are presenting in this talk are our own. They are not in any way the opinions of Meta as a company. So with that said, Alberto, please give us an introduction to the metaverse.
Okay, Nabil, thank you very much. So the first thing that I would like to share with you is basically the definition of the metaverse, but this is not the most important thing. This is something that you can find everywhere in internet. The important thing here is to realize that the metaverse has been with us for many, many years, and it's associated basically with a process that the brain has to understand and to manage the complexity around us. So basically, and what is happening is that all the digital technologies that we have today are accelerating all this process. That is a process that we have, from centuries ago, I would say. So perhaps the most important thing is understanding how the brain works. The brain is receiving inputs from, first of all, our senses, our 5 senses. Also is receiving inputs associated from the responsiveness of an action that I am, sending to the environment. And more important, the brain is having access to big data that is already stored in the brain and is setting up a process of filtering things so that basically the brain is expecting what he is going to see, what he is going to feel, so based on past experiences. So in fact what is happening is that you see that we have a lot of data and also we have an exposition to this data, and what is happening is that the brain managed to deal with complexity, and what it's doing in this environment in which the reference spaces are changing constantly, what the brain is doing basically is identifying patterns. For those of you that are programmers, is the equivalent, to a high-level language in comparison with, a machine language. And basically it's the way in which the brain, through patterns, is managing complexity. This is very important because, this reality that we feel is directly connected with the concept of metaverse. So we would like to explain a little bit so that following the previous presentation, we will have some insights about, how the metaverse process is evolving. So if you see, patterns are basically organizations of symbols with specific meanings. I'm not going to go very in depth in this, but basically, and anyone that is fluent with artificial intelligence knows that this process, that if I want to have a model of a cat, I'm not going to have all the dots, all the pixels of the image of a cat. What I'm going to do is identifying some specific things that are special from the cats, that are groups of data, and these are the patterns, basically. And so we are building the knowledge and the understanding associated with these patterns. So patterns are the basis in forming new reference spaces. Forming new reference spaces, a reference space is the way in which we understand reality, and, a metaverse is a way of understanding the reality. This is something that has happened, along the history of our society. So, for instance, if you look the chess players, they are not looking all the pieces in the table. They are seeing pictures like an impressionist, painting, and so they know what's going to be the next thing. So, in fact, they have specific patterns, and this is the very best powerful process that the brain has to manage this complexity and to understand the world. I'm a private pilot. And I remember when I started to fly, that I was looking at each of the gauges, each of the elements of the plane, and as you can see, there are many, many, many. But at some point, you move to another reference space. You move to another universe. And it's when you start to feel combinations of these things. And then you live in another world, basically, with the responsiveness, with things that you are understanding, and then is when you start to enjoy flying. And doctors, and in fact anything related with learning is associated with this process, and this is the way in which the brain is working. But look, let me give you some insights about the super technologies associated with big data that we have in this moment, and that will help to accelerate all the process of moving to new universes, new reference space. Basically, what you see here is a representation, a raw representation of telephone calls. Many years ago, in the sector, we started to do this. I think that it was something like 20 years ago. And suddenly we started to use some kind of technologies associated with identifying patterns, because, the brain is able to identify patterns, but not all the possible existing patterns are there. So if you have digital technologies to help the brain to understand what would be the interesting patterns, this would be great. So this and these are the same. The only thing is that here we have identified the patterns. So you don't see here the edges and the nodes. What you see here are these figures with a specific meaning. I remember that my marketing department in a telco company started to think in this way instead on this other way. It was a different reference space. It was a different world on making all the different proposals that we were doing at that time. So if you see, there is something very interesting news here, is that it's not only the brain that is the one able to identify patterns. You can empower with digital technology the possibility of finding new patterns. But not only this, you have metaverses, and everyone is having his metaverse or his perception of the reference space or his universe. But, the interesting thing is because we are in a world in which we are interacting and we are perceiving and we see the responsiveness of our actions, is if this reference space is shared by a large community. Well, in network science, that is, in fact, a branch of data science, in network science, what we have seen is that networks, real networks, evolve in a way in which suddenly, there is a process of percolation or alignment so that all the elements of the network align and feel the same. Let's say this way. Well, there are technologies in this moment to understand and to analyze this. So imagine, for instance, if you are myself, I am a pilot, as I have told you, but I'm playing the flight simulator, and it's a real metaverse in which I have other friends, other pilots. I feel everything as it would be exactly the same. But the wonderful thing is that I have all kind, of people having the same experience, or the mass games, that you have, today in the industry. So again, specific technologies, very deep technologies in data science, artificial intelligence, network science, that are helping to accelerate this process. And Nabil, it's your time, so you can continue with this amazing explanation about the metaverse.
Awesome, thanks Alberto. So we wanted to share with you an example of a kind of a community-led shared reference space that's akin to the metaverse not too long ago, by examining the evolution of mobile internet and social media. And so you can see from the statistics shown on the top left side of the slide, the internet growth has skyrocketed with the advent of smartphones. And today, most of the users, almost 90% of them, access the internet through their phones. And we are seeing a continuing increase in the number of users year over year, along with increases in time spent online. In fact, if you look at the statistics, you see that we spend almost a third of our lives online, which is quite amazing. The figure on the bottom right is actually showing the growth of social media online. And social media has become one of the most compelling online activities for people, with up to 93% of all internet users using some form of social media. So with a sustained growth of 10% year over year, it's clear that social media has become the world's digital town square where people come together to share ideas and thoughts. So today we take all these social media experiences for granted, but in fact this reference space has evolved over time and it's gradually become part of the human experience, making mobile social media a new dimension, or what we call a reference space for human consciousness. So if we move to the next slide, I want to briefly talk a little bit about some of the technologies that are driving the development of the metaverse. There are a few notable ones here, and there are probably many more, which we won't be able to cover here. First is there are new technology innovations in AR and VR that are making 3D experiences more immersive and real. Today we are seeing a gradual adoption of VR technology as it becomes more sophisticated, realistic, and rich in its ability to capture users and virtual environments. And AR is also starting to gain traction, and it's allowing us to stitch the digital world with the physical world, and we are seeing it happen on our mobile phones already through various social media applications. And there's going to be more innovations in technologies such as depth cameras, micro LED displays, and better compute, which will make AR interactions more seamless and natural through the introduction of wearables like smart glasses. And we are hearing a lot about this already in the press. So if you move on to network science, as we discussed, network science is data science applied to networks. So networks act as a bridge for understanding how microscopic interactions and dynamics can lead to global or macroscopic regularities, right? And these are what we call patterns. So in the context of the metaverse, this will help us to understand interactions in the metaverse, how they are formed, how they spread throughout the social network, and they drive macroscopic outcomes across a larger community of users. So network sciences are going to help us understand what metaverse experiences will likely spread and which ones will not gain adoption. So these are not the only technologies that will fuel the metaverse. We expect others to converge in enabling this experience as well. And I'm happy to talk about them offline. So next slide, please. So let's dive a bit deeper into data science and AI to understand how these technologies will improve or better the context of the metaverse. As mentioned, the metaverse will naturally form through patterns of social behavior and proliferation in society. So we know today that social networks embed data on user behaviors and preferences, and that we need to analyze these networks to identify these patterns. So the way we do that is we do social network analysis, and we find regions of high influence, and we discover patterns in those regions. And if you want to promote the spread of those patterns, we typically identify weak links in the network, and we bolster the spread through them. So in understanding how the network evolves, we can promote good outcomes in the metaverse, and we can prevent bad outcomes. Now, AI and machine learning also play an important role in helping predict outcomes on a data set. So in modern AI, graph neural networks have gained popularity since they help us learn on graph structured data, which are found in almost all facets of science, as you all know. At a high level, as shown in the figure below, a graph neural network is a model that takes as input a graph and uses a structure similar to a convolutional neural network to learn patterns of similarity at the graph, node, or edge levels. And then using this model, we can encode similarities on the social graph, which we call embeddings. And these embeddings help us predict how alike two individuals or communities or even an overall subnetwork is against a particular criterion, like preference, for instance, for particular things. And so we can use this to predict common behavior in response to some stimuli. So GNNs and similar technologies will help us understand how likely patterns in different parts of the social graph will spread to other parts of the social graph. So there's a lot more detail here, but I'd like to conclude the discussion on network science and AI as it relates to metaverse, but I'm happy to discuss details offline. So let's move to next slide. So in this talk, we presented the exciting concept of the metaverse. I think we discussed how it relates to human evolution, and we discussed some underlying technologies that will enable it. I want to conclude by briefly summarizing the road ahead, like where do we go from here? The first is we want to ensure we build the metaverse responsibly. And to do that, we'll need to have some core properties that we'll need to make sure that are true. The first one is economic opportunity. We want to make sure that people have more choice, there is competition in this space, and that we can build a thriving digital economy. So we want to enable that. We want to ensure privacy, which is how we can minimize the amount of data that's used. We can build technology that enables privacy-protected data uses, and we give people access and control over their data. We also want to ensure safety integrity, which is how we can keep people safe online and give them tools to take action or get help if they see something they're not comfortable with. And finally, we want to encourage equity and inclusion, where we want to make sure that these technologies are designed inclusively and they're accessible to everybody. So the metaverse isn't a single product one company is going to build. And just like the internet, the metaverse exists whether or not companies like Meta are there or not. So it won't be built overnight. Many of these products will be realized, maybe in 10, 15 years. But partnerships will be the cornerstone of a thriving and healthy metaverse for everyone.
Nabil, we are running out of time.
We're running out of time. Okay, so I'm almost done. Just to quickly wrap up, I think standardization and technical specifications will need to be agreed upon collaboratively, and we encourage people to participate. We also want to look at governance and make sure governance in the metaverse is shaped by multiple stakeholders like lawmakers, academics, developers, companies, and also people. And finally, we need to build proof points to understand and demonstrate the utility of the metaverse. And there are a couple of ideas here that we have captured, but we have to discuss more of those details offline. I just want to mention one quick thing that there are already companies like Meta that are announcing XR programs and research funds to enable investment in this space. So we encourage people to reach out, participate in these funds and these efforts. Handing it over to you, Alberto. Thank you.
Well, great. In fact, what we wanted to transmit to you is that there are deep technologies in this moment, and also that this is an evolution of the natural human process. So what is clear is that something is going to happen very soon as the development of the metaverse. And also remember, these are the different technologies that are associated with gaming, visualization, making things real that are undistinguishable from the real ones. Well, we are, as we say in the simulation hypothesis in this moment, around 6 technologies that have passed these thresholds. So at some point, we will be in a situation very soon in which we will say, well, are you real? But if we can't say, it doesn't matter. So thank you very much.
Nabil and Alberto, thank you very much. That concludes day 1 of South Summit 22 here in Madrid. We've listened and we've learned. I hope you've been inspired and influenced, and I hope that you'll be here tomorrow 9:30 sharp. And we're going to talk about startups and the impact on people. That will be our first panel. We hope to see you then. Have a good evening. Bye.